This young man sat across from his friend Hoa Ko, his face full of worries, even though in truth he was someone who had transmigrated into this world. Yet looking at his current situation, it was truly miserable. Even a cat had more muscle than him. That made Tabak begin to doubt whether he had truly transmigrated, or if it was only his imagination. That moment, a system panel suddenly appeared before his eyes, startling him so much that he jumped and shouted in shock. Occupation awakened. Beast Tamer, rank, common beginner, age 18, physique 4, agility 5, spirit 5, trait, able to form contracts with living creatures and turn them into pets, infinite evolution talent. Contracted pets can evolve without rank limits and may even surpass the divine rank. The attributes and talents of pets will feed back to the master by ratio. The higher the rank, the greater the ratio. Reminder 1. The invasion of countless races has caused a global crisis. Reminder 2. The rank system includes common, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, lord, king, god. Each rank divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced. This be my system. While Tabak was still carefully reading the panel, Lam Yen Enheen saw him standing stiffly and quickly waved a hand in front of him, asking with concern, "What is wrong with you? Why are you sweating so much?" As expected, others could not see the system panel at all. Thinking that, Tabak gently brushed away Lam Yen Enheen's hand and said he was fine. But the scene of him holding the goddess's hand immediately caused the male students around them to react fiercely. Among them, a crew-cut male student looked especially displeased, sitting at the same table as the goddess and still acting so shamelessly. "Let me see how I deal with you today." Just as he was about to use his fists to solve everything, a female teacher suddenly entered the classroom and stopped him in time. "All right, everyone, stop being noisy. Calm down a little. I have good news to announce. The official website of Vo Dai Jiang Chao has just posted a new announcement. Starting this term, students with special abilities will be exempt from cultural subject exams and can directly enroll in Vo Dai Jiang Chao. In addition, students who possess the physique of a reserve martial artist will have their cultural exam requirements reduced by half compared to before. Before leaving the classroom, Teacher Lai added a few more reminders. Anyone who has awakened special abilities or already has a martial foundation should come to my office to register. Interesting, I have a special ability. That means I can enter martial university without taking exams. Tabak rejoiced inwardly. After all, he had lived in this world for 17 years, so he somewhat understood the situation. The change in regulations by Vo Dai Jiang Chao showed that the situation here was becoming increasingly dangerous. All right, since the system has activated, I must protect my family during this chaotic time. If I want to increase my strength quickly, I can only rely on the support of Martial University and the military. Fortunately, I already have the beast taming ability. As long as I find a pet I can be exempt from exams, the first step is entering Martial University. For the goal of entering Martial University, I must do my best. Tabak stepped into a pet shop, planning to use the more than 2,000 yuan he had saved over many years to buy a pet. The system said it would automatically detect something suitable for me. So why is there no reaction? While thinking this, Tabak walked along 2 rows of glass cabinets holding pets. A female clerk immediately greeted him warmly. "Hello, sir. What are you looking for?" "I am a beast tamer. What kinds of pets are available here? Could you introduce them to me?" Example, that black cat over there, although ordinary, it carries the bloodline of the nether cat, so it can easily reach the silver rank. Its price is 36,000 yuan. And that 4-armed dog is also quite good. It carries the bloodline of the 6-eared demon wolf. Its price is only around 33,000 yuan. Clerk spoke more and more excitedly, while the prices of each beast kept rising higher and higher. When she finally turned back to look at Tabak, she realized he had quietly slipped out of the shop long ago. Tabak left the shop in frustration and returned home with a heavy heart. While worrying about what to do, the moment he stepped into the house, the system panel suddenly appeared. Suitable tameable creature detected for beginner, baby turtle. Do you wish to form a taming contract? Turtle that father just raised. What kind of newcomer gift is this supposed to be? Good heavens, my first pet is actually this stupid turtle. It is so tiny. What can it possibly do? Tabak looked helplessly at the turtle lying belly up in the glass tank. In the end, he still decided to try. After all, he could not go to the battlefield to tame demon beasts right now. If there was a chance later, he could replace it with a better one. Unexpectedly, this turtle possessed the bloodline of the divine beast Xuanwu. It had limitless evolutionary potential and might even confront gods in the future. This made Tabak hug it and laugh loudly in excitement. Now this is more like it. The Xuanwu bloodline must be extremely precious. I will not replace it anymore. No matter what, I will not replace it. At that moment, his younger sister Tiu Mew walked out of her room. Seeing the scene, she shouted, "What are you doing to Tiu Bat, that is father's treasure?" "I am not doing anything," while Tabak was still explaining. Tiu Bat suddenly jumped out of his hands, rushed into Tiu Mew's food bag and began devouring it wildly, leaving the two siblings stunned. "How is this little thing eating like that? Even a turtle can eat this food. Father fed it this morning already. Seems to be eating more than usual. Could it be about to evolve?" Thinking that, Tabak did not stop it and even went to find more food for it. Half an hour later, his parents returned home and saw the living room in complete chaos like a battlefield. "Has our house been robbed?" "That is my last bag of food," Tiu Mew shouted while hugging the bag and running around the house, while Tiu Bat chased behind her at incredible speed. "Is that really Tiu Bat? Since when can a turtle run that fast?" Tabak scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Mom and Dad, please listen to my explanation." After thinking for a moment, he decided not to tell the truth. After all, his parents had already worked so hard. They should not know that Tiu Bat was a money pit. It was better for him to solve it himself. As for Tiu Bat, after causing chaos throughout the house and eating all of Tiu Mew's food bag, it lay there clutching its round belly and breathing heavily in satisfaction. Suddenly, a stream of energy appeared from Tiu Bat's body and condensed into the shadow of a majestic divine beast, filling Tabak with anticipation. It must have eaten enough. Perhaps the Xuanwu bloodline is about to awaken. But in the end, the divine beast shadow only flickered once before disappearing. The bloodline still had not awakened, and it continued eating even more, therefore, the next day. Tabak returned to the strange beast shop from yesterday and secretly asked the clerk if they bought strange beast blood. After hearing that, she asked in shock, "You really have strange beast blood?" Clerk's voice was slightly loud, so the shop owner sitting nearby also heard it. He immediately told the clerk to go do other work and personally received Tabak. "Young man, come sit and talk for a moment. I heard you have strange beast blood. Could you let me check the quality first?" Sure, Tabak took a small bottle from his pocket and handed it to the owner for inspection. With only a glance, the owner recognized it as high-grade strange beast blood and immediately asked, "How much do you intend to sell it for?" "I worked so hard just to get this little from Tiu Bat. It should be at least 100 yuan. Thinking that, Tabak raised one finger. 1,000. The owner guessed. What, 1,000 yuan? Tabak was stunned. But the owner thought he was dissatisfied and assumed he was an experienced seller. The owner laughed and said, "I was only joking. With this quality, it must be at least 10,000. What? Tabak shouted immediately. Still not enough. Thinking that, the owner gave his final offer, 15,000 yuan. "I cannot pay any higher." Unexpectedly, Tiu Bat was worth so much. Tabak turned away to hide his smile and said, "All right, deal. If I was not in urgent need of money, I would not want to sell it." After finishing the transaction, the owner and the clerk even escorted Tabak to the door with very enthusiastic attitudes. "Travel carefully. If you have good goods in the future, remember to come to me." I did not expect strange beast blood to be so valuable. Just one bottle sold for 15,000 yuan. Like this, Tiu Bat can support itself. Suddenly, Tabak received a call from Teacher Lai. She said the cultural exam scores had been released, and there was another important announcement. He must go to school this afternoon to fill in his application choices, and absolutely must not be late, because his old phone signal was unstable. Tabak only heard a few sentences. When Tabak turned into a small alley, the system panel suddenly appeared. "Warning, 3 people ahead possess strong hostility toward the host. Current distance 10 meters. Please be careful. First person, beginner martial artist. The other 2, ordinary people." Just as he received the warning, 3 figures appeared before Tabak. Leader was a bald man. Looking carefully, one would recognize that man as the one who had been sitting with the strange beast shop owner earlier. Holding a stick, he grinned sinisterly and said, "Judging by the owner's attitude earlier, I knew you had good stuff. Hand it over now, unlucky. But if there is only one beginner martial artist, then I still have a chance." Thinking that, Tabak pretended to be afraid and said, "Brothers, I only went to the pet shop to sell something, not to buy anything." Seeing his expression, the bald man sneered. "If that is the case, then hand over the money now, all right? Let me take the money." Bak pretended to follow his words, but in truth released Tiu Bat and threw it straight toward the bald man's face. The bald man reacted extremely quickly and immediately raised his stick to block. The collision sent Tiu Bat flying backward, but that very moment created an opportunity for Tabak to launch a powerful kick to his weak point, causing him intense pain and temporarily losing the ability to resist. Without hesitation, Tabak immediately picked up Tiu Bat and turned around to run. "Does it hurt?" While running, Tabak asked. Tiu Bat cried out as if saying it was only a little itchy. Only then did Tabak realize that its shell was truly extremely tough. The other 2 men saw this and rushed forward in anger. Tiu Bat hold tightly to my arm. The turtle immediately clung to Tabak's arm. That posture unintentionally turned it into an extremely sturdy iron glove. Because of that, Tabak freely threw several punches that left the two men dizzy. At this moment, the bald man had struggled back up, his eyes full of hatred as he stared at Tabak. But before he could react, Tabak had already thrown Tiu Bat straight at his face once again. The impact knocked him down and he fainted on the spot. After dealing with the thugs, Tabak was preparing to leave when he saw Tiu Bat crawling toward the bald man. It rummaged out a bottle of medicine and opened its mouth to drink it all in one gulp. Tabak quickly snatched the bottle to look and was instantly shocked. This is vitality medicine. Good heavens, a bottle like this must be worth tens of thousands of yuan. A normal martial artist would need a whole month to absorb this amount, yet you swallowed it all at once. Can you even digest it? Suddenly, Tiu Bat's body emitted a green light that surrounded its entire body. At the same time, Tabak also felt a clear change in his own body. This strengthening was far stronger than before. After a while, the evolution process ended. Tiu Bat's body had grown larger and its attributes had increased greatly. It even awakened a new talent. Tamed beast, small turtle, rank common intermediate, Xuanwu bloodline not activated. When reaching bronze rank, part of the bloodline will activate and attributes will greatly increase. Physique 32, defense 38, agility 10, spirit 10, talent 1 turtle shell, retract the whole body into the shell to increase defense by 300%, but cannot move or attack. Talent 2 reinforced turtle shell, consume stamina to increase defense by 50 to 100%. Physique 32, defense 38, the body has grown larger too. In class they once said a normal common rank beast strength usually only reaches about 30 at most. Without activating the bloodline it is already this strong. Who knows what it will be like after activation? Hearing this, Tiu Bat looked smug. Tabak bent down and stroked its head, then said, "All right, since you are full, let us leave here." After speaking, he headed straight toward the school. Today the cultural scores had been announced, and the school would collect application choices along with several important announcements. Tomorrow the teachers from Vo Dai will come to the school to test the candidates' abilities, as every year there are still 2 direct admission spots. While Teacher Lai was speaking on the podium, Lam Yen Enhin leaned over and asked softly, "Have you thought it through? Are you going to apply to the Literature Academy or Vo Dai?" Tabak immediately answered firmly, "Vo Dai. I must enter Vo Dai. Did I not tell you to apply to the Literature Academy with me? Vo Dai requires going to the battlefield. Do you know how dangerous that place is, besides your scores? But the battlefield also needs people to stand up and protect it. That is also good. I want to go to the front lines to protect the people who matter. The important person is me." Lam Yen Enhin was still thinking when the male teacher walked over and asked, "Lam Yen Enhin, which school are you planning to apply to?" Tabak thought to himself that she had not awakened any ability and had not trained her body, so she would probably choose the Literature Academy. But Lam Yen Enhin hesitated and said, "I have not decided yet. I want to think about it a little more." That night, after much thought, Lam Yen Enhin finally made her choice. He called Tabak and said, "I have also decided to apply to Vo Dai, and there is also a surprise for you." "What, you are not joking? You really want to enter Vo Dai?" "Yes, I have decided. Besides, there is also..." Before Lam Yen Enhin could finish speaking, Tabak interrupted. "All right, I will not talk anymore. I still have something important to do." After saying that, he immediately hung up. In fact, at this moment he was furious because Tiu Bat had just caused trouble everywhere. The important thing for him now was to teach this mischievous turtle a lesson. The next morning, as scheduled, the teachers from Vo Dai arrived at Tabak's school. "Students, please warmly welcome teacher Truong Kai from Vo Dai to give a speech. He is a former student of this school and currently a martial artist." After teacher Lai's introduction and the loud applause, Truong Kai stepped onto the stage with a serious expression. 1 year ago, the school had 126 people admitted to Vo Dai. Now only 65 remain alive. 2 years ago, 98 people were admitted, and now only 32 survivors remain. 3 years ago, 86 people passed, but now only 11 remain. I say this not to scare you, but to let you understand that entering Vo Dai is not glory but bearing responsibility, facing danger and protecting family and country. Vo Dai trains strong people. Do you want to become strong people? Everyone shouted, "Yes, good. I look forward to your performance in the upcoming test." The ceremony ended. When Tabak was about to leave, teacher Lai called him back. After confirming his identity, Truong Kai said, "You have been directly admitted to Vo Dai. Prepare to go to the school immediately to enroll." Tabak was stunned and pointed to himself, asking again, "I have been directly admitted." "That is right, Tabak. The bus is waiting for you at the school gate." After preparing his luggage, Tabak and the other admitted students boarded the bus and headed straight to Vo Dai. The school assigned a female teacher as a guide to lead them around the campus, receive training uniforms, and arrange the dormitory. Ahead is the male dormitory. You may go into your rooms to rest for a while. Change into the training uniforms you just received. Later, there will be a notice about the entrance test schedule. The male students followed the instructions back to their rooms one by one. After a while, Tabak also arrived at the dormitory room. Before he even stepped in, he heard voices inside. In the early stage of martial artist cultivation, resources are the most important. Recently, my father bought 3 drops of extremely rare, strange beast blood in Ngok Sun, then asked a master alchemist to refine them into 3 bottles of supreme body cleansing medicine. The other 2 male students stared at the bottle in amazement. Wow, is this really the color of strange beast blood? I have never seen it before. My family once bought vitality powder, but such rare, strange beast blood is truly the first time I have seen it. At that moment, Tabak opened the door and walked in smiling. I am Tabak, also a member of room 303. A male student holding the bottle greeted him warmly. You are Tabak. Then our room is now full. I am Han Jia Kang. This is Dao Jia Tuan and Pham Huongan. Hello? Dao Jia Tuan smiled and said, from now on we are all dorm brothers. Tabak, come here and look at the rare strange beast blood that Han Jia Kang's father found. Han Jia Kang raised the bottle proudly and said my father had to ask many people and search everywhere before buying it in Ngok Sun. But there were only 3 drops in total. Ngok Sun, were those 3 drops not the ones I sold? Thinking that Tabak asked, such rare strange beast blood must be extremely valuable. Not expensive. Each drop only costs a little over 30,000 yuan. 3 drops together are not even 100,000, just a small matter. Hearing that, Tabak's face immediately darkened. In his heart he cursed that old profiteer. I sold it for 30,000, and he resold it for nearly 100,000. What a hateful middleman. At that moment, shouting suddenly came from the neighboring rooms. Hurry, look. Below the dormitory, there is an unbelievably beautiful girl. This year, I will definitely vote for her to become the campus queen of Vo Dai. That figure, those legs, she is the goddess in my heart. The people in room 303 also curiously looked down at the courtyard. So beautiful, Vo Dai is indeed different. She must definitely be the campus queen. I wonder who this beautiful girl came to find. Below the male dormitory, the female dorm supervisor asked sternly, this is the male dormitory area. Who are you looking for? Lam Yen Enheen smiled and replied, teacher, I came to find Tabak. Supervisor immediately shouted toward the dormitory above. Tabak, who is Tabak? Come down here quickly. A beautiful girl has come to find you. The 3 people in room 303 immediately looked toward Tabak. They were extremely shocked, but had not even had time to ask anything. Tabak had already rushed quickly down to the courtyard. After a few brief greetings, Lam Yen Enheen quietly slipped several packs of cultivation medicine into Tabak's hand and immediately turned to leave. She moved so quickly that Tabak did not even have time to refuse. Because of his close relationship with Lam Yen Enheen, before understanding what had happened, Tabak had already unintentionally gained quite a few antifans. As for the 3 people in room 303, when Tabak returned to the room, they immediately welcomed him as if greeting a king. And Jia Kang joked and said, brother too, we are dorm brothers. With such a close relationship with the goddess, it should not be difficult to ask her to introduce a few girlfriends to us, right? How about this? Today is the first time our room brothers gather together. Later we go outside to find a restaurant, eat and chat together. After saying that, Han Jia Kang left the room with Dao Jia Tuan and Pham Huongan. These roommates are quite interesting. Thinking that, Tabak decided to go outside to get some fresh air. He opened his backpack, released Tiu Bat and said, let us check the medicine Yen Enheen gave. Oh, it is vitality powder. Tiu Bat, today you are lucky. After saying that, Tabak looked at Tiu Bat meaningfully. Once you finish eating, you know what to do. That evening, Han Jia Kang led the whole room to a luxurious restaurant, which made Tabak a little embarrassed. A high-class restaurant like this is a bit too much, right, brother, to just eat comfortably. Today everything is on me. Being able to study at Vo Dai and become friends with people like brother too is my good fortune. Come, let us raise a toast. Dao Jia Tuan and Pham Huongan also joined in. Come, drink a glass. Sit down. Since we are dorm brothers, there is no need to be polite. Lam Yen Enheen and I were high school classmates, so asking her to introduce some friends should not be difficult. We can discuss that later. Jia Kang, I have something I want to ask your help with. It is not a big matter. I have a few drops of rare, strange beast blood and want you to help take a look. The other 2 stared at the bottle of blood in Tabak's hand in shock. Jia Kang, this strange beast blood is even higher grade than the one you had before. And Jia Kang felt a little uncomfortable but still had to admit, I have indeed never seen blood like this before. Brother to this thing is extremely rare. I am afraid of mispricing it, so I will call my father to ask. The moment the call connected, the voice on the other end shouted loudly, Tiu Kang, you ran out of money again. I sent you to Vo Dai to cultivate, not to waste money eating and playing. Han Jia Kang said helplessly, Father, listen to me. I do not need money. I have something important. A friend has 7 drops of rare, strange beast blood he wants to sell. The quality is even better than the 3 drops you bought last time. I do not dare set a price. What higher quality and 7 drops, are you sure? Father, I am certain it is real. If you do not believe me, come take a look. Send the address to me. I will bring Master Cow there immediately. 1 hour later, Master Cow finished examining the 7 drops of blood and said excitedly, supreme quality, truly supreme quality. The energy inside is something this old man has never seen in his entire life. This is the purest blood essence of a rare common rank strange beast. If these 7 drops are refined into pills, they can at least produce 1 marrow cleansing pill. Pangaea Kang's father was still doubtful. Master Cow, are you not evaluating it too highly? That is correct. Even if measured with the best equipment, the value would only be higher. Pangaea Kang looked at Tabak with admiration. Master Cow turned to Tabak and said, young man, do you know how valuable this blood essence is? Tabak smiled. Uncle Han, Master Cow. Since my friend asked, these drops of blood essence are not for sale for money. I only want to exchange them for equivalent vitality medicine. Oh, is that so? Since you and Tiu Kang are classmates, I cannot let you suffer a loss. I will buy all 7 drops and exchange them for 4 bottles of vitality medicine. What do you think, all right? Thank you, Uncle Han. Not stopping there, Pangaea Kang's father added, Tabak, would you like to join the Han family? In the future, we can provide cultivation resources for you free of charge. Tabak politely declined. Thank you, Uncle, but for now, I have no intention of joining any family. Tabak, you should think more about the Han family's offer. While he was still trying to persuade him, a voice suddenly sounded. Tabak has already said he does not want to join the Han family. Then no one has the right to force him to join any family. Lam Yen Enheen stepped into the room with a cold presence. Did you all hear clearly? Yen Enheen, why did you come here? Tabak asked in surprise. Pangaea Kang was also shocked. Is that not the goddess Yen Enheen? What is she doing here? I just happened to pass by and had something to do. I did not expect to meet everyone. Pangaea Kang's father was about to scold when Master Cow quickly leaned over and whispered, family head this girl is. She is. Pangaea Kang's father immediately changed his attitude, placed a hand on his son's shoulder and laughed. It is only a misunderstanding. Tabak and my son are good classmates. Ignoring him, Lam Yen Enheen walked to Tabak and smiled. Have you returned to school yet? Let us go back together. All right, my business is finished too. After speaking to Bak, followed Lam Yen Enheen. Before leaving, he turned back and said goodbye, Uncle Han, farewell. Jia Kang, see you at the dormitory. Pangaea Kang's father replied, all right, young friend, Tabak, go safely. Pangaea Kang hurriedly said, goddess, wait for me, I will return to school too. But just as he was about to go, his father pulled him back. Return for what? You come with me? Only after the other two had gone far away did he say seriously, Tiu Kang, you must maintain a good relationship with Tabak. The future of the Han family may depend on you. Also, you must keep a very respectful distance from that girl Lam Yen Enheen. Remember that. Pangaea Kang asked in confusion, father or brother too, and goddess Yen Enheen really that powerful? Why can I not see it? 2 days later at the training ground of Vo Dai, Truong Kai stood on the high platform and spoke when the students had gathered. In the coming time, you must participate in freshman special training. The location is the battlefield of 10,000 races. Students below immediately became noisy. We really have to go to the battlefield. That is too dangerous. Failing the training is one thing, but what if we lose our lives? Truong Kai continued. Every 50 people will form a class, and each class will have a bronze rank instructor responsible. The class supervisor will guide the special training missions. Today, I wish all freshmen victory in returning. After saying that, he left. The students began gathering and introducing themselves. Lam Yen Enheen happily ran over and said, Tabak, we are in the same class now. You arranged this on purpose, right? At that moment, Liu Vuhin walked over. Class 8 students gather here. I am Liu Vuhin, the instructor responsible for your special training. This mission will be announced by me. The surrounding students looked at her with bright eyes. She is both beautiful and hot. Liu Vuhin was already used to those gazes, so she calmly continued. Now for the first mission. Write your final letters. You have 1 day to complete them. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, gather at the teleportation plaza to head to the battlefield of 10,000 races. No one is allowed to be late. After saying that, she left, leaving the students confused. Is it really that dangerous? I still want to continue my family line. I must write a letter to my parents. Lam Yen Enheen asked Tabak, have you prepared anything yet? Tabak said, not yet, I will return to the dormitory first. Lam Yen Enheen smiled, then see you tomorrow. Behind Tabak, Pangaea Kang said to Dao Jia Tuan and Pham Huang An, tomorrow we go to the battlefield. What should we prepare? A moment later in the dormitory room, Pangaea Kang suggested, brother, to tomorrow we go to the battlefield. Shall we go out and have some fun tonight? Tabak smiled and replied, I still have things to do, so I cannot go. You all go ahead. Pangaea Kang said, all right, if you need anything, just call us. Tabak nodded. At that moment, Pangaea Kang noticed Tiu Bat eating in the bowl and curiously tapped the turtle's shell lightly. Brother, to your turtle is interesting. Its shell is very hard, Tabak smiled. It is my pet named Tiu Bet a glutton. Han Jia Kang laughed. Indeed interesting. He stood up and said, then we will go first, brother two. Dao Jia Tuan and Pham Huang waved goodbye. See you later. Tabak nodded. Enjoy yourselves. When they left, Tabak took out 4 bottles of vitality powder and looked at Tiu Bat with a smile. You only know how to eat. Today eat your fill. Tomorrow on the battlefield of 10,000 races you must perform well. Tiu Bat's eyes lit up when it saw the medicine, and it lifted the bowl. A few minutes later, Tabak held 2 empty bottles and said, eat slowly, no one is competing with you. System notification, congratulations. The pet small turtle has advanced to common advanced strange beast. The owner level has also increased and obtained the new talent heavy strike. Tamed beast small turtle common advanced rank. Physique 64, defense 78, agility 20, spirit 20. Talent 1 turtle shell defense retract the entire body into the shell to increase defense by 300%, but cannot move or attack. Talent 2 reinforced turtle shell consume stamina to increase defense by 50 to 100%. Talent 3 heavy strike consume stamina to increase attack power by 100 to 200%. Owner Tabak age 18. Occupation beast tamer common advanced rank. Physique 28, agility 19, spirit 34. Attributes inherited from the pet 20% and will increase when the pet advances in rank. Bronze rank can inherit 30%. Talents include infinite evolution, turtle shell defense, and heavy strike. After reading the information panel, Tabak said happily, thanks to vitality powder, Tiu Bat advanced again. The 3 attributes increased greatly. Not bad. When we reach the battlefield of 10,000 races, we will fight freely. Are you ready? Tiu Bat immediately stood on its hind legs and waved its front claws as if responding. The next morning at the teleportation plaza, the students had all gathered. They were divided into 3 groups before 3 teleportation gates. A staff member reported to Truong Kai. Report instructor, the students are ready. We can enter the battlefield at any time. Truong Kai ordered open teleportation formation. Number 1 prepare for teleportation. Staff member replied understood and ran to prepare. In the area of Class 8, Han Jia Kang looked at the enormous teleportation gate and sighed. This kind of thing can only be seen at Vo Dai. Yen Enhin placed a hand on Tabak's shoulder and said worriedly, when you go to the battlefield, remember to be careful. Tabak smiled. Do not worry, we will complete the mission safely. All right, do your best. Soon it was Class 8's turn. When they were about to step into the teleportation gate, Liu Vu Hin reminded them, relax your bodies, prepare for teleportation. Everyone replied understood and stepped in one after another. After a brief dizziness, they appeared in a completely unfamiliar place. Is this the military base of the battlefield of 10,000 races? It is true, we have already been teleported here. The environment is truly harsh, haha. While everyone was curiously observing the surroundings, a sudden shout rang out. All of you be silent. Everyone turned and saw a man with a face full of scars. Liu Vuhin immediately stood straight and said, Deputy Commander Leap Dao, please do not laugh at them. They are just recruits arriving here for the first time. Leap Dao said, I am the Deputy Commander of Base F-269. You may call me Deputy Commander or Commander. Since you have arrived here, whether student or teacher, you must obey my orders. Understood. Class 8 immediately stood straight and shouted, understood. After that, Han Jia Kang muttered unwillingly, he is only a deputy commander, why act so intimidating? Tabak said softly, looking at those scars, you can tell he has gone through many battles. This moment, Deputy Commander Leap Dao spoke. Today you are quite lucky because my team has just finished a battle. Your first mission is to clean the battlefield and eliminate the remaining nether cats. This is a mission suitable for rookies entering the battlefield. Eliminating nether cats will earn military merit points. Afterward, you can go to logistics to exchange for vitality powder and other strength-enhancing medicine. Hearing this, Dao Jia Tuan immediately clenched his fists excitedly and said, wealth always comes with danger. Han Jia Kang also said, so military merit points can be exchanged for medicine. No wonder so many people risk their lives coming to the battlefield of 10,000 races. Leap Dao saw the students full of enthusiasm and laughed. Just looking at you, I can tell you cannot wait anymore. All right, move immediately. Follow me. Everyone answered clearly. The whole group quickly followed behind Deputy Commander Leap Dao. Tabak smiled and thought that he must accumulate many military merit points to exchange for medicine. This time, Tiu Bat can eat to its heart's content. But the joy of Class 8 did not last long because they quickly saw the cruelty of war. Wounded soldiers with severed arms and legs lay everywhere groaning in pain. Dao Jia Tuan asked in fear, were they all injured by nether cats? Han Jia Kang trembled and said, impossible. Are nether cats not the lowest level ferocious beasts? How can they be so terrifying? Female student screamed in panic. Even low-level nether cats are this dangerous, so how can we survive? Liu Vu Hin frowned and shouted, silence. What do you think the battlefield of 10,000 races is? Once you enter Vo Dai, you must be prepared to face danger. Lam Yanenhin also realized that this trip was full of risks. She turned and said to Tabak, "When we enter the battlefield, you must stay near me. I do not want anything to happen to you." Tabak replied, "All right, you must also be careful." Soon the group arrived at the camp gate. The guards saw Leap Dao and reported, "Report, Deputy Commander, we are guarding the north gate. Today we have eliminated 35 ferocious beasts. Please give orders." Leap Dao said, "Good, open the gate. Let these rookies see what the battlefield of 10,000 races really is." "Understood, Deputy Commander. Open the gate." When the gate opened, Liu Wuhin turned back and said, "Deputy Commander Leap Dao will personally lead the team. This is a rare opportunity. You must perform well." Everyone answered clearly. Leap Dao laughed and said, "Little ones, have you sent your final letters yet? From now on you will always stand beside death." They stepped outside the camp. Class 8 finally understood how cruel the battlefield was. Bullets flew continuously. Ferocious beasts charged forward without fear of death. The ground was covered with blood and corpses of both soldiers and beasts. At that moment, a soldier with a scar on his cheek approached Leap Dao's team and asked, "Deputy Battalion Commander, why did you personally come here?" Leap Dao said, "Less talk. Assign a squad to follow me and protect these students." The soldier immediately answered clearly. Liu Wuhin turned and said, "Listen carefully. We will go to military area F269. That forest has already been cleared of ferocious beasts. Your mission is to collect beast cores from the corpses of nether cats." Leap Dao added, "Rookies, are you ready?" Everyone answered ready. Leap Dao waved his hand and shouted, "Move out." The scar-cheeked soldier called the assault team to follow and protect the group. The way the scar-cheeked soldier laughed and said, "Miss Lu, do not worry, cleaning the battlefield is not dangerous. Letting Vo Dai students enter the battlefield is like bringing food to them." "But why did the Deputy Battalion Commander personally lead the team?" Leap Dao glanced at him and said, "Too many words. Do not ask what you should not ask." The soldier immediately replied, "Understood." Liu Wuhin said, "Then this trip troubles the Deputy Battalion Commander." Leap Dao replied, "It is nothing. Vo Dai students will all become soldiers in the future. Protecting them is my responsibility." Meanwhile, at the Supreme Command Center in the Imperial Capital, "Report, Chief of Staff, there is an urgent situation. Intelligence shows many ferocious beasts are breaking through the defensive line. More than 20 golden-rank nether cat elites have entered the battle. They are attacking southwestern border bases such as D-128 and D-140. The Chief of Staff immediately ordered determine the movement direction of the ferocious beasts immediately. Notify all bases to strengthen defense. Freshman students are currently entering the battlefield for training. They are the future of Long Kingdom. Absolutely no mistakes must occur." The subordinate replied, "Understood." After a while in area F269, a soldier urged, "Hurry, clean the battlefield. Staying longer will be more dangerous." Under their command, Class 8 began collecting materials. Lam Yen Enhin said to Tabak, "Fur, skin, blood, teeth, and claws of nether cats are all precious materials." Tabak nodded. "No wonder many people risk their lives to come to the battlefield. Materials are everywhere. Tiu Bat will have another feast this time." Not far away, Dao Jiatuan laughed loudly. "Another beast core found. This time we are rich." Tabak opened the system storage and whispered, "Collect a few more beast cores to exchange for vitality powder. Tiu Bat can level up again." Suddenly, the system warning panel appeared, warning many ferocious beast traces detected around the base. No reinforcements available, extremely dangerous. 164 nether cats are rapidly approaching. Distance 3 kilometers southwest direction. Danger level 5 stars, lethal threat. Tabak jumped up in alarm and whispered, "This is a danger warning. Last time it was only a beginner martial artist. This time it is a 5-star threat." Lam Yen Enhin noticed his abnormal reaction and asked, "What is wrong?" Without time to explain, Tabak ran to Liu Wuhin and shouted, "Miss Lu, something is wrong. Many ferocious beasts are rushing here from the southwest." Liu Wuhin stood on a tree branch and looked toward the southwest, but discovered nothing. She jumped down and said to Bach, "This is the battlefield, not a place for jokes. If you cause panic among everyone, do you know the consequences?" Tabak hurriedly said, "I am not joking. Ferocious beasts are truly approaching." Tabak was explaining. Leap Dao walked over and said, "You claim ferocious beasts are approaching, but within a radius of 2 kilometers I sense nothing." Tabak replied, "Deputy Battalion Commander, at least more than 100 nether cats are 3 kilometers away approaching." Leap Dao asked, "You mean your perception is stronger than mine?" Liu Wuhin laughed. "Deputy Battalion Commander, it is his first time on the battlefield, so he is just nervous." Lam Yen Enhin stepped forward and said, "Before verifying, clearly we should not jump to conclusions. I believe Tabak." Tabak looked at her and smiled, then said, "The ferocious beasts are approaching quickly. Please believe me. I'm a beast tamer ability user capable of sensing danger." Liu Wuhin was shocked. "What, you are an ability user?" Why did the school not record it? Bach replied, because I was directly admitted my file has not been updated yet. The students were astonished. Bach is an ability user, unexpectedly a beast tamer. Where is your tamed beast? Just then a soldier ran back shouting, "Nether cats are coming." What Tabak said is true. Leap Dao immediately ordered everyone gather, form a defensive formation. Hurry, the communications officer immediately contacted the base requesting reinforcement, but the report returned that the base was also surrounded by ferocious beasts and could not send support. Liu Wuhin asked anxiously, "Leap Dao, are there truly more than 100 ferocious beasts? Without reinforcements, these students cannot fight them." Leap Dao drew his weapon and said seriously to Bach, "Is correct, I can also sense them approaching now." Then he pointed at Tabak and Lam Yen Enhin and said to the scar-cheeked soldier, "Deputy Ban, assign 4 men to protect these 2 students." Deputy Ban answered, "Understood." Tabak said, "I can fight without protection." But at that moment the Nether Cats had already appeared. Nether Cat Bronze beginner rank, counterattack, protect the students. Following Leap Dao's order, the soldiers immediately launched attacks to block the ferocious beast horde. Casualties began to appear. One student screamed in fear, "These are not cats, they look more like tigers." Leap Dao immediately ordered form defensive formation. "As long as we hold the first wave, there is still a chance to win." He shouted loudly, "Vo die students, do you remember the oath?" At that moment, several Nether Cats broke through the defense line and rushed forward. "Use our bodies to protect Long Kingdom." The students shouted together. Everyone raised their weapons, preparing to fight. Suddenly from the crowd, 2 students, 1 male, 1 female, rushed forward. The male student wielded a sword, while the female student held a bow and quickly killed several Nether Cats. The girl was Man Nhi Bronze beginner rank. She laughed, "Hold them in place, I will pierce them." The male student was La Vin Quang, who also laughed, "They are only a few cats. There is nothing to fear, I will crush them." Liu Wuhin said happily, "The sharpshooter Man Nhi and La Vin Quang with innate strength. This batch of students is truly not bad." Bach looked at them and thought, "Truly powerful. My only weapon is Tiu Bat." Other students shouted, "That is my goddess Man Nhi. So strong. That guy is also very powerful, they far surpass us." Suddenly a piercing roar echoed. A Nether Cat far larger than the others appeared. Someone said in fear, "Could it be the Nether Cat King, or a golden rank ferocious beast?" Species Nether Cat King, mid-silver rank, physique 45, agility 88, spirit 43. Leap Dao said in shock, "Why is there a silver rank Cat King in this area? Call reinforcements immediately." La Vin Quang had already rushed forward, slashing at it, shouting, "Cat King, so what? Take my sword." Man Nhi also raised her bow, saying, "I will block its vision." Liu Wuhin shouted in panic, "Be careful, come back quickly. That is a silver rank ferocious beast." But it was too late. Both were sent flying by the Cat King. Cat King rushed forward, intending to finish them. Liu Wuhin shouted, "Come back quickly." Leap Dao also shouted urgently, "Machine guns support fire immediately." But the bullets caused little damage. The Cat King still roared and charged forward. Man Nhi and La Vin Quang collapsed on the ground, screaming for help. At the critical moment, an object suddenly flew forward, smashing heavily into the Cat King's head and sending it flying away. Everyone stared in shock at the object that had knocked the Cat King away. Liu Wuhin said in disbelief, "It looks like a turtle." Han Jia Kang recognized it and shouted, "Is that not brother to Tiu Bat?" Tabak stepped forward, walking calmly, and said, "This entrance is a bit embarrassing. I am the beast tamer Tabak. Tiu Bat is my pet. Those small ones are for you, the Cat King I will handle." The students gasped, "That turtle is that strong?" The Cat King was knocked away by a turtle. Lam Yen Enhin smiled and whispered to Bach, "Is that the strange beast you tame?" Bach commanded Tiu Bat, "Let that cat know your strength." Tiu Bat immediately dashed forward like lightning. A student shouted in shock, "A turtle running that fast?" Leap Dao watched and said unexpectedly to Bach, "Is so strong." Liu Wuhin also said, "I did not expect it either." Then she shouted, "Students, Tabak has held back the Cat King. Everyone charge forward and eliminate the Nether Cats." Hearing this, the students' morale surged, and they coordinated with the soldiers charging into battle. Charge, eliminate them all. On the other side of the battlefield, Tiu Bat was fighting the Nether Cat King. At that moment, the Cat King pinned Tiu Bat to the ground with one paw while raising the other and slashing down with its sharp claws. Tiu Bat grinned, then immediately withdrew its entire body into its shell, activating its defensive talent. As a result, Tiu Bat was completely unharmed, while the Nether Cat King howled in pain, clutching its claws. Seeing that scene, Leap Dao shouted in shock, "It is only a common rank beast, yet it blocked the silver claws of the Cat King. What kind of monstrous defense is that?" But he quickly regained his composure because he knew this was not the time to be surprised. The opportunity was right in front of him. Aiming at the weak point at the waist and abdomen, Leap Dao calculated silently and took advantage of the moment, when the Nether Cat King was distracted by Tiu Bat and the soldiers. He leapt down from above and thrust his sword with full force into the ferocious beast's body. Nether Cat King immediately screamed in pain and lashed its tail violently, sending Leap Dao flying. Leap Dao cursed under his breath and steadied himself, then rushed toward the Cat King again and shouted, "This time either you die or I do." At the same time, Tabak smiled and gave an order to Tiu Bat, who had returned to his side. Tiu Bat, use your ultimate move. Upon hearing the command, Tiu Bat immediately began spinning rapidly in place. Under the stunned gazes of everyone, Tabak suddenly raised his leg like a football player preparing to kick. Delivered a powerful kick to Tiu Bat. Instantly, Tiu Bat shot forward like a cannonball and slammed straight into the weak point of the Nether Cat King. Leap Dao, who was charging forward, stopped and shouted, "Another hit on the weak point. Let us see if you can still survive this time." And the answer was no. The Nether Cat King used its last strength to raise its head and let out a long howl before collapsing to the ground dead. Everyone immediately cheered. The Cat King has been eliminated. Leap Dao sighed in relief and said quietly, "We have won." Yen Enhin ran over and hugged Tabak excitedly, saying, "Tabak, you are amazing. You defeated the Cat King." Tabak only smiled and replied, "Yes, it is over." The others also surrounded him with praise. "Brother, to you are so strong. Where did you buy this turtle? I want to raise one too." Hearing the mention of Tiu Bat, Tabak turned to look and saw it rummaging through the Cat King's corpse and pulling out a golden beast core. Tabak immediately shouted, "Tiu Bat, what did you steal again? Come back here." At that moment, someone looked up at the sky and shouted, "What is that above?" Leap Dao looked up and said in alarm, "This is bad. The howl before the Cat King died is calling its kind." Someone said, trembling, "Does that mean an even stronger, ferocious beast is coming?" In the base command center, when Ian spoke, according to battlefield energy analysis, a large number of unidentified ferocious beasts have appeared at F-269. The danger level is extremely high. An officer asked in shock, "What, the daughter of old Tiger Lamb is inside that training group?" Ian replied, "That is correct. I hope you immediately send reinforcements." The officer said, "All right, I will send a reconnaissance team to escort you to the battlefield." When Ian shook his head and said, "No need, I will go ahead. Hopefully reinforcements will arrive within 20 minutes. The officer nodded and said, 20 minutes, I will issue the order immediately." He sighed and held the phone while muttering quietly, "If old Tiger Lamb becomes enraged, even Jiang Chao will not withstand." Back at battlefield F-269, in the sky, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly appeared looking down at the humans below. Cold voice echoed, "Foolish humans, inferior species." Liu Wuhin said in shock, "Impossible. This ferocious beast can speak human language." Leap Dao also said in alarm, "A ferocious beast capable of human speech must be at least gold rank. How can it appear here?" He immediately shouted, "Form defensive formation, protect the wounded." But the eyes in the sky vanished the next moment. Beside the Cat King's corpse, a gigantic shadow suddenly appeared. That shadow said coldly, "You lowly creatures dare to kill my clansmen." It opened its mouth and crushed the corpse of the Nether Cat King. Its true body gradually revealed. Leap Dao said, trembling, "Impossible. Why would such a thing appear in this area?" At the same time, a system warning panel appeared before Tabak. "Warning, a gold-rank ferocious beast has appeared nearby. Retreat immediately. 5-star threat, extremely dangerous. Species mutated Shadow Cat King, gold rank, physique 272, agility 345, spirit 275. Talent Bloodthirsty Frenzy. When severely injured, increase speed and attack by 100%, but reduce defense by 50%. Combat analysis. Extremely high danger level, extreme caution required." Tabak exclaimed in shock, "A gold-rank ferocious beast." The people around him panicked upon hearing that. "A gold-rank ferocious beast. I want to go home." Leap Dao knew there was no time to delay and shouted loudly, "Everyone escort the wounded and retreat. I will stay and hold it back." After saying that, he charged straight at the Shadow Cat King, shouting, "I will risk my life against you." The Shadow Cat King said with contempt, "You alone think you can stop me." The light swing of its claw, it sent Leap Dao flying. Then it continued, launching another strike toward him. Seeing this, Tabak threw Tiu Bat forward and shouted, "Tiu Bat, quickly protect the deputy commander." Tiu Bat immediately blocked in front of Leap Dao and used its shell to take the attack. After the blow, the Shadow Cat King was slightly surprised that the turtle's shell was so hard. Tiu Bat spat out blood, and deep cracks appeared on its shell. Leap Dao shouted anxiously, "Tiu Bat, are you all right?" Before he could finish speaking, Tabak also spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. System notification. The tamed beast is severely injured. Activating the Origin Resonance talent. Lam Yen Enhin quickly supported Tabak and asked anxiously, "You are injured?" Liu Wuhin and Leap Dao looked over in shock. "Why is he injured?" Began to suspect that this was the legendary beast tamer talent Origin Resonance. The shadow of the Cat King of the Night. A moment later, while everyone was cleaning up the battlefield ruins, Van Ian hurried over. He leapt onto a nearby tree branch to observe the entire scene below. So the battle had already ended, with such a blood-soaked battlefield. What exactly had they gone through? Thinking silently, Van Ian jumped down and stood beside Lam Yenenhin, then said, "Miss, seeing that you are unharmed is truly a relief." Lam Yenenhin smiled and replied, "Sir, rest assured I am fine." Lu Vu Hin then asked, "Sir Van Ian, why have you appeared here?" Leap Dao also stepped forward, standing straight as he raised his fist in report. "Sir Van Ian, I am Deputy Battalion Commander Leap Dao of Military Base F-269. In the battle just now, our squad cooperated with instructors and students of the Martial University to resist a large-scale raid by the Netherworld Cats. We killed more than 800 in total, including 1 bronze rank, 1 silver rank, and 1 gold rank. We are currently continuing to count casualties and provide emergency treatment for the severely wounded." After hearing this, Van Ian exclaimed in shock. There was even a gold-rank ferocious beast. He stepped forward and looked at the enormous trench left on the ground by Tiu Bat's attack, then continued. "That gold-rank beast was also killed by you all, truly unbelievable." Hearing this, Leap Dao pointed toward Tabak and said, "Reporting, sir, Tabak and his beast defeated it." Van Ian turned back in astonishment and asked Tabak, "You are Tabak? The Cat King was really killed by you?" Van Ian appeared very satisfied with Tabak's humility. He stepped forward, patted his shoulder and laughed, saying, "Very good. After graduating from the Martial University, are you interested in coming to Jiangzhou Fortress to continue studying? Although the profession of Beast Tamer has declined, I can still personally guide you." Tabak scratched his head and replied with a smile about that. "Thank you for your kindness, but I have not thought it through yet." At this moment, Leap Dao reported, "Sir Van Ian, the battlefield cleanup has been completed. Please issue the next order." Van Ian nodded and said, "Good, everyone withdraw to the base." Leap Dao replied loudly, "Understood." Not long after everyone returned to the base, the students were checked and lined up neatly before the teleportation gate preparing to return. Leap Dao said, "When you return to school, remember to keep cultivating diligently. In my eyes, you are the most outstanding group of students I have ever met." The students responded in unison, "Thank you, Deputy Commander Leap Dao." Watching each person step into the teleportation gate, Leap Dao sighed. "These kids are truly extraordinary, especially that boy Tabak. His future is surely boundless." Lu Vu Hin, standing beside him, nodded and smiled, saying, "Indeed, a freshman with such strength. The future is truly unimaginable, Teacher Liu. I hope we meet again someday. This time I owe Tabak my life." Deputy Commander Leap Dao praises too highly. "Until we meet again." After saying this, she and Class 8 stepped through the teleportation gate. In an instant, they appeared at the Martial University teleportation plaza. Tabak let out a breath and smiled, saying, "Finally, we are back." Lam Yen Enhin, walking beside him, replied softly in exhaustion, "Yes." At that moment, a group holding banners and fresh flowers approached. All instructors and students of Jiangzhou Martial University welcomed the returning heroes. After the greeting, they handed flowers one by one to each student stepping out of the teleportation gate. A female student smiled and handed flowers to a Class 8 student, saying, "Welcome back, hero." The male student scratched his head, saying, "The real hero is Tabak. We are only insignificant supporting roles." The 2 injured students behind him also sighed. "Yes, just supporting roles, but returning alive is already fortunate. If not for losing too many friends, I would think today was only a dream." On the other side, Truong Kai patted Tabak's shoulder and said, "I have heard the report about your battle. You are the pride of Jiangzhou Martial University. This exam will surely set a new score record." Tabak smiled and said, "What exam? Right now I just want to return to the dorm, take a shower and sleep." A student behind him immediately laughed in agreement, saying, "Me too." That night in Tabak's dorm room, does anyone feel that the bed is especially soft today? I'm completely trapped by this bed. This time we can be considered to have made great merit. Our merits should also earn us a share of rewards. How many resources do you think our merits can exchange for? Speaking of merits, our brother to even killed that gold-rank beast. I guess the resources he can exchange must fill a whole basket. Hey brother, to what kind of turtle is your Tiu Bat? I also want to buy one to raise for peace of mind, not for anything else. Just looking at it makes me feel safe. Well, about that. The next morning, the door of Tabak's dorm room was knocked repeatedly. "Right, stop knocking. Who is it knocking so enthusiastically?" He spoke while yawning. Hanjia Kang rubbed his eyes and walked out to open the door, then was shocked to see 4 beautiful girls outside, each holding a portion of food. "Hello, junior students. We are from the Jiang Martial Student Union. Since you have just returned from the battlefield, we brought breakfast. Everything was personally cooked by the senior sisters. Please do not dislike it. Oh right, where is Tabak?" While speaking, they handed the food box to Hanjia Kang. Hanjia Kang took it and smiled, saying, "Senior sisters are too polite. We will certainly not disappoint you." At the same time, he opened the door wider to let them enter. Once inside the room, the girls looked around and asked, "Where is Tabak? Who is Tabak? Where is Tabak? Can we take a photo with him?" Pham Huang pointed at the empty bed and said, Brother to went out for a run, do you know him? Hearing this, the girl said regretfully, Tabak is not here. Why did you not say earlier? Now who in the school does not know Tabak? It is a pity he does not know me. Seeing they were about to leave, Dao Jiatuan asked, is brother to that famous, of course. Just turn on the TV and see. If Tabak is not here, we will take this breakfast back. After speaking, the girl took the food box back from Han Jia Kang's hand and left. At the same time, while Tabak was jogging, the large screen in the campus suddenly broadcast news about him. Next is important news from the Dragon Nation military channel. Yesterday, large-scale, ferocious beast attacks occurred in many provinces, targeting human rear military bases. In these attacks, gold-rank ferocious beasts appeared in every way. Students of many provincial military schools were heavily massacred with only a few survivors. In the battle at Jiangsu, under the counterattack of instructors and students, they killed 1 gold-rank beast, 1 silver rank, 1 bronze rank, and many other lower beasts. Among them, freshman Tabak single-handedly held back the gold-rank beast. After cooperating with the instructors and a bronze-rank army expert, he accomplished the miracle of killing a beast above his level. While all other battle lines failed, only Jiangsu base achieved victory. Dragon Nation Army has specially decided to award the title of Battle Warrior to all instructors and students of Jiangsu Martial University who participated in the battle, and grant the Silver Great Wall Medal. Student Tabak, for his outstanding merit, receives the first-class individual medal, along with the gold-tier Silver Great Wall Medal. When the broadcast ended, the students on the field immediately erupted in discussion. Tabak is a freshman, too powerful. The Silver Great Wall Medal that I will probably never obtain in my life was received by a freshman. The Martial University is truly glorious. The human race will surely win. I also want to meet Tabak. Does anyone know where Tabak is? Seeing their enthusiasm, Tabak became a little panicked, so he quickly covered his face and slipped into a corner. That moment, his phone rang. Tabak looked down and saw it was his home number, so he immediately answered. As soon as he placed the phone to his ear, he heard Tiu shouting excitedly, "Brother, you are on TV." Tabak said helplessly, "I already saw it." Tiu continued loudly, "Mom and Dad told you to come home for a visit. They probably need your help with something." Tabak asked, "Well, is it necessary?" At this moment, laughter from his parents sounded through the phone. "Son, you achieved such great honor. All the neighbors want to see you. Your third uncle's daughter even called saying she wants to introduce a girlfriend to you." Tiu interrupted saying, "Brother, you should come home once. Otherwise the door of our house will be knocked apart." Tabak sighed and said, "All right, the exams are over anyway. I will rest 2 days, then go home." Tiu replied happily, "Now that you are famous, Dad must be smiling even in his dreams." Tabak said, "All right, I am hanging up." The late afternoon at the apartment complex where Tabak's family lived, his parents were inside the house when they heard a neighbor shout, "Old to unbelievable, your family's hero has returned. Hurry down to welcome him." At the same time, in the first-floor lobby, Tabak curled his lips and asked, "Are you all really waiting for me?" In front of him was a crowd of smiling neighbors. "Tabak is back. The hero has returned. Do you remember me? When you were little, I carried you." Tabak said awkwardly, "Well, everyone is too enthusiastic." At this moment, his parents and younger sister also ran down. Tiu immediately rushed forward and hugged him. "Brother, you finally came home." After a while, when his parents led Tabak upstairs, the neighbors still followed behind. An aunt said, "Tabak, come eat at my house. I just made seafood buns." Tabak smiled and replied, "Thank you, Aunt Zhang, but I am allergic to seafood." Another uncle said, "Old to bring Tabak to my house instead. I am stewing soft-shell turtle. We will drink a few cups." At the door, Tabak's father smiled and said, "Thank you, everyone. Our family has already prepared a meal. After the boy rests, I will bring him to visit you all." Tabak also said, "Yes, later I will certainly come greet everyone." Aunt Zhang smiled and said, "Old to remember to bring Tabak over later. My granddaughter also studies university in the city. Let the two meet." Another uncle cut in saying, "How could your granddaughter match Tabak? My granddaughter just graduated." Old to introduce her instead. After a long time, when everyone dispersed, Tabak's family finally entered the house. As soon as the door closed, he complained, "If I knew, I would have waited until night to sneak back." Tiu shook his arm, saying, "It is useless. Aunt Zhang even installed a camera at the door waiting for you to return so she can introduce her granddaughter." Tabak's father said, "Today I will personally cook." His mother continued, "Son, go rest a bit. Your father and I will cook first. Daughter, come help mom." Tabak did not refuse. He placed his backpack aside and sat down. Stretching, he whispered, "Finally I can rest." Suddenly the system panel appeared before his eyes. A creature that can be tamed has been detected. A small cat. "You want to tame this little cat?" At that moment, Tiu came out and saw Tabak sitting blankly, then asked, "Brother, what is wrong?" Tabak asked back, "Little sister, does our family raise a cat?" Tiu walked to the corner where the small white cat was eating and smiled, saying, "You mean Tiu-bak? It is right there," Tabak said. "Why not raise a more advanced pet?" Tiu sat down and stroked Tiu-bak's head, smiling. "Tiu-bak is not inferior at all. It is so cute. You already took Tiu-bat away." I happened to meet Tiu Bok on the road, so I brought it home. Tabak smiled and said, if you think it is cute, then it must be cute. Seeing his sister like it so much, he planned to abandon the idea when the system panel appeared again. Beast taming information, kitten, ordinary low level, carries the bloodline of the sacred beast white tiger with limitless growth potential. Eventually able to become a god, talent clause, increase attack speed by 100% and strength by 100%. Evolution method eating. The system asks, do you want to tame this kit? Bok stared wide-eyed at Tiu Bok and cried silently in his heart. This stray cat really has white tiger bloodline. Tiu Bok also looked back at it. Tiu Mew saw this and said, it seems to like you. Tabak immediately changed his mind and wanted to tame it, so he showed the gentlest smile and said, little sister, I want to discuss something with you. You know I am a beast tamer, so can you let me tame Tiu Bok? Tiu Mew immediately hugged Tiu Bok tightly and looked at Tabak warily, saying, do not even dream. You already took Tiu Bat away. Do not think about taking my Tiu Bok too, Tabak said. Everything can be negotiated. Did you not want a laptop? Tiu Mew hugged Tiu Bok while running and said, even so I will not give you Tiu Bok. Tabak chased after her, saying, you also liked that dress. Tiu Mew continued running and shouted, still no more discussion. 2 days later, Tabak returned to school. Inside his backpack, there was now an additional white cat. Tiu Bat looked at Tiu Bok as if laughing and saying, this is the boss's territory. From now on I will protect you. Tiu Bok glanced at it as if saying, you already took my place. At this moment, the surrounding students recognized Tabak and began whispering, is that Tabak? It seems so. Why is there a cat in his bag? Could it be he likes raising cats? That is the person who received the gold medal. He looks quite ordinary. Why are so many female students going to the dorm to find him? Tabak thought silently that he might need to wear a mask whenever he goes out. That moment, the school loudspeaker broadcast an announcement, searching for Tabak. If you hear this announcement, please go to the principal's office immediately. Repeating, Tabak, please go to the principal's office. Hearing this, Tabak murmured curiously, why is the principal looking for me? While later at the principal's office, Tabak, this boy truly is a son of Huaxia. Based on your outstanding performance at base F269, the school has decided to reward you. What reward do you want? Hearing that the principal is famous for being stingy, asking for some food for Tiu Bat will probably be difficult. Thinking this, Tabak said, thank you to the school and the principal. Principal, I also do not want the school to spend too much. Just 100 gold rank beast cores will do. Hearing this, the principal immediately jumped up. 100 gold rank beast cores. Even if you split my bones apart, I would not have them. How about you become the principal instead? 100 silver rank beast cores will do. Do not even dream of silver. I do not even have a fraction, Tabak said. Then I do not need that gold medal. Can I exchange it for 50 silver rank beast cores? I was injured for the school too. The principal said sternly, humanity survives because the strong protect the weak. That is their responsibility. You saving those students was the duty of a strong person. Understand? Seeing reasoning did not work, Tabak changed tactics. Principal stopped talking ideals. 50 silver rank beast cores then. Of course, the army and the school will not ignore a talent like you. How about this? I decide to give you 10 bronze rank beast cores. After a long round of bargaining, the two sides finally agreed on the number of 15 bronze rank beast cores. Oh right, besides the reward, there is also a small matter to inform you. The school has decided to choose you as the representative of the freshman cohort to participate in this year's inter-school tournament. Hearing this, Tabak immediately showed displeasure. What? So that inter-school tournament was just an excuse for you to wait for me here? Principal, doing this is a bit too biased. Principal frowned and said, what kind of way is that to speak? As students of Jiangsu Martial University, bringing honor to the school is already your responsibility. Besides, are you not lacking resources? The inter-school tournament has extremely generous rewards. Tabak curled his lips and replied, but that is an arena for hundreds of schools with experts as numerous as clouds. Entering the top ranks will definitely not be easy, teacher. The principal waved his hand. How can a young person already be so fearful? All right then, hurry back and prepare. Tomorrow morning, gather at the training room. Remember to arrive on time. Next morning at the training room, the principal said, this 100-school tournament is organized by the military. Although the resources allocated to us by the Ministry of Education are not comparable to major schools like Imperial Capital Martial University or Magic Capital Martial University, I still hope you can achieve good results. Now we will begin roll call. Then he read the names one by one. First, Than Thur, Nam Ba, intermediate bronze rank, wood element ability. Next are Hung Thin Chuang, Ngung Bang and Fuang Kuka. Waiting for his name to be called, La Vin Quang said, dissatisfied to Man Nhai. Truly unfair. Jiangsu Martial University was established late, so our cultivation resources are far fewer than those prestigious schools. Man Nhai nodded and said, yes, I heard that in previous years our school's ranking was always among the last. After a while the roll call ended. This year our school has a total of 10 representatives participating. All of them are the most outstanding students of each cohort. Now I will announce one more matter. This year the captain of the Jiangsu team will be Tabak. As soon as they heard this, Ngung Bang and Hung Thien Chuang immediately looked at Tabak with hostile eyes. Tabak also said awkwardly, "Principal teacher, me as captain. Is there some mistake?" The principal said, "The decision for Tabak to be captain is the result of discussion by the school council." Ngung Bang immediately objected. "Teacher, regardless of strength or experience, senior Than Thur is the strongest. Why let a freshman be captain?" Hung Thien Chuang also said, "That is right. Tabak is only early bronze rank, far inferior to senior Than Thur. What right does he have to be captain?" The principal angrily said, "You have all seen the news these past days. Tabak can kill a gold rank ferocious beast. Whoever among you wants to be captain, go kill a gold rank beast and show it to me. I will immediately change the captain." Ngung Bang sneered and said, "Who knows how he killed that gold rank ferocious beast? Maybe it was just luck." Hung Thien Chuang also said, "That is right, I do not believe it either. Now I want to challenge you to Tabak. I also want to challenge you to Bak." Ngung Bang continued. Even Man Nhi turned to look at Tabak with a meaningful smile. Tabak hurriedly explained, "Seniors, you misunderstand. I truly have no interest in the captain position." In his heart he secretly cursed. "This old man is truly too cunning, clearly forcing me to become the shield for everyone." After speaking, the principal left immediately. "Everyone go back and prepare. There are less than 20 days before the tournament begins. I hope you perform well." After speaking, he walked away, leaving Tabak to deal with everything himself. Tabak also quickly found an excuse about having something to do, and slipped away, making Ngung Bang and Hung Thien Chuang even more displeased. "HMPH, I do not believe he can kill a gold rank ferocious beast. Just wait until the real competition begins. I will make him regret it." Returning to the dormitory, Tabak immediately took out bronze rank beast cores to feed Tiu Bat to help it level up. Seeing Tiu Bat eating deliciously, Tiu Bak became jealous and ran over to compete for a share. "Do not rush, Tiu Bak, you also have a share. But your level is still low, so first use blood vitality recovery medicine." Hearing this, Tiu Bak obediently stopped competing. In the blink of an eye, Tiu Bat swallowed the beast core whole. "Heavens, Tiu Bat, you really eat well. One bite swallows tens of thousands, even millions. You still want to eat more. How many will it take to evolve? These are the last few cores. If you do not evolve, then later all resources will go to Tiu Bak." After saying this, Tabak poured all remaining bronze rank beast cores for Tiu Bat to eat. When all the beast cores had entered Tiu Bat's stomach, the evolution process also began. "Congratulations, host. Black Tortoise has advanced to intermediate bronze rank. Pet rank increased. Black Tortoise Claw activated 30%. All attributes strengthened and talents improved. Physique 80, 568. Defense 862. Agility 95. Spirit 90. Talent 1 Black Tortoise Bulwark. Condense energy to create a defensive layer, increasing defense by 500%. Talent 2 Turtle Spirit Possession. Consume stamina to cover the body with Black Tortoise energy, increasing attack by 200% and defense by 300%. Talent 3 Black Tortoise Gravity. Create gravitational pull, dragging the target toward the Black Tortoise. If unable to approach, movement speed will be greatly reduced. Finally, it has leveled up. Although Tiu Bat did not gain a new skill, its attributes and talent rank increased significantly. Tabak had not even finished feeling happy when Tiu Bak also began to level up. "Congratulations, host. Kitten has advanced to high-level ordinary rank. Awakened talent Nether Ghost Step, carrying part of the White Tiger bloodline with limitless growth potential. Physique 39, Defense 38, Agility 79, Spirit 25, Talent 1 Sharp Claw. Consume stamina to increase attack speed and power by 100%. Talent 2 Blood Drain. Activation increases attack power from 100 to 500%. The more injured, the stronger the effect. Talent 3 Nether Ghost Step. Consume stamina to increase movement speed by 100 to 200%. Thanks to both pets, leveling up to Bak's attributes also increased significantly. Excellent. Tiu Bak's agility has surged explosively. Both Tiu Bat and Tiu Bak have leveled up. Now it only remains to wait for the day to step onto the arena of the 100 school tournament to perform. Next day at the Jiangsu Martial University Library, to Bak's side, I did not expect the school library to be so vast. The female librarian smiled and said, "Of course, this library existed even before the school was founded. It is the academic foundation of Jiangsu Martial University. I did not expect you as a freshman to already accumulate 180 credits. The books about beast training you need are in the section over there. Feel free to search whatever materials you want." Bak walked to the bookshelf indicated. There were many books about beast taming here, but one book immediately attracted his attention. Luo Fan, it seems I have heard this name somewhere before. Tabak flipped a few pages and read, "Heaven and Earth Return to Origin. Divine Soul Undying. Divine Weapons Gather. Spirit beasts armament, vegetation root system, origin flows together. Origin flows together, I already understand. But what are divine soul undying and spirit beast armament? At that moment Thanther entered the library with friends to find materials. He saw Tabak and said, "Is that not the freshman?" His friend replied with disdain, "A beast controller reading many books is still useless. Come on, let us check the other side." Another person urged. Thanther and his friends pretended not to see Tabak and walked past. Tabak paid them no attention at all because he was absorbed in reading the book Luo Fan. I did not expect Senior Luo Fan to be so powerful. He personally created 3 divine skills: Origin Flow Unity, Spirit Beast Armament, and Undying Divine Soul, and even resisted the invasion of 10,000 races alone. Unfortunately, in the end, because his forces were too weak, he died on the battlefield. This book must be studied carefully. At that moment, the book suddenly emitted light and slowly floated upward. Tabak felt a strange energy merging into his body. After a while, Tabak brought the book to the librarian desk to register borrowing it. The female librarian looked at the book and said in surprise, "Strange, this book has no classification label. It does not seem to belong to the library. It seems not to be in the management system." Tabak said in surprise, "Impossible, I took it from the bookshelf." The female librarian took the book and examined it carefully. Strangely, she could not open the book no matter how she tried. "Impossible, just now I was reading it normally." "Let me try again," Tabak said. Tabak took the book back and easily opened it. "Look, I can still open it." "Why can you not open it?" That is indeed strange." "Then just take it back and read it. Return it after finishing." "Can I borrow it as long as I want?" Tabak asked. "Yes, that is right." Tabak happily took the book and left, saying goodbye. As soon as he left, the female librarian immediately called the principal, saying the book he placed on the shelf had been taken by Tabak. Principal was extremely shocked upon hearing this. "He really opened that book?" "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes." That freshman Tabak. "Very good." The principal put down the phone and looked into the distance. "Luo Fan, the person you waited 100 years for, has finally appeared. If you knew, you would surely be happy." 2 weeks later, the inter-school tournament officially began. This event not only attracted students, but also drew attention from the press and media. The tournament is divided into 5 war zones: East, South, West, North, and Central. Each zone will select the 2 strongest teams. 8 martial universities of Jiangsu province all gathered at Jiangsu Martial University to compete. Contestants from Longying Martial University and Fuchuan Martial University began mocking each other as soon as they met. Longying Martial University dares to come here, truly coming to surrender your lives. Not necessarily, just wait and see who will be the miserable one. In the waiting room, except for Tabak, all representatives of Jiangsu Martial University had already arrived. Someone said, "Where is our captain?" "Do not tell me he ran away at the last moment." Just as the words finished, Tabak walked in. How could I give up at such an important moment? After not seeing him for a few days, it feels like his strength has grown much stronger. Lu Wuhin thought this, then smiled and said, "It is good that you arrived. The match is about to begin. You must arrange the order of appearance." Tabak replied confidently, "Teacher, rest assured I already have a plan." Outside the arena, the host announced loudly, "Dear audience, please maintain order. 1 month ago, the ferocious beast races deployed a great army to restrain the frontline military. Afterwards, a group of small, ferocious beasts crossed the defense line and attacked rear military bases of many provinces. The provinces that were attacked, students of martial universities were almost massacred with only very few survivors. Compatriots, this blood debt we must repay." Immediately, the stands erupted with shouts, "Revenge! Humanity must take revenge. Destroy the ferocious beast races. Humanity will surely win. With such spirit, how could we worry about not winning?" This is also the meaning of today's tournament. Now I declare the Jiangsu Regional Tournament officially begins. Competition format is team confrontation. Each team can send at most 5 members each round. The losing team leaves the arena. The winning team continues to receive challenges. Whichever team has members remaining at the end will win. Now we will conduct the random draw. Not long after the match order was announced, the first match is Longying Martial University versus Xindan Martial University. Jiangsu Martial University will face Qingyun Martial University. I did not expect to meet Qingyun Martial University immediately. Longying and Xindan have already entered the arena, but our lineup has not been decided yet. Lu Wuhin asked worriedly, "Tabak, how will you arrange the lineup?" The principal, who had just arrived, also asked. Tabak said calmly, "I will go first. The remaining 4 of you discuss among yourselves." His words left everyone stunned. Should we not arrange tactics based on Qingyun's lineup? "What if you go first and lose?" Thanther spoke up. Another person said, "Would that not make Jiangsu Martial University lose face?" "Everyone be assured I will not disappoint you." The principal thought silently. Only a few days have passed, and this kid's rank has increased again. His talent is truly not bad, but he still stepped closer and whispered, "Kid, do not go too far. Leave some face for your seniors, otherwise life at school later will be difficult." At that moment, an announcement sounded outside. Zindan Marshall University wins. This year, Zindan Marshall University is truly too strong. They quickly defeated Long Ying Marshall University. Tabak, it is your turn to step onto the arena, Lu Wuhin reminded. Tabak replied, everyone watch carefully. Then he calmly stepped onto the arena. A youth in the team whispered, let us see what ability he has. As soon as Tabak appeared, the Jiangsu Marshall University students in the stands erupted in cheers. Lam Yen Enhin and Jia Kang also shouted encouragement. Tabak, keep going. Must win on the arena. You are the freshman who defeated a gold-rank ferocious beast. Tabak nodded and replied, that is correct. The captain of Qing Yun Marshall University, Ling Fang, stepped onto the arena. He raised his head confidently and said, today I will let you see what real strength is. While the opponent looked aggressive, Tabak remained calm and opened his bag to summon Tiu Bat. Ling Fang looked at the turtle and asked, kid, is that your pet? He laughed with disdain. You plan to bring a household pet to compete. Tabak took out food while saying, this morning I left in a hurry and have not eaten yet. The scene shocked the audience. He brought a small turtle to compete. Some people even mocked. Jiangsu Marshall University truly has no one left. Tabak's teammates were also stunned and whispered among themselves, look at that, Tabak is sitting on the stage eating peanuts and drinking cola. This guy really looks down on the opponent. I heard the opponent is intermediate bronze rank. I wonder if he can handle it. Tabak calmly took a sip of cola, then said to Tiu Bat, how many beast cores have you eaten? Do not make me lose face. Tiu Bat immediately activated its ability, making the opponent begin to feel cautious. This power, could that turtle really be his battle beast? Tiu Bat's body began to swell, shifted into black tortoise form, its gigantic body towering many times larger than the opponent, causing Ling Fang to cry out in panic. Terrifying. The audience watching live widened their eyes. What kind of turtle is that to be so huge? Just one eye alone is as big as a basketball. That layer on its body is that skin. It clearly looks like metal armor. The shining light is like steel. Looking at those claws and limbs, it becomes clear why Tabak could kill a gold-rank ferocious beast. A single swing would be enough to crush the opponent. Even fellow students who knew him could hardly believe it. When did Tiu Bat become so big? Lam Yenenhin watched with admiration. Tabak has become stronger again. Tabak reminded, Tiu Bat, finish it quickly. Before Ling Fang could react, the giant claw had already appeared behind his back. Tiu Bat struck once and the opponent collapsed. Ling Fang lay on the ground, still unable to believe it, and muttered, so fast. Tabak, sitting nearby, even said, classmate, try a bit harder. I will finish this can of cola, then continue fighting. That casual attitude made Ling Fang roar in anger, arrogant. Ling Fang forced himself up and reassured himself. It was only a sneak attack. He shouted loudly, do not think you have already won. His entire body was instantly covered in a hard stone layer. He coldly looked at Tabak and said, let us see who is harder. But the moment he finished speaking, he was attacked again. Tiu Bat charged straight toward him. The astonishment of the announcer Tiu Bat flung him directly out of the arena in one blow. The Jiangsu team had not even recovered yet. What, it is over already? Tabak already won? This turtle is truly powerful. The principal also nodded in praise. Young people are truly promising. The surrounding audience discussed among themselves. The captain of Qing Yun Marshall University is that weak. He could not even dodge such a large attack. Someone refuted. It is not that the turtle is slow, its body is simply too big, so it only appears slow. Many voices continued discussing. Even an intermediate bronze rank ability user was defeated easily. This turtle is truly terrifying. Are you joking? If it could kill a gold rank ferocious beast, how could it be weak? Tiu Bat was never this strong before. On the large screen, the announcer declared the first victory belonged to Tabak of Jiangsu Marshall University. The second contestant of Qing Yun Marshall University, Zhang Xuan, stepped onto the arena. Zhang Xuan was an intermediate bronze rank ability user. She thought she must use speed to win and absolutely not let the turtle approach. She quickly began moving around Tiu Bat. The announcer said excitedly, Zhang Xuan is using her speed advantage to keep moving outside the attack range of the giant turtle. The audience cheered. That is right, fight like that. The person before who came to fight was truly foolish. Zhang Xuan secretly calculated, as long as I find an opening it can end in a single strike. Wu Hin also commented, she avoids well and searches for a chance to counterattack. With this speed, the turtle will have difficulty touching her. Thanther also thought Tabak was too careless. Beneath the arena, Tabak still calmly ate peanuts, as if he did not care. Tiu Bat carefully observed every movement of Zhang Xuan. He leapt high and said, your turtle is very strong. But before finishing speaking, she had already passed Tiu Bat. Her target was Tabak. I will directly deal with the beast Tamer. Facing that sudden attack, Tabak remained calm. Now it is already too late to turn back. Wu Hin shouted in alarm. This is bad. Zhang Xuan is targeting Tabak. Lam Yen Enhin also shouted nervously. Be careful. Zhang Xuan has arrived. Tabak, you will lose. At facing the sword thrust, rushing toward him, Tabak leisurely finished the last sip of cola. At that moment, Zhang Chuan was swept far away by Tiu Bat's tail. The audience applauded and cheered. What a brilliant move, Divine Turtle Tail Sweep. Lam Yen Enhin sighed with relief that scared me. Huang'an also praised, well done Tiu Bat. The teammates once again opened their eyes in amazement. Tabak won again. Thanther also admitted. He is truly very strong. Wu Hin looked proudly at him, this kid. Only then did Tabak say, finally finished eating. He even politely reminded the opponent, you are standing too close to me. Tiu Bat struck a little too hard. Classmate, go treat your injuries quickly. Tabak continued. All right, now I should be a little serious. Who is next? The entire audience immediately erupted in excited cheers. The next opponent was also quickly defeated by Tabak. Another opponent was knocked down. Tabak continued waiting for the next until no one could defeat him. The referee announced Jiangsu Martial University Tabak wins. Won amid the astonishment of the entire audience. Heavens, Tabak of Jiangsu Martial University spent the whole match just sitting and eating peanuts. Relying only on a turtle, he defeated an entire lineup. Such a style of battle has never been seen before. Huang'an shouted, Tabak is amazing. Jia Kang also admired, 1 against 5. The entire arena chanted in unison, Turtle 1 against 5, Tabak 1 against 5, which made Tabak both amused and helpless. Why does it sound like they are calling me a turtle? Wu Hin patted him on the shoulder and praised, Tabak, well done. The principal also praised. Tabak used his strength to defeat a powerful opponent. This is a proud victory that allows Jiangsu Martial University to shine. Tabak replied modestly, teacher praises too highly. The principal said the morning match is finished, everyone rest for a while. The second round will continue this afternoon. Hearing this, everyone became extremely excited. Free tickets to watch are truly great. In the resting room of Fuchuan Martial University, the principal was discussing tactics. If the next match is against Jiangsu Martial University, they will surely still send Tabak first. A team member worriedly said his pet is almost invincible in close combat. What should we do? Principal assigned tasks. If we meet Jiangsu, Maokai will deal with Tabak. A female student nodded. Yes, the captain has poison ability, no need to approach. Maokai said, I will keep distance and use poison and definitely defeat that turtle. On the side of Xindan Martial University, the principal also encouraged the team. Tabak is very strong but still has weaknesses. Breaking the turtle's defense is the only way to win. Li Fong volunteered. If I meet Tabak this afternoon, I will handle him. Zhang Chuan's tactic this morning was correct, only her speed was not fast enough. The principal nodded. Good, Li Fong, you specialize in fast attacks. Find an opportunity to strike Tabak directly. He replied, understood. The afternoon match was about to begin. The announcer continued, stirring the atmosphere. The morning match was truly exciting. The students displayed excellent fighting spirit. Next, the second round will begin immediately. We will proceed with the draw. The audience discussed among themselves. I think the Jiangsu team does not need anyone else to enter the arena. Just Tabak alone is enough to win. Having such a teammate is wonderful. Another person objected. Do not celebrate too early outside the province. It may not be the same. A2 side before we were always suppressed. Now with Tabak it is different. The announcer announced the provincial second round draw results. Match 1, Jiangsu Martial University versus Xindan Martial University. Match 2, Fuchuan Martial University versus Engia Martial University. Match 3, Longying Martial University versus Qingyun Martial University. Match 4, Zhaishuang Martial University versus Truongther Martial University. First match is Tabak of Jiangsu Martial University against Li Fong of Xindan Martial University. Li Fong thought indeed they still let Tabak go first. Fortunately, we prepared tactics. Tabak still spoke kindly to the opponent. Classmate, do not be nervous, endure a little, and it will be over. The announcer shouted, the match begins. Li Fong's entire body was covered with ability energy. He said coldly, Tabak, do not be too arrogant. Li Fong executed swift wind step, moving with extremely fast speed. He slipped to the side of Tiu Bat. Then he turned and delivered a powerful kick toward the turtle shell. But he was shocked to realize he could not break through the defense at all. Tiu Bat swung its tail to counterattack, but Li Fong had already dodged in time. The audience began discussing. It seems that Turtle will have difficulty hitting Li Fong. Look, Tiu Bat has been teased by him until it is roaring loudly. If Li Fong suddenly attacks Tabak, will he have a chance to win? Someone agreed, I think it is still possible. Could that turtle really be stupid? That would simply mean bullying Tabak. Some girls even cheered enthusiastically. Although it is a bit excessive, I like it. Li Fong, keep going. Beneath the arena, Li Fong continued provoking Tiu Bat. Come here, try to catch me. Thanther saw through his intention. It seems he wants to lure Tiu Bat away from Tabak. Wu Hin said worriedly, what is Tabak doing? Why has he not thought of a solution yet? Thin Chuang observed and said it seems he is looking for something. It turned out what Tabak was searching for was the cola can. Finally found it. Sorry, I ate a bit salty at noon. He still leisurely drank water while the audience cheered wildly for Li Fong. Li Fong, keep going. Li Fong stopped in one spot and measured the distance. At this position, even if the turtle swings its tail, it will not reach. Immediately, he dashed toward Tabak. Tabak, you truly underestimate me. Li Fang roared, you will pay the price. Tabak still calmly called Tiu Bat. A wave of ability energy instantly swept forward. Li Fang was suddenly frozen midair but could still speak. What is happening? Why can I not move? Only then did he realize Tiu Bat had created an illusion to control him. Tabak said coldly, all right, stop playing, finish this match. Tiu Bat opened its mouth wide toward Li Fang, making him shout in panic, wait, what are you going to do? Tiu Bat quickly answered with action. Li Fang was blasted into the sky. His body slammed hard into the spectator wall, creating a huge hole. The audience finally understood it was not that Li Fang was weak, but that Tabak was too monstrous. If it were me facing him, I would rather surrender. On Li Fang's team, someone asked the principal, what should we do now? Li Fang is badly injured. He sighed and said there is no other way, we must forfeit. The announcer declared regretfully, facing the overwhelmingly strong opponent Tabak of Jiangsu Xin, Dan Marshall University, has decided to withdraw. Jiangsu's next opponent will be Fuchuan Marshall University. The audience asked in surprise why did they surrender before even fighting. Another answered Tabak is too strong, surrendering is better than going on stage to be humiliated. Wu Hin sighed in relief, good Xin Dan has withdrawn, Tabak can save strength to fight Fuchuan. Thin Chuang laughed, does he even need to save strength? Thanther remained cautious, the captain of Fuchuan has poison ability, it will not be easy to deal with. The announcer declared the match begins. Maokai spoke, wait, do not attack yet. Tabak, I admit you are very strong, I know. I am not your opponent, how about we make a deal? Tabak asked calmly, what kind of deal? Maokai continued, Tabak, you are truly formidable, this match is hard for me to win, but I want to discuss with you about the matter of beast tamers. Tabak thought in surprise, is this guy trying to discuss academic theory with me? But he immediately understood, you are trying to stall for time, right? Poison abilities need time to accumulate poison. Bach immediately ordered Tiu Bat attack. Poison smoke spread from Maokai's hands. He said coldly, only now did you realize the poison gas has already spread, it is too late now. No matter how strong you are, you cannot escape my poison fall. The poisonous mist quickly enveloped Tabak. Maokai said confidently, you cannot escape. Thanther said worriedly, this is bad, Tabak is too careless. I heard Maokai once used poison to kill many high-level beasts. Wu Hin panicked even more then, what should we do? Only the principal remained calm, saying, do not worry, the result is still uncertain. Within the dense poison fog, Tiu Bat waved wildly, while Maokai took the chance to approach Tabak. Inside this poison, you cannot see anything, but I can see clearly. He thought smugly, let me see how long you can endure in my poison gas. Once I release the poison creature, the match will end. Seeing Tabak sitting cross-legged in front, Maokai sneered, are you trying to meditate to resist poison? But you are not only facing poison gas. He swung his hand down and shouted, die Tabak. But the attack was blocked by a barrier. Tabak said calmly, trying to ambush me inside poison gas, what a pity you met me. Maokai was shocked, how is this possible? You are only a beast tamer, yet you can endure my poison. In the stands, the principal explained that is origin flow unity. Wu Hin and Thanther exclaimed, origin flow unity. He nodded, yes, that is the advanced talent of beast tamers. Tabak can already transfer the defense of his beast to his own body. Beneath the arena, Tabak waved his hand. Impatiently, finish it quickly, your poison gas is really unpleasant. Tiu Bat's figure appeared. Maokai thought it is over. With a single strike, Tiu Bat knocked him flying out of the arena. Yuwongan shouted joyfully, brother two is too strong, he knocked the poison user out, even within the poison fall. Lam Yen Enhin thought silently, Tabak, I will not let you leave me too far behind. Stands immediately erupted in loud chants, Tabak. Wang Ba, 1 against 5. The announcer declared, since Maokai of Fuchuan can no longer fight Fuchuan Marshall University, has decided to forfeit. The champion of this provincial tournament is Jiangsu Marshall University, Tabak. He gently rubbed Tiu Bat's head and said it is over, the match has ended. The principal praised happily, Tabak, this time you have brought glory to Jiangsu Marshall University, well done. Tabak immediately asked then, can the principal grant me some more resources? Hearing this, he instantly became wary, this kid is trying to take advantage to demand resources again. I will not be fooled so easily. The principal said tactfully, Jiangsu Marshall University has won the provincial championship, the military will award you battle merit points. Just go to logistics and exchange them for resources. Thin Chuang asked, but only Tabak fought, do we get a share of the merit points? The principal hesitated and said about that. He quickly changed the topic. 3 days later, we will go to Luo City to participate in the War Zone tournament. Do you all have confidence? Only Tabak shouted confidently. Principal ordered dismissal, everyone is tired, go back and rest. Prepare for the War Zone tournament in 3 days. Tabak still shouted after him, what about the resources? The principal quickly left and added, especially you Tabak, I look forward to your performance, see you in 3 days. Tabak cursed silently, this old fox runs fast whenever resources are mentioned. Outside on the street, news was broadcasting about the recent tournament. The provincial tournament of the 100 Schools Alliance has ended. The top 3 teams are Imperial Capital Martial University, Magic Capital Martial University, and Great Wall Guardian Martial University. Among them, the most outstanding is Tabak of Jiangsu Martial University. In 3 matches, he won them all and claimed the provincial championship. When the youth are strong, the nation is strong. We hope Martial University students learn from Tabak's spirit. Many girls on the street hearing the news said, "Tabak is on the news again. I really want to get to know him." After the match ended, Tabak went to an empty training room and said, "Finally, I found a quiet place." He released Tabak and said to it, "Do not worry, later there will be chances for you to enter the arena. The merit points only exchanged for these 4 high-level silver beast cores. We must use them carefully." Tabak handed the beast core to Tabak and said, "Eat it." As soon as it swallowed it, Tabak's body erupted with a massive surge of energy. The system announced high-level ordinary cat has advanced to early bronze rank, evolved into sharp metal white tiger, activating white tiger bloodline, gaining the talent sharp metal diamond win. Tabak exclaimed in shock, just 1 core, and it already leveled up. He immediately fed the remaining 3 eat. Tabak even reminded, "Eat slowly, no one is competing with you. After finishing them, you might even gain another level." But after waiting for a long time, there was still no change. It already ate them all. Why is there no reaction? These are high-level silver beast cores. Not long after, Tabak exploded with energy like a storm, making Tabak stunned. He blurted out, "Heavens." Tabak transformed from a small cat into a gigantic snow leopard. Tabak said in amazement, "So cool, even more imposing than Tabak." The information panel updated sharp metal white tiger, advanced to intermediate bronze rank, activating 30% white tiger bloodline. All attributes greatly increased. Physique 158, defense 105, agility 295, spirit 60. Talent 1, sharp metal 100 claws, consuming stamina to unleash 100 extremely rapid attacks. Subsequent strike increases damage by 2%. Talent 2, sharp metal spirit, covers the body with metal energy, causing a 200% tearing effect. Talent 3, sharp metal phantom shadow, increases movement and attack speed by 300%, combined with 100 claws. It can complete 100 strikes in an instant. Tabak said in astonishment, "After feeding you 4 silver beast cores, your attributes have already become so heaven-defying." He smiled and gently rubbed its head, then said, "Zio Bai, be good. The results in this inter-academy tournament will depend on you." At the same time, inside a luxurious villa in the imperial capital, a mysterious figure was watching his battle. He pondered and remarked that Subai was quite interesting. It seemed the boy was hiding quite a few secrets. Go investigate this person named Subai. Perhaps his turtle might even be more formidable than Luo fans back then. The subordinate immediately replied yes and left. 3 days later, at the arena of Luo He Martial University, the grand scale of the place made everyone marvel. It truly is Luo He Martial University. Even the competition field is several times larger than ours. The audience shouted in unison that Luo He must win the championship. The principal turned to the students and said, "It seems Luo He Martial University wants to put pressure on us." Subai curiously looked toward an empty area and asked why that place was vacant. The principal explained that only 9 schools participated this time because 1 school had withdrawn. Subai continued to ask, if there were only 9 teams, then during the draw would 1 team not be exempt from fighting? The principal nodded and said that was correct, so it depended on luck. The team that drew the empty slot would advance directly to the next round. Hearing this, Subai sighed inwardly that if he got the exemption it would be terrible, because he still wanted to fight a few more matches to earn military merit for that gluttonous mouth. Thanther also spoke up, asking the principal to let him participate this time. Thanthan quickly echoed that they also wanted to fight. Seeing such passionate spirit, the principal immediately agreed. "Do not worry, this time everyone will have a chance to compete, but first wait for Subai to go draw the lots." The host held up the results and said the drawing was finished and the matchups would now be announced. The first match would be Luo He Martial University versus Fuchuan Martial University, and the school exempt from this round was Jiangsu Martial University. This announcement made Subai clearly disappointed. On the contrary, the principal was very happy and said Subai truly had divine luck because they advanced straight to the next round in the first round. Yu Zin also laughed and said he should try buying lottery tickets, while Subai sighed because he himself had drawn the exemption despite wanting to fight. The MC announced the first round officially began. The competitors from Fuchuan Martial University seemed to struggle to defend, while Luo He was launching fierce attacks. 2 hours later, the host held new results and announced the first round had ended and the second round draw would begin. The results surprised her because the exempt school was still Jiangsu Martial University. The audience immediately erupted in suspicion. The audience shouted helplessly that this luck was unbelievable when Jiangsu Martial University did nothing and still sat watching. Someone complained they came from far away just to see Su-bai sitting on the bench eating sunflower seeds and drinking cola. Once could be tolerated, but twice in a row was too much. Many people began to speculate whether Luo-he Martial University was afraid to face Su-bai, so they deliberately allowed Jiangju to be exempt. They felt this style of competition was extremely unfair. Facing the doubts of the audience, the military representative, after inspection, declared no signs of cheating from Jiangju Martial University, and the match would continue. The Jiangju principal happily said this meant the school had entered the top 3 of the war zone and only needed one more victory to enter the national finals, while Su-bai scratched his head wondering why he had been exempt again. 1 hour later, the entire arena roared with cheers. The tense moment was approaching as the war zone final was about to begin. The audience continuously shouted Luo-he. The MC announced the next match was Jiangju Martial University versus Lam Track Martial University. Jiangju students were excited because it was finally their turn. Vin Quang volunteered to fight first, but the principal reminded them to stay calm and not underestimate the opponent. He arranged the lineup with Vin Quang and Ngung Bang fighting first, followed by Than Than and Than Thur, while Su-bai would finish the match. Everyone responded yes and promised to bring glory to the school. Only Su-bai secretly felt sad because he feared he might not get a chance to fight. The MC shouted for the match to begin. Vin Quang, with early bronze strength, faced a mid-bronze opponent, but despite trying hard, he still suffered a regrettable defeat. Next fighter Ngung Bang stepped out and immediately unleashed full power, abandoning defense entirely to gamble, which forced the opponent to retreat repeatedly and brought victory for Jiangju. Than Than, the school beauty, was not weak either. A single combined offense and defense move knocked the opponent off the platform, allowing Jiangju to continue winning. Yu Zin clapped and cheered, while the principal was surprised that everyone's strength seemed to have increased greatly, perhaps due to Su-bai's influence, while Su-bai secretly wondered when it would be his turn to earn military merit. The MC announced that the next representative of Jiangju was Than Thur. He calmly told the opponents that the two of them should come up together to save time. Hearing this, the opponents angrily shouted that he should not be so arrogant, or he would suffer a miserable defeat. The MC confirmed the rules allowed one person to challenge multiple opponents at the same time. The battle was about to begin, which made Su-bai dissatisfied, because Than Thur seemed to leave him no opportunity. Than Thur focused and mobilized his spiritual power, then politely said sorry in advance. Behind him appeared the image of a gigantic ancient tree, which shocked the audience because it was a wood element ability. The ancient tree erupted with power and wrapped around the opponents. They hurriedly warned each other to be careful because the leaves had something strained, and tried to endure since they believed he could not maintain spiritual power for long. Su-bai, standing in the stands, also had to praise when he saw a wood element user able to create a 1,000-year maple tree. Than Thur's spiritual power was truly terrifying. The principal also thought silently that he indeed deserved his background. The audience marveled that Jiangju Martial University truly hid many experts this year. Someone compared that Than Thur was very strong, but still felt Su-bai was slightly superior, because he was a beast tamer who had defeated a gold rank. Than Thur's two opponents gradually realized that despite being attacked fiercely, he did not weaken at all. Than Thur still calmly controlled the leaves to attack. He waved his hand coldly. A storm of leaves surged forward straight toward the targets, then shouted break. In the blink of an eye, both opponents were defeated. An announcement sounded that Jiangju Martial University had won this match, at the same time congratulating Jiangju and Luo-he for becoming the two teams advancing to the national finals. The principal praised Than Thur without restraint, saying his performance far exceeded expectations. Than Thur humbly thanked him, but he added that the greatest credit in this match actually belonged to student Su-bai. Hearing this, he was stunned and wondered since when he had become the hero, or if they were teasing him because he had not fought at all. Principal explained that if Su-bai had not drawn 2 consecutive exemptions, then victory would not have been so easy. Afterward, he told everyone to rest, because in 1 week they would participate in the national finals, and the school would also prepare abundant resources as rewards. The whole group cheered "Long live the principal," while Su-bai secretly calculated how to find resources for his 2 gluttonous pets. At the Lin family residence, Yen En-heen was still diligently training, until Uncle Van Ian came to call her to eat. She replied that she was not hungry yet and wanted to train for another hour. Van Ian could only sigh helplessly because since Su-bai joined the 100 school tournament, she watched his matches every day while training bitterly. Yen En-heen suddenly remembered and said the medicine he gave her was almost gone, so she asked him to get more from her father because she wanted to quickly increase her strength. Van Ian could only nod in agreement. As he left, he muttered that many great families in the imperial capital had wanted to befriend her father, but she rejected them all. He truly did not understand how Su-bai had fascinated her so deeply. 7 days later in the magic capital, the students of Jiangsu Martial University marveled at the architecture as soon as they arrived. Someone joked that the school gate must be made of gold because it shone so brightly. Subai also thought the construction cost alone must have been hundreds of millions. Principal said it was not only hundreds of millions, because the materials for the gate alone had reached 1.8 billion. Moreover, this structure had been built in just 1 day by 20 gold rank experts and 5 platinum rank experts working together, along with the motto of Magic Capital Martial University, to convey the spirit of strength protecting the nation. A representative of Magic Capital Martial University came to greet them and introduced himself as the vice president of the student council, Truong Hin. He greeted Principal Chu and the students and invited everyone to follow him inside. The principal replied with thanks. Vin Quang looked displeased seeing the host school only send the vice president of the student council to receive them. Man Nha also said, if it were a delegation from Imperial Capital Martial University, their principal would surely come personally to welcome them. Meanwhile, Subai curiously looked at a strange building and asked what it was. The principal replied that it was the gravity training zone. Subai regretted that if their school also had such a place, then every year they could probably train hundreds of silver rank students. They stopped before a building where Truong Min introduced it as the hotel for delegations to rest with a buffet on the first floor serving day and night. The ingredients were all meat from ferocious beasts of the myriad races cooked by top chefs, very beneficial for strengthening the blood energy of martial artists, and supplied without limit. Subai asked again to be sure whether the beast meat could really be eaten freely without limit. Truong Min smiled and said, since you came from a far Magic Capital Martial University, would not let anyone go hungry. Hearing this, Subai immediately ran in first shouting, Zio Ba, today we can eat our fill. Truong Min forced a smile and asked if he was very hungry. Vin Quang explained that the turtle ate extremely frightening amounts, while Man Nha worried that if Subai went in first, they might have nothing left to eat. Seeing the students all rush inside, Truong Min turned and told the principal he should hurry in too, or he might have to go hungry tonight. The principal only smiled because he was already used to the enthusiasm of youth. Next day at the final championship round, cheers echoed throughout the stands. Vin Quang sighed that the atmosphere at Magic Martial was truly different from other places. Man Nha said she had only seen such a huge stadium on television. The principal reminded them to stay calm and prepare to hear the rules. Explained that this year's finals had a total of 13 martial universities participating. But because the Great Wall Guardian Army was a directly affiliated team, they entered the top 4 automatically. Vin Quang asked in surprise why they received such special treatment. Man Nha also felt it was unfair. The principal replied that this was a training base for talents directly under the military. He added that this school was the only academy located at the frontline battlefield of the myriad races. Hearing this, Vin Quang was astonished, while Subai also admitted that placing a school on the front line was truly impressive. The principal reminded them that because of this the national finals gathered many experts, so they must absolutely not underestimate the enemy. The lineup would still have Subai fight first and Thanther finish. Everyone answered that Jiangsu would definitely win. MC announced that all teachers and students should keep order because the inter-academy final was about to officially begin. The first round draw results were announced with 3 matches taking place simultaneously, including Jiangsu Martial University versus Hontan Martial University, Imperial Capital Martial University versus East China Martial University, and Magic Capital Martial University versus Nam Kim Martial University. Principal Chu sighed in relief because they would not face the 3 strongest schools immediately, but Vin Quang still asked to fight first because Hon Tan was not weak either. Subai immediately cut the opponent off. No need, I will fight first. Today I want all the schools to clearly see the attitude of our Jiangsu Martial University. The MC loudly announced the start of the match. The opponent stepped forward and asked him, "You are Subai, right?" The opponent said coldly that Jiangsu Martial University reaching the finals was already difficult, but your journey ends here. Subai did not respond and opened the bag to release Zio Ba, then said, "Zio Ba, finish this quickly." Zio Ba let out a thunderous roar that made the entire arena tremble. The audience was immediately surprised seeing Jiangsu Martial University send a beast Tamer to fight. He even brought a turtle. Everyone discussed that this turtle seemed even larger than before. There should be something interesting to watch. The opponent saw this and immediately panicked. This thing is too big. This is clearly cheating. In the blink of an eye, he was blasted out of the arena, his mouth still shouting that he refused to accept it. Even Subai was slightly surprised that week. I have not even called Luo out yet. The opponent still had not recovered and thought that beast tamers were originally considered a weak profession, yet he easily defeated a martial artist of higher rank. The audience was even more confused when they saw Subai bring a small chair onto the stage, The contempt for the opponent was obvious. Someone said you probably did not watch Su Bai's previous matches. That defensive turtle is extremely strong, at least silver rank. Another nodded, saying if someone had such a powerful pet, then defeating a bronze rank martial artist would not be difficult. The next opponent stepped onto the stage. She coldly questioned whether Jiangsu Martial University was looking down on others too much. She declared she would make them pay. Meanwhile, Su Bai calmly held his phone reading comics and said this story is really good, I should give it a like. Xiao Ba immediately spat flames and defeated the opponent. The MC announced Jiangsu Martial University Su Bai victory. Seeing that scene, Vin Quang could not help exclaiming that sitting and eating sunflower seeds was acceptable, but bringing a small chair onto the stage. Is this the attitude he mentioned? The principal could only sigh because Su Bai was truly too arrogant. Even lamented how he would still have the face to meet Principal Chu of Hon Tan Martial University in the future. On the contrary, Than Thur remained calm and reminded everyone not to celebrate too early because Su Bai might face a strong opponent. Is that not the captain of Imperial Capital Martial University? On the Imperial Capital side, the battle was extremely fierce. From afar, the arena on that side exploded. Flames erupted violently. Then the announcement sounded that Imperial Capital Martial University had won a great victory. The captain of Imperial Capital looked coldly at the opponent and said, "My attack was a bit heavy, sorry." The principal recognized him as a fire element martial artist of Imperial Capital Martial University, and even at peak silver rank. Vin Quang said in shock, "This is the power of Imperial Capital Martial University." Than Thur also believed that if not for the Great Wall Guardian Army Academy, then only Magic Capital Martial University could compete with them. At this moment, the MC announced Jiangsu Martial University victory. Min Khan of Luo He Martial University voluntarily requested to fight. "Principal, please allow me to deal with Su Bai." Min Khan said he wanted Jiangsu Martial University to taste the feeling of 1 against 5. The principal agreed and instructed him to win with speed and absolutely avoid confronting that turtle directly. Min Khan confidently replied, "Understood." The MC announced the match between Jiangsu Martial University and Luo He Martial University had begun. Min Khan stepped onto the stage calmly and said, "Su Bai, in the previous round you only won by exploiting my mistake. This time Jiangsu will not be so lucky." Su Bai looked at him indifferently, just another ability user. Xiao Ba go. Min Khan unleashed a chilling surge of power, then said, "Feel the power of the wind." He shouted for Su Bai to witness the power of a silver rank martial artist. A raging gale swept forward, but he discovered that the gravity pull could not lock the opponent. Before he could react, he was already blasted outside the combat area. Min Khan released his ultimate move with a violent surge of power rushing forward, then said, "Farewell, bronze brat." Su Bai felt slightly annoyed and finished a can of soda because the wind prevented him from comfortably eating sunflower seeds. Min Khan still confidently believed this strike would make the opponent suffer a crushing defeat. When thick smoke covered the ground, he thought Su Bai had been defeated, so he said, "My attack was a bit heavy. Hurry back and recover." Within the dense smoke, Su Bai appeared unharmed thanks to the shield Xuanwu Bastion. He calmly asked, "What did you just say?" Min Khan froze, seeing the opponent completely unharmed. "How is this possible? Has someone mastered Luo Fan's ultimate technique?" Su Bai coldly asked, "You control the wind right, and you are very confident in your speed." He immediately signaled Xiao Ba to retreat behind him. Then he released Xiao Bai and said, "If you want to compare speed, then let us try. Xiao Bai, it is time for you to perform." Min Khan saw this and sneered that Su Bai even brought a pet cat onto the stage. The audience also began discussing which school this student belonged to. It seems from Jiangsu Martial University. He is quite interesting, even bringing a pet cat. The little cat looks so cute that many people want to raise one. Truong Kai asked in surprise what Su Bai was doing. Perhaps he deliberately tried to provoke the opponent from the small chair and the can of cola to bringing out a pet. Man Nhi worriedly asked if this method would work because the opponent controlled wind. The principal reassured them to wait and see that cat was not simple. Min Khan still did not realize the danger and arrogantly told him to call the turtle as well. Su Bai only reminded Xiao Bai not to strike too heavily because this was just a match. Xiao Bai let out a roar, then his body suddenly transformed into a gigantic beast. Min Khan was stunned, wondering whether the roar just now and that massive shadow were only his imagination. Xiao Bai charged straight toward the opponent, causing him to panic because its body was growing larger. The audience below the stage exclaimed that it was not a cat, but clearly a giant white tiger. Min Quang asked Than Thur whether Su Bai's cat had turned into a white tiger. Than Thur was also unsure whether this was the second beast Su Bai had tamed. Thien Truong immediately refuted that even a silver rank beast tamer would find it difficult to tame a second beast. The principal calmly said Su-bai's secrets were probably far more than we imagine. Min-kan's wind element ability surged like a sharp ribbon and wrapped around Xiao-bai's neck. But Xiao-bai instantly vanished, which shocked him. Just an afterimage. How could this white tiger be so fast? Min-kan shouted in disbelief that no matter how fast it was, it could not surpass the wind. Unable to hit Xiao-bai, he shifted his target to Su-bai. As long as he defeated him, it would end. He rushed forward with lightning speed, but standing before him was Xiao-bai, who had transformed into the fearsome form Ruijin Ghost Step. Facing that terrifying presence, Min-kan could only say impossible. Xiao-bai lightly knocked the opponent off the stage. Min-kan crashed heavily into the corner. The MC immediately declared Jiangsu Martial University Su-bai victory. The audience collectively gasped in shock that Su-bai had won again. A mid-bronze martial artist defeating the silver-rank captain of a prestigious school, almost completely dominating. Someone even said Su-bai's white tiger seemed even stronger than that turtle. What exactly is this tiger to be so ferocious? The entire arena echoed with chants Su-bai Jiangsu must win. The judges also began paying attention, asking which year Su-bai was in at Jiangsu Martial University to possess such terrifying strength. Everyone exclaimed that Jiangsu Martial University had produced a prodigy this year. Perhaps this school was about to rise strongly. In the lounge of magic capital Martial University, the students constantly mocked that the Luo-he Martial University team was truly too weak. Someone snorted coldly, saying that country bumpkin brought 2 beasts and ate all their buffet. If they met him, they would definitely teach him a lesson. The captain of Magic Capital Martial University, Cao Zixuan, also said if they met in the top 4, they would beat Su-bai badly. His teammates immediately agreed that the captain was right. That kind of country bumpkin deserved to be taught a lesson. A new round began, and Xiao-bai again defeated the opponent under his claws. The MC continued announcing Jiangsu Martial University Su-bai victory. Next opponent was swept out of the arena by Xiao-bai's tail. Another person was defeated, and the result remained Su-bai victory. The MC loudly congratulated Jiangsu Martial University for advancing into the top 4. The Jiangsu students excitedly shouted, "Jiangsu has risen Su-bai." Principal said with moist eyes that finally Jiangsu Martial University had a day entering the top 4. Su-bai's teammates also cheered happily, saying, "Now let us see who still dares to underestimate Jiangsu." The principal stepped down to greet Su-bai and said, "You truly did not disappoint me. You are the greatest hero of Jiangsu Martial University for many years." Su-bai humbly replied that it was only what he should do. He continued saying that entering the top 4 already meant the goal was achieved. This would become the most brilliant milestone in the history of Jiangsu Martial University. You can rest assured that everyone's contributions will certainly be rewarded appropriately by the school. Hearing that, Su-bai asked the principal in surprise that there was still the semi-final match, so why say the mission was finished? In his heart, he wondered whether the principal planned to ignore the several billion resource reward of the championship. He absolutely would not agree to that. The principal sighed and asked Su-bai again that the goal of entering the top 6 had already been achieved. Did he still want to challenge the 3 top prestigious schools? Tamer also exclaimed in shock, "What? Challenge the 3 strongest schools?" Su-bai calmly replied that there was nothing impossible about that. He seriously told the principal that the gate of Magic Capital Martial University alone cost 1.8 billion. If our Jiangsu Martial University became the 4th prestigious school, we probably would not dare to be that extravagant, right? According to me, we should take first place and rebuild the school gate to be even more magnificent. We must dare to compete for the number 1 position. Tamer was also inspired by his momentum and said that was right, we cannot give up. Thin Truong also said, although he did not like him, his achievements were enough to qualify him as captain. For this top 4 match, let him arrange the strategy for us. Su-bai immediately agreed. Seeing everyone's spirit rise, the principal no longer tried to stop them. He said, "Your enthusiasm is admirable. Then return and rest well to prepare for the top 4 match tomorrow, and bravely aim for the championship." Watching their backs as they left, he thought to himself, these youths were still impulsive but full of passion, yet they dared to challenge the 3 prestigious schools. At the supreme military headquarters of Long Nation, a conversation was heard. Someone reported that the Inter-Academy tournament was about to enter the top 4 and was expected to end in 2 days. The military counterattack against the myriad races was ready, and troops were gathering at the front line. Master Yuan nodded and said good. He stood up and ordered that once the tournament ended, the counterattack campaign against the myriad races would begin immediately. All students would also have to go to the battlefield to eliminate the enemy. Everyone shouted together that they would avenge the tens of thousands of students and lecturers who had fallen. Anyone who dared invade Long Nation, no matter where, would be punished. The next morning at the Magic Capital Hotel, Su-bai was concentrating on comprehending the secret in the book, while Zyro Bai and Zyro Ba were eating enthusiastically. Suddenly his body erupted with a powerful surge of energy. He shouted beast armament open, but immediately afterward, he suddenly fell flat onto the ground, causing him to curse. Subai was extremely confused about what had just happened. The system immediately announced congratulations to the host for comprehending the special innate skill of a beast tamer called spatial shift within a range of 1,000 meters, allowing the beast tamer and pet to swap positions, ignoring all restrictions. Seeing Zyro Ba sitting on the chair while he had switched places with it, Subai said in annoyance that meant he had just swapped positions with Zyro Ba. What kind of strange skill is this? Then he thought having more skills was not a bad thing. Perhaps on the battlefield it would have unexpected use. Come Zyro Ba, we'll go challenge the 3 top prestigious schools. On the big screen, the MC began introducing that after one day of fierce fighting, the inter-academy tournament had entered the top 4 round. Next, please solemnly welcome the Great Wall Guardian Army team. The Great Wall Guardian Army was originally a military base protecting the Great Wall, established in 1907, and one of the earliest human bases on the battlefield of the myriad races. 94 years of history, countless battles with the myriad races had taken place here. Students and lecturers fought to their final breath, eliminating countless enemies while still holding the fortress. Their motto was that, until the myriad races were destroyed, the Great Wall would not retreat. To this day, the strongest human powerhouse, Yiching, the only king-rank expert, was the honorary principal of this academy. Because of that, the myriad races did not dare step even half a step into their territory. The audience marveled at their bearing. People often said the Great Wall Guardian Army was a city of heroes, and every student there was a hero. Today, they finally witnessed it with their own eyes. Someone wondered whether their team only had 5 members without substitutes. Another laughed, saying this is the Great Wall Guardian Army. Why would they need substitutes? Principal also explained to the students that King Rank Yiching was the wall of humanity. Jiangsu Martial University being able to face them was already a great honor. Hearing this, Subai felt even more anticipation and wondered when he could reach the king rank realm like that man. The MC then announced the top 4 round would begin with the first match, Great Wall Guardian Army versus Imperial Capital Martial University, and the second match, Magic Capital Martial University versus Jiangsu Martial University. In the lounge, Zixuan looked at the match board and said with disdain that it was truly boring to face Jiangsu Martial University. Fighting such a weak team made him too lazy to even move. His teammates also sneered, saying defeating Jiangsu Martial University was nothing glorious. Someone even said such a weak team still squeezed into the top 4. Captain, let me go up and defeat their whole team quickly. The MC introduced the first fighter of the Great Wall Guardian Army as Captain Han Zhan, a lord-rank powerhouse and grandson of General Han. His purple gold armor was forged from diamond core. Han Zhan immediately called out Yu Yang of Imperial Capital Martial University for a decisive battle. The audience became excited seeing Han Zhan directly challenge Yu Yang. Imperial Capital Martial University and the Great Wall Guardian Army started with a king-level duel between kings. Everyone shouted together. His opponent immediately rushed forward. The captain of Imperial Capital Martial University, Wang Yang, laughed and said, "Old Han, if you want to fight, then fight. Why make such noise?" Han Zhan laughed loudly, saying, "I fear you might lose." The female fans in the stands immediately shouted Wang Yang's name. The principal also praised that the battle between Han Zhan and Wang Yang was already extremely intense at the start. Seeing the audience cheering so enthusiastically, Subai said, "Is Wang Yang really that handsome? Why do I not see it?" Turned and told Vin Quang that later he should go first and show them some strength. Hearing this, Vin Quang felt slightly nervous and asked if he really should go first. Han Zhan calmly said, "Begin, I will let you attack first." Wang Yang immediately unleashed the wind storm technique in response. Raging wind twisted fiercely, striking Han Zhan's defense, causing the audience to be astonished that his diamond armor still held firm. With agile movement, Wang Yang continuously attacked the opponent's armor with his spear and said, "What if your blood energy is strong? What if your armor is sharp?" The principal below exclaimed that Wang Yang's fighting style was extremely fast, combined with howling wind, making his figure almost invisible. Subai thought this was the strength of mid-silver rank, while he himself was only mid-bronze rank. Han Zhan on the stage coldly said there is a flaw. He raised his blade with rising momentum and unleashed an earth-rank combat skill. A single move, sky-rending slash, cracked the ground beneath his feet. Wang Yang struggled to defend. The judges exclaimed that this was the sky-rending slash of General Han that once killed a diamond-rank enemy 3 years ago. Han Zhan used the combat skill with overwhelming force like a control move, making everyone astonished. Others praised that this tactic was brilliant, worthy of the #1 battle general of the army. Immediately afterward, Wang Yang counterattacked with an Earth-rank combat skill. Void-breaking spear carried terrifying power as it rushed forward. Han Zhan coldly said, "You want a direct clash, Wang Yang, you have already lost." Huge explosion resounded in the arena. Wang Yang failed to dodge and was struck directly. The audience was stunned by the scene. That strike was too powerful even though he used only the spine of the blade. If he had used the edge, Wang Yang might have died. Wang Yang struggled to stand up and admitted defeat, saying, "Old Han, you are really strong, I lost." The MC announced that in the first semi-final, the Great Wall Guardian Army had won. Dubai also had to admit their strength was truly terrifying. The principal asked the students that the first round had ended, and now it was their turn. "Vin Quang, are you ready?" He replied that he was ready. The principal reminded him to know his limits, and if he could not endure, he must immediately concede. The MC announced the second round had begun. Vin Quang's opponent was Lei Xiao. He laughed arrogantly, saying, "This will be interesting." Mocked the kid, asking how he wanted him to play. Vin Quang swung his great blade and shouted, "Charge." Lei Xiao lightly dodged and coldly asked, "Is that all?" Then it was his turn to activate his ability. Waves of power tore at Vin Quang's clothes. Lei Xiao sneered, saying, "Let me write a few words on your body." He swung his blade again and said he would play seriously now. Man and Chai in the stands became angry because this was clearly humiliation. Thien Truong could not endure it and asked the principal to let Vin Quang leave the stage. Only Su Bai shouted, "Wait, look there." Vin Quang was fighting to defend his honor and that of Jiangsu Martial University. When Lei Xiao's blade pressed against Vin Quang's neck, he threatened that if he did not concede it would become worse. Vin Quang trembled but still said, "Jiangsu Martial University will absolutely not concede." Lei Xiao threw another punch and asked, still not conceding. Vin Quang firmly said, "Absolutely not." That stubbornness angered Lei Xiao, who kept forcing him to concede. Before losing consciousness, Vin Quang still tried to say absolutely not. Before finishing his words, he collapsed onto the arena floor. The audience was furious at the cruel act. The MC announced that in the first round, Lei Xiao of Magic Capital Martial University had won. Su Bai angrily called out to Vin Quang and said, "Magic Capital Martial University, you have gone too far." Ngung Bang was the next to step onto the stage. He angrily said, "This time it is my turn. I will not let him continue being arrogant." The principal warned him to be careful and absolutely avoid direct confrontation. Seeing Ngung Bang step onto the stage, Lei Xiao laughed arrogantly and said, "Oh, another one, but it does not look very interesting." Ngung Bang drew his sword from the sheath and replied coldly, "Have you finished talking nonsense?" When the MC announced the second round began, Ngung Bang immediately swung his sword and rushed forward, shouting that he would take the opponent's life. He executed the ultimate technique, White Spirit Blade Art, which even surprised Lei Xiao. Truly a ruthless attack. But unfortunately, I will not give you that chance. The audience watching the fierce clash were stunned. Are they really still students? This is truly the battle of martial artists. How could it be so brutal? Some people even worried that perhaps this match should end in a draw, because if it continued, someone might die. Even from hundreds of meters away, they could still smell the thick scent of blood, making everyone shudder. Lei Xiao also began to feel afraid and asked the opponent why he was risking his life like this. Ngung Bang firmly repeated the same words, "I already said it. I came to take your life." Hearing this, Lei Xiao immediately moved at extreme speed and said, "Your mouth is truly stubborn." In the blink of an eye, his sword was already at Ngung Bang's throat. He said coldly, "In the end, you are only an early bronze martial artist from a weak school. You lost." Ngung Bang still forced himself to ask, "Did you forget? Jiangsu Martial University has never bowed its head to admit defeat." After saying that, he suddenly used the opponent's own sword to stab through both his own body and the man standing behind him. Lei Xiao could not believe the opponent would be so desperate and shouted, "Are you crazy? This is no different from suicide." Ngung Bang still said firmly, "As long as I can kill you, it is enough." He increased the strength in his hand and shouted, "This is the true battle of a martial artist, not like someone who only bullies the weak like you. Go die." Lei Xiao cried out in pain, "Do not kill me. I do not want to die. Principal, save me." At that moment, a hand appeared and blocked the tip of the sword, stopping Ngung Bang. Lei Xiao saw the newcomer and immediately begged the principal. That man immediately declared that in this round, Magic Capital Martial University conceded, which even stunned the MC. He coldly used his ability to push the sword out from both of them. Principal Chu hurriedly rushed up and called Ngung Bang. Looking at his heavily injured student, he angrily said, "This is the student of Magic Martial University. On the arena, he humiliates the opponent, yet when life and death comes, he begs for help." The Magic Martial side coldly replied, "Do not think entering the top 4 means Jiangsu Martial University has the qualification to challenge Magic Martial." Principal Chu retorted that the life of a Jiangsu student is as precious as a Magic Martial student. That man only said useless words. Then we will decide superiority on the arena. Principal Chu immediately called his trump card. "All right, Su Bai, get on the stage." No matter how many come fight them all for me. Anyone who dares touch Jiangju must pay the price. Subai stepped onto the arena with surging momentum and said, Principal, rest assured. Leave this to me. Looking at Ngung Bang lying on the stretcher, the principal said painfully, you have brought glory to Jiangju. Than Than also comforted him, saying, everyone is proud of you. On the magic martial side, Zixuan suggested he should go up and deal with the Jiangju team, but their principal said, do not rush. The final battle is still waiting. Subai loudly declared, I Subai of Jiangju Martial University challenge Magic Capital Martial University. If you lose, you must publicly apologize to Jiangju. Do you dare accept? The audience also shouted in agreement, demanding Magic Martial apologize. Many people cheered for Subai to defeat Magic Martial. Someone immediately began a live broadcast of this match titled Jiangju Challenges Magic Martial. The Magic Martial side still arrogantly said apologize. Does Jiangju deserve it? Hong Thin volunteered to step forward to teach Subai a lesson. Their principal nodded in agreement. Hong Thin stepped onto the stage aggressively. Subai only asked coldly, did you come here to apologize? Hong Thin replied with disdain that apology is the weak word of the loser. The strong do not need apology. Strength itself is truth. Subai laughed and said, very good, then turned to the MC and told him to let another Magic Martial member come up as well. Fighting one by one wastes time. The audience was stunned hearing that because Zixuan had not even stepped out yet, and Subai was already this arrogant. In the arena, he continued provoking the opponent. The Magic Martial principal felt insulted because he did not expect Jiangju Martial University to dare challenge them like this. He immediately ordered them to use their strength to prove the dignity of Magic Martial cannot be trampled. Zixuan immediately rushed out to accept the command. He declared, since Jiangju Martial University is so arrogant, then I will respond. Kid, I will let you know that shouting without strength only brings humiliation. When he appeared, the judges were astonished. Looking at the two swords in Zixuan's hands forged from thousand-year cold iron and magma steel. The two crystal cores on the hilts were the inner cores of platinum rank experts of the myriad races. Someone recognized that Magic Martial had poured all their resources into Zixuan. Each of those two swords is priceless. Some even guessed that Zixuan was cultivating the ice-fire war god technique left by a senior of Magic Martial. Zixuan arrogantly said, I will give you time to summon your pet, otherwise you will have no chance. Subai calmly replied, thank you for the kindness, but defeating you all alone is enough. Hearing that, Hong Thin laughed loudly, saying, a beast tamer not using pets still dares to fight in close combat. Thin Truong below was also shocked. Principal Chu realized Subai had activated the origin confluence. Zixuan swung his sword and shouted, a weakling yet still arrogant, you are courting death. Subai calmly used the spirit of sharp metal, then activated sharp metal phantom step, an earth spirit possession to enhance speed, strength, and defense. His eyes were filled with determination. Then he shouted loudly, today I will settle all debts with your Magic Martial. Hong Thin became the first target as Subai kicked him flying. Zixuan saw this and was startled. Panther realized Subai's speed had reached gold rank. Than Than explained that when Luo Fan comprehended origin confluence, his strength had once been just as terrifying. Subai looked at the opponent and asked, have you ever tasted the feeling of helplessness? Zixuan still confidently said, you have the qualification to make me serious. But that is all. Then he launched the primordial flame sword attack. Subai said with disdain, is that all? Quickly moved behind, causing the opponent to fail to react. Hong Thin immediately warned, Captain, we attack together front and back. Zixuan had just shouted a warning, but it was too late. Subai counted each beat. Every number was a punch as heavy as a hammer. The sixth and seventh punch, he had already knocked the opponent's teeth across the ground. Hong Thin fell down nearly unconscious. Subai delivered the final kick and said, these 7 strikes repay the 7 blade wounds on Vin Quang. Zixuan behind him immediately rushed forward to block and shouted, if you have the ability, fight me. Subai glanced at him and said, perfect, I have not finished warming up. Zixuan furiously launched the twin ice-fire swords to attack. Subai only calmly said, truly disappointing. He moved behind the opponent and said, the genius of Magic Martial is only this. Zixuan failed to dodge the strike. Subai mocked coldly, the genius of Magic Martial is only this weak. Another strike fell, making the audience shout counterattack. Subai roared, take the attack. I am starting to feel bored. Subai's overwhelming strength completely crushed the opponent. He stepped on Zixuan and said, a genius. I like beating geniuses the most. I will kill you. But a surge of force suddenly erupted, making him pause. Looking down, the opponent was no longer beneath his foot. Subai calmly said, little ability, yet quite fierce momentum. Zixuan erupted with violent power and executed blazing fire burning body, then swore he would kill Subai. Thin Truong below said worriedly, Zixuan has unleashed a killing move. The principal also frowned because he had lost control while using the extremely powerful strike. Subai still stood there calmly and said, "Finally, it is somewhat interesting." His wall of fire and earth crashed down violently, yet it could not touch even a single hair of Subai. He froze in shock and shouted that no one could block my twin swords. "Were you a turtle in your past life?" Subai calmly replied, "Is that all the strength you have? Then it is my turn to counterattack." One punch from him sent that man flying far from his position. "Take this." The two swords stabbed into the ground, creating cracks, while their owner collapsed in the corner of the arena. The judges were horrified by the scene. Someone exclaimed that Subai had such a terrifying move. A single strike cracked a golden rank arena. Another said this is the power of origin confluence. His appearance reminds me of Luo Fan back then. Subai walked forward and picked up the opponent's two swords, then remarked that they looked quite valuable. Seeing this, Zixuan immediately shouted, "What are you doing? Put them down now. Those are my swords." Subai said coldly, with the attitude of your magic marshal, "You clearly do not intend to apologize. These two swords will count as compensation." Zixuan angrily rushed forward, shouting, "Beast, I will kill you." Subai calmly stepped aside and said, "Do you think you have that ability?" Launched a hooking kick straight into the opponent's face, then said with contempt, "You do not know your limits." Zixuan was beaten until he could not even fight back. Subai pressed forward and shouted, "You still dare rely on strength to bully the weak and bully the people of Jiangzhou." He had to endure a rain of punches and kicks from Subai. This was the punishment for Magic Marshal. The audience was shocked, seeing Zixuan completely unable to resist. Someone said Subai was truly a monster with perfect speed, strength, and technique. Cheers erupted. "Subai, that was great. Let us see if Magic Marshal still dares to be arrogant." The MC announced this match, Jiangzhou Martial University, Subai victory. Subai suddenly noticed Han Zhan in the distance staring at him and said, "Why keep staring at me? Do you think I would not dare stare back?" Han Zhan looked at him with interest and said, "Subai of Jiangzhou, I have been waiting for you." Subai ignored him and carefully examined the spoils, thinking these two swords must be worth a lot. But an arm suddenly blocked him when the Magic Marshal principal demanded the weapons be returned. Subai calmly said, "If Magic Marshal apologizes to Jiangzhou Martial University and apologizes to the other martial universities while compensating the losses, then I will return them." The audience below immediately shouted, "That is right. Magic Marshal apologize." The shout of apology echoed everywhere. The Magic Marshal principal angrily said, "That will never happen." Subai replied, "Is that not the logic of strength you always speak of?" Principal Chu also agreed, while Thien Truong said, "Let us see if Magic Marshal still dares to be arrogant this time." Magic Marshal principal became furious and said, "Today I will teach this brat a lesson." Principal Chu shouted in alarm. Subai dodged quickly. Military Marshal principal was also shocked, seeing him attempt to attack a student. The blood aura pressure of a full stone realm expert made Subai feel terrifying power. That pressure forced everyone around to step back. The Military Marshal principal could not accept this and intervened, saying the principal of Magic Marshal is suppressing a student. He replied that Magic Marshal has autonomy, so Military Marshal should not interfere. Principal Chu also became furious and said, "If you dare harm a Jiangzhou student, I will risk my life against you." Three streams of power immediately clashed. At the most tense moment, Zhao Yi, the Lord rank expert ranked 6th, appeared, causing everyone to stop. The Magic Marshal principal hurriedly withdrew his aura and said in shock, "Elder Zhao." Zhao Yi reproached that he had only left Magic Marshal for a few years, and it had become like this, attacking a junior and still having the face to be principal. The Magic Marshal principal immediately knelt and apologized. He explained the motto of Magic Marshal is "The strong become stronger to protect the nation." The strong must be like Luo Fan, possessing supreme power, yet protecting peace. Zhao Yi admitted Magic Marshal was wrong for letting this happen, and declared that in this match Magic Marshal lost to Jiangzhou. The two swords are given to Subai. Military Marshal principal admired Elder Zhao's bearing. Subai also respectfully said this junior accepts the lesson. Thanther praised Subai for helping Jiangzhou regain its dignity. Subai said awkwardly, "Stop praising me, actually, I was also a bit frightened." Thanther worried that the next match would face the Great Wall Guardian Army, and Han Zhan's strength was unpredictable. Subai smiled and asked principal, "Since I brought glory to Jiangzhou today, is there a reward?" The principal helplessly said he would give him 2 high-grade silver beast cores. 1 hour later, the MC announced the final of the Inter-Academy tournament officially began. The stands echoed with shouts, "Han Zhan, Han Zhan." Han Zhan said, "First, Subai, I have waited a long time. How about a decisive battle?" Subai agreed, then asked the system to analyze the opponent. The system displayed Han Zhan, human race, early silver rank, age 20. Physical strength and agility both extremely high. Evaluation extremely dangerous. Subai activated multiple skills, then said in such a hurry, "Then I will show you my strength." Unleashed continuous attacks like rain, forcing Han Zhan to dodge repeatedly. Subai realized Han Zhan had still hidden strength when fighting Wang Yang earlier. The judges were also surprised because Han Zhan's speed now was far faster than before. Someone commented that Han Zhan almost had no weakness, so without a higher realm, it would be difficult to defeat him. Su Bai threw a powerful punch, but Han Zhan easily dodged. Su Bai admitted the opponent truly deserved the title of a warrior who had fought on the battlefield of the myriad races. He launched a cunning strike at the opponent's weak point, causing Han Zhan to startle. The audience immediately erupted because the attack was extremely ruthless, yet very effective. Han Zhan clutched his lower body, trembling, and said, "You used a despicable move." Su Bai replied, "On the battlefield, there are no rules." Another punch from Su Bai sent Han Zhan flying far away. From within the smoke, Han Zhan said coldly, "Su Bai, seems I must become serious." Unleashed the move Endless Blade Aura, carrying terrifying power. Su Bai did not dodge and chose direct confrontation. Judges were horrified because this was the signature combat skill of General Han. Su Bai gritted his teeth, resisting, but was still forced backward. Han Zhan pointed the blade at him, demanding Su Bai use full power. Than Thur and the principal were both worried because that attack was too powerful. Su Bai calmly opened his backpack and said, "This time you forced me. Zyro Bai come out." Han Zhan saw the two beasts appear and praised, "Finally, you are using your full strength." All three rushed forward to attack together. Su Bai shouted, "Old Han, this time you are finished." Han Zhan had just dodged Su Bai's kick when he had to block the giant claw of Zyro Bai. Taking advantage of the opening at his flank, Tiu Bat instantly seized the chance and unleashed a powerful strike. The opponent was quickly knocked backward. Tabak immediately reminded Lao Han not to be stubborn anymore. Admitting defeat now would not be shameful. However, he had decided to use his ultimate move. "Originally, I did not intend to use it because even now, I still cannot fully control this power, but now he had no choice but to use it." The erupting force exploded violently, forcing Tabak to brace himself to resist. "This guy, this power, are you even human anymore? Is this really a golden tier strategy? It is terrifying." The system kept issuing warnings. "Extreme danger, extreme danger." Chin confidently declared, "Tabak, you are guaranteed to lose this round." Everyone could not help sighing that below Golden all were like ants. The Golden Realm was the gateway of true powerhouses. Han Chin had likely reached the peak of Golden already, while Tabak was only bronze. No matter how strong he was, it would be difficult to compare. Han Chin poured all his power into this strike. "You absolutely cannot withstand my ultimate move." A terrifying force crashed down. Tabak's expression changed as he cried out that he was finished. This time he truly could not hold on anymore. He hurriedly shouted loudly, "Tiu Bat, save me." Tiu Bat immediately used spatial swap to take the hit in his place, its entire body bearing the terrifying power of Han Chin. A thunderous explosion erupted in the middle of the arena. Tabak immediately ordered Tiu Bak to charge forward. He must have completely exhausted his strength by now. The entire judging panel stood up in shock. What is this? A spatial ability? Even platinum-level experts have only barely touched such power. Is Tabak really only bronze? Could this be the trait of shared origin essence? That is impossible. Another person could not believe the spatial swap, a heaven-tier technique, was actually executed by Tabak. Could his talent already rival the great power Luo Pham of the past? The spectators in the stands also began discussing in shock. What kind of madness is this? Is this really a golden tier tournament? Are they trying to wipe out our Ma Vo? Amid the thick clouds of dust, everyone waited anxiously to see whether the outcome had already been decided. As the smoke gradually cleared, they finally saw Han Chin restrained under Tiu Bak's claws. Tabak looked at his opponent and said, "Lao Han, you truly are a monster." In the end, that man sighed and accepted defeat. "This round you win, Tabak." Teammates from Jiang Vo still had not recovered from shock. Tabak, did he really win? The MC solemnly announced that the Chinese champion of this tournament was Tabak from Jiang Chao Vo Dai. The entire Jiang Chao Vo Dai erupted with excitement. "Tabak is the champion. This is incredible. I said I was not mistaken about him. Tabak is the strongest genius of the younger generation. Tabak is the champion." Stands echoed with chants of his name. Tabak has won. He has become the champion. When his image appeared on the giant screen, many people were so excited they cursed under their breath. Heavens, Tabak is truly shameless, too cunning. Yen Enhin could not hide her admiration either. "Tabak, you are truly amazing." In the living room of the Ta family, his younger sister jumped excitedly. "Brother has won. Brother is the champion." His mother said emotionally to her husband, "Quickly look. Tabak has won. Our son is the national champion." The father replied with a choked voice that he had seen it. On the arena, the atmosphere remained boiling. Chants of Jiang Vo Tabak echoed everywhere. Reporters rushed forward for interviews. "Tabak, you are now the champion of the 100 school tournament. How do you feel? Do you have anything to say to Han Chin?" the principal had to struggle to block the reporters and asked everyone to step back because Tabak needed to rest. After escaping the crowd, the principal instructed that Tabak had consumed too much energy and should return to the hotel to rest first. He would handle the remaining matters. After this match, you are going to become rich. All the military resource rewards belong to the champion. Bach thought he misheard. Is that true, teacher, about how much money? The principal first estimated 60 million, then corrected himself that it should be at least 600 million. Hearing about the money, Bach instantly lost control. That much? Let me go. The match is not finished, yet I still want to fight 10 more Hanchin. Meanwhile, on the giant screen at the Mavo Hotel, a military news broadcast of Long Kingdom was introducing that the champion of the 100 school tournament was Tabak of Jiang Chao Vo Dai. The military decided to commend Tabak for his brave performance in the arena, specially awarding a first-class merit, the Growth Honor Medal along with 60,000 military merit points, and calling on other Vo Dai students to learn from his unwavering fighting spirit. Next came the new ranking of the top 100 schools. Number 1 belonged to Jiang Chao Vo Dai with 50 billion military investment each year. Number 2 was the Great Wall Guardian Academy. Number 3 Dedu Vo Dai. Number 4 Madu Vo Dai. Geniuses like Luo Pham had always been famous. The Long Ha government news reported that countless ability users and beast tamers across the nation were rushing to register for Vo Dai, predicting that Jiang Chao Vo Dai would become the leading training center for beast tamers. Online, there even spread a nursery rhyme praising Tabak after his resounding victory. While everyone was still discussing, the protagonist woke up after a long sleep. He stretched and wondered how long he had been asleep. Manhwa brought food into the room and said to Bak, "You are awake." The principal said no one should wake you. Seeing her, he asked in surprise why she was here. She replied that when he woke up, they would return to Jiang Vo together because the special vehicle was waiting downstairs. He nodded and said to wait while he packed a little before returning to school. But first he had to take Tiu Bat and Tiu Bak to the Mavo cafeteria for a huge meal. Manhwa laughed and said Mavo truly suffered a big loss this time. At Jiang Chao Vo Dai, students hung banners everywhere welcoming the returning hero. Everyone waited eagerly. They even said the school gate this year was built with 50 billion investment and was more magnificent than Mavo to welcome the hero to Bak. Principal gave a speech saying that in this 100 school tournament, Jiang Chao Vo Dai had won a historic championship. Now let us welcome our victorious warriors home. All the students shouted Jiang Vo is undefeated. He then invited the best team captain of the tournament to speak. Tabak stepped up and said the lesson he learned was that no legend is unbreakable. As long as you do not give up, even the strongest opponent can be defeated. Students applauded loudly. The principal continued announcing that after the victory, the government had increased the school budget and asked if Tabak had any suggestions. He replied seriously that the greatest gap between them and the top schools was cultivation resources. He suggested the school should invite a master alchemist who specialized in refining pills to support the students. In that way, the cultivation resource gap would be reduced. The principal praised him with satisfaction and said he hoped everyone would work together to revitalize Jiang Vo. Afterward, in the meeting room, he awarded Tabak a medal and reminded him that from the moment he received his first Golden Growth Medal, he already knew he would become famous. Tabak humbly replied that it was what he should do, but also reminded him about the 500 million the teacher still owed. Principal froze and said, was it not 50 million? How did it become 500 million? Tabak replied that he had earned 50 billion for the school, so 500 million was nothing. In the end, the principal bargained that he would give at most 100 million. He also said he would grant another 10,000 military merit points and told Tabak to exchange resources at the logistics office. But Tabak refused because he thought 100 million was too little compared to what he had sacrificed for the school. When the principal grabbed his collar and pushed him outside, Tabak angrily cursed that the teacher was abandoning him after crossing the bridge, while the principal only laughed and told him to hurry back and rest. The door slammed shut, leaving him even more annoyed. Tabak muttered that a gentleman could wait 10 years for revenge, for now accepting 100 million was enough to upgrade Tiu Bat and Tiu Bak. At this moment, many female students had gathered outside the dormitory asking whether Tabak lived here because they wanted to meet him, but the guard kept refusing and said he was not inside. Inside the dormitory, Tabak was feeding his 2 battle pets and reminded them to eat slowly. Their performance in the tournament was excellent, so they must become even stronger in the future. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared. He lowered his head to look and said in surprise that it had leveled up. The system announced that Tiu Bat had broken through. The Earth Mystic Turtle had advanced to early silver and evolved into Earth Spirit Turtle. The The Xuanwu bloodline activated at 40%, and it gained the talent Earth Origin. Its stats surged greatly with extremely high defense, along with many new talents such as Earth Fortress, Earth Spirit Possession, Earth Core Gravity, and Earth Origin, leaving Tabak astonished because it had reached early silver in a single breakthrough. On Tiu Bak's side, there was also progress, as the system showed the metal White Tiger had advanced to high bronze, and the White Tiger bloodline activated 30%. Its attributes increased significantly, along with 3 talents called Primordial Metal 100 Claws, Primordial Metal Spirit, and Primordial Metal Phantom Shadow, which made Tabak laugh joyfully. Rubbed the heads of the 2 battle pets, and thought that Han Qin had trained bitterly until 20 years old to reach early silver, while he had already broken through thanks to his pets. Just then, Jia Kang rushed in shouting that Brother Two was his idol. Seeing him hugging his leg, Tabak helplessly told him to calm down and speak. Jia Kang excitedly reported that he had awakened an ability and become a pure beast tamer just like him. He raised a turtle and showed it proudly, saying, "Brother, to look at this," making Tabak surprised as he asked why he also raised a turtle. Jia Kang explained that after learning he had awakened his ability, his grandfather spent a large sum hiring people to capture a bronze beast for him. But he did not like it, so he decided to raise a turtle, because a beast tamer who does not raise a turtle is not a true beast tamer. Bach hesitated slightly and said that actually he wanted to say not every turtle is really. At that moment, the system announced the activation of a new talent domination, which allowed the use of holy beast essence blood to help those who worship the host awaken beast tamer abilities. This information stunned Tabak, because the domination talent could also cause that person's battle pet to awaken a holy beast bloodline. When he saw Jia Kang's data, he immediately excitedly patted his shoulder and said raising a turtle was indeed a wonderful choice. At the gate of Jiang Chao Vo Dai, countless youths had come to register. The teacher asked in surprise whether they had also come to study beast taming. They replied that Jiang Vo was now the most famous, so everyone wanted to follow the great master Tabak. Teacher reminded them that if they had chosen the Jiang Vo training program, then the school would open its doors to welcome them. First, release your battle pets. One person immediately put his turtle on the ground. The others also lifted their turtles to show them. The teacher laughed helplessly and said this did not look like enrollment at all, but more like a turtle gathering. Teacher asked suspiciously, "Student Hak Kwong, are you truly a beast tamer ability user?" He immediately answered firmly, "Yes, teacher, this is my battle pet." But she still shook her head. "There is no sign of spiritual power on you. Looking at you, I only see the vitality of an ordinary martial artist. And this turtle as well, is it not just a soft-shell turtle sold at the market? And you standing behind him, you are a lightning attribute ability user. And what about you?" Kwong stubbornly said it does not matter. He is a beast tamer, so he must enter the beast taming department. He wants to study in the same class as Tabak. The others also began shouting in agreement. So what if it is lightning ability? Who says lightning ability cannot become a beast tamer? Can he not raise a lightning turtle? Perhaps after entering the beast taming department and researching for a long time, they might create a thunder turtle. The teacher became angry after hearing this and shouted that they were causing chaos. At that moment, Tabak happened to pass by and said in surprise, "Why the school is suddenly full of turtles." While everyone was making noise demanding to enter the beast taming department, a female student suddenly saw him and shouted, "That is Tabak." The whole group immediately recognized the person who had appeared was Tabak. Tabak, really? The real person has arrived. Crowd instantly rushed forward like a swarm of bees. "Tabak, I am your fan. You must help me stay in this school. If I cannot study with you, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Tabak, look at me. I have talent to become a beast tamer. I have raised turtles since childhood." People pulled his clothes and pushed forward, making him dizzy. Someone even said, "After watching your match, I finally found the goal of my life. Even if I have not awakened, yet I will definitely become a beast tamer in the future." Tabak fled in panic, his mind full of questions about why so many people suddenly rushed at him. He ran while shouting for help. "Principal, save me, principal." The frontline meeting room of the martial army, a person reported that according to information from the scouts, the myriad races have already detected our movements. They even mobilized 13 tribes such as Yu Min and Hiu, Luke Nhai Yu Lan and Tone Hung gathering near the camp area. The specific situation is still under investigation. Enhat Than immediately ordered that the myriad races are becoming more and more arrogant. Whatever their purpose, we must strike first. Earlier, he had requested selecting 3 warriors from the 100 school tournament to go to Bitch Thigh Marsh for a reconnaissance mission. Someone heard this and said in shock, "What, Bitch Thigh Marsh is a forbidden land, and choosing students who have not even graduated yet, is that not extremely dangerous?" Another person also cautiously asked whether they should reconsider, but he replied that as warriors of the human race, sooner or later they must face the front line of the myriad races. He believes they are capable of completing the mission. Moreover, only when he guards this place will the king-level powerhouses of the myriad races not dare act recklessly. Therefore, this reconnaissance mission is extremely important. Immediately carry out the order. The commander immediately shouted that he obeyed. Jiang Chao Vo Dai. Tabak hurriedly rushed into the principal office and shouted that it is bad. Our school is about to become a turtle farm. The principal saw him arrive and said you came at the right time. Tabak, this is the cow family head cow man. He wants to discuss with you the matter of retrieving the divine weapons of the cow family. The others are all guest elders of the cow family. Tabak calmly said you want to take back Zai Xuan's twin swords, but the principal of Ma Vo already gave them to me. They immediately became angry and shouted that such a thing is impossible. The two divine weapons originally belonged to the cow family. If not for the sake of Elder Zhao, we would not be speaking politely to you like this. Today we came with sincerity to redeem the divine weapons, yet you show such an attitude. Tabak thought to himself they dare slam the table in Jiang Vo. The principal also slammed the table and stood up to speak. This is Jiang Vo, not your ma do. Whether to sell or not is Tabak's decision. The price is also decided by him, just negotiate peacefully. Cowman spoke. Student Tabak, please state your condition. Tabak replied that he must admit recently those two weapons have been very comfortable to use. A guest elder advised that sooner or later everyone must go to the battlefield of the myriad races. Increasing strength is the most important thing. Instead of keeping two useless swords, it would be better to exchange them for cultivation resources. Tabak pretended to think, then said that also makes sense, if that is the case. 1 billion. Hearing this, they were all shocked. What 1 billion? Even forging new divine weapons would not cost that much. Tabak immediately said you are mistaken. These two swords in his hands truly do not have great use. But in Zai Xuan's hands they are life-saving weapons. Is his life not worth 1 billion? Moreover, how much time would it take to forge new divine weapons? Those people hesitated and cursed silently that this brat is really ruthless in bargaining. The principal sitting beside thought to himself, you see the face of this little profiteer now. Finally, Cowman nodded and agreed. Fine. 1 billion, then 1 billion, deal. Tabak happily praised him as a generous family head. He said the money will be transferred today, and hopes that after receiving the money he will immediately return the divine weapons to the cow family. Tabak escorted them to the door saying, do not worry, payment first, then goods delivered. There will absolutely be no deception. The principal also stood up to see them off saying, Elder Cow can rest assured. After that, Tabak turned back and asked whether something was happening at the front line, so they hurried to redeem the weapons like this. The principal nodded and said he guessed correctly. Military has issued an official order. The selected students must go to the front line of the myriad races within 3 days. This time the teacher will also go together. In addition, the military has assigned a special mission to him and Than Thur. Tabak was quite surprised hearing this. Principal reminded that this campaign is the first counterattack of the human race after more than a century. Once on the battlefield, they are no longer teacher and student, but all soldiers. They must bravely complete the mission. At Devo Dai, the principal held the Great Wall summons order and declared that Devo is the gathering place of the geniuses of Long Kingdom. If humanity fights, then Devo leads the charge. The students below shouted in unison to fight for Long Kingdom. Ma Duvo Dai, the new principal also declared that whenever war erupts, Ma Vo will always be the frontline force, willing to devote a lifetime to serving the nation. The students below roared with momentum that they would carve their names into the stone tablet of history, because the human race will never be defeated. 3 days later at the Great Wall Fortress, soldiers urged Tabak and the others to hurry because the great battle is about to begin. The Martin cannons must be checked repeatedly, energy fully replenished, and any scouts daring to enter within 50 miles must be eliminated immediately. Bach asked curiously why students from other schools all wear armor, while Jiang Vo still wears student uniforms. Going to the battlefield like this, is it not very dangerous? Vin Quang also agreed that, since the school has money, why not buy several hundred sets of armor? The principal sighed and explained that normally Jiang Vo can exchange money for military resources. But during wartime, everything must be exchanged with military merit. If they want armor, they must earn merit by killing enemies, and Jiang Vo has not accumulated much military merit. That moment, the fortress sounded the alarm that the enemy is attacking, and all units must take position. An officer spoke quickly before rushing to the battlefield that everyone must cooperate with the army to defend the Great Wall, and without orders they must not attack on their own. Everyone replied that they understood. Principal Chu also gave the order that the enemy is launching a surprise attack. All Ma Vo warriors go to the wall for defense. Dedu Vo Dai follow him to the wall. Vin Quang followed with some worry. The principal reassured that their mission is only to defend the Great Wall. They reached the wall. Both Vin Quang and Tabak were horrified to see in the distance a vast sea of ferocious beasts. The number of ferocious beasts reached tens of thousands, making them wonder whether it could even be killed completely. The scene looked exactly like a meat grinder. The principal told the students that this time the military is the main force, while they only cooperate to familiarize themselves with the battlefield. Tabak asked awkwardly that if the order forbids proactive attack, then can beast pets fight? In his heart, he greedily thought that so many ferocious beasts are a rare opportunity to level up. But the principal reminded that this is the battlefield, and he must not cause chaos. Just then, the demon crystal cannon began firing. The power of the cannon made everyone marvel. The Martin firepower is indeed terrifying. In the command room, the commander ordered quick energy, loading to prepare for the next artillery barrage. Bach pointed out that the ferocious beasts had already rushed forward. The principal immediately ordered preparation for battle. The command room also ordered silver-level powerhouses to prepare to meet the enemy. Streams of abilities from the city wall poured down upon the ferocious beast horde. The commander continued shouting that golden-level powerhouses must prepare, and everyone must focus on protecting the wall. The ferocious beast horde rushed forward madly, and the silver-level ability users immediately charged out and fought fiercely. Relying on their brave fighting spirit, they quickly forced the ferocious beast pack to retreat. Quang begged the principal to allow him to go to battle because he wanted to fight alongside the Great Wall Guardians. Thin Truong was also eager to request participation, but the principal sternly stopped them. He said the army issued such an order to protect them. If they go to battle now, it would only be meaningless sacrifice. When they become qualified warriors, they will have the chance to kill enemies. At that moment, a surge of power pierced through the defense line. An ability user said in shock, "How could this happen? Did the demon crystal cannon not stop firing already?" Command room was also surprised to see the Martin cannon still firing, but the power seemed unusual. The communications soldier said the stop order had already been issued. So who is firing? A soldier pointed and reported that it was over there. It turned out Tiu Bat had opened its mouth and fired an energy beam no weaker than the demon crystal cannon. Tabak stood beside it, cheering for it to keep firing. The principal on the wall cried out in shock. Than Thur widened his eyes seeing this and realized that beast tamers can fight like this. Tiu Bat obeyed the order and fired another energy beam, causing the ferocious beasts to be unable to dodge. Bach angrily scolded it for firing at the wrong target. That one is silver level, not bronze. If it cannot be killed, then there will be no military merit. Aim properly at the bronze one and fire. He continued calling Tiu Bach to join the battle. If it keeps being lazy, then all the beast cores in the future will be given to Tiu Bach. The ability users watched the two battle pets rush into the ferocious beast pack and asked in shock whose beast pets those are. When they learned they belonged to a Jiang Vo student, none of them could believe it. When the dust cleared, the ground was filled with the corpses of ferocious beasts. The commander immediately ordered the silver-level powerhouses to pursue the remaining enemies, while the golden-level powerhouses eliminate the remaining ferocious beasts on the battlefield. The principal looked at Tabak with a different gaze and said this brat truly comes up with all kinds of tricks. Thin Truong curiously asked why his beast pets became stronger so quickly. Tabak made up an excuse, saying it was thanks to resources and the support of the principal. After that, he asked whether this time it counts as merit. The principal laughed and said this time he killed quite a number of ferocious beasts, so he will definitely receive a lot of military merit because they contributed greatly even while standing on the wall. At the higher command level, the battle report was presented stating that the army lost 568 soldiers. 200 demon crystal cannons are currently cooling down and can be reused after 5 hours and 40 minutes, while the enemy side has lost more than 125,000 ferocious beasts. General Haiyan Sun said in astonishment that in only half an hour they achieved a great victory. He ordered the main force to rest and prepare for tomorrow's battle. At that moment, the soldier reported that there is another matter to report. The commander of the 35th Division reported that Jiang Vo student Tabak did not directly leave the city to join the battle. However, he controlled his beast pets like magic crystal cannons, continuously bombarding and eliminating many enemies in this battle. Therefore, the commander proposed that military merit be recorded and awarded to Tabak. Haiyan Sun ordered that privately raised beast pets could also be regarded as magic crystal cannons. Military merit would be calculated according to the number of enemies killed. Many dissatisfied voices immediately rose in the base square. This is too unfair. We have not even been allowed onto the battlefield, so how could we earn military merit? Someone replied that if you had ability like Tabak, you could do it as well. Someone pointed at the information display board and shouted, "Look quickly." First place on the martial merit board is Jiang Chao Vo Dai Tabak with 43,500 military merit points. After reading it, he immediately cursed Damn it, Tabak is also just a student like us. Are we not forbidden from leaving the city? How could he have so much military merit? There must be a problem. Zaichuan snorted coldly when he saw that name appear again. Why is it always Tabak? The two people beside him also echoed. More than 40,000 military merit equals more than 400 million. Even golden experts might not achieve that. What exactly did he do? Zaichuan gritted his teeth and swore he would definitely surpass Tabak. Tabak met Zaichuan again at the base square and happily walked over to pat his shoulder as if nothing had happened. Oh, is this not old cow? Long time no see. Are you used to using your twin swords yet? Speaking of it, I should thank you. This time having so much military merit is all thanks to old cow's enthusiastic support. Seeing Zaichuan looking uncomfortable, he continued teasing. If you need anything today, just say it. We are good brothers. Do not always keep that frowning face. But Zaichuan flushed red in anger. Who is brothers with you? Zaichuan will never be friends with someone like you. Tabak still leaned closer, asking whether the weapon was not comfortable to use. Tabak continued teasing that recently he had read quite a few forging books, so he understood a little about maintaining divine weapons. How about letting him help adjust it a little? The fee is very cheap. Zaichuan did not respond and only snorted before leaving. Tabak even called after him slowly, old cow. The second day at the Great Wall Defense Fortress also began. The entire army lined up neatly to meet Lord Zhao Engai. The commander reported that the Great Wall Guardian Army had assembled completely. Zhao Engai announced the situation. Yesterday, more than 100,000 ferocious beasts attacking was only a probing wave. Today, the number may be even greater, but humanity will not sit still and wait for death. Today is the day we counterattack. He emphasized that everyone must firmly hold their weapons and protect this land. All the guardians tightened their weapons and shouted in unison, counterattack, counterattack, defend the land. After Zhao Engai's order, everyone immediately advanced to the battlefield. The other legions also surged out of the city gates with overwhelming momentum, preparing to fight. Outside, the magical beasts waiting in advance also rushed forward at the same time. After 2 days without entering battle, Tabak asked the principal in boredom whether they still would not go onto the battlefield this time. Are they just going to keep guarding the city gate? Vin Quang also agreed, saying they cannot keep hiding like turtles forever. But the principal replied not to be impatient. Military orders are absolute. Sooner or later, they will have their chance. Commander held the radio and began deploying tactics. The ability user Legion immediately launched elemental bombardment. The Vanguard group used their power to repel the ferocious beasts. Many ferocious beasts on the front line were eliminated, and the resentment on the battlefield grew thicker and thicker. Vin Quang exclaimed in shock that this scene was truly terrifying. Tabak looked at the battlefield and sighed that it was no wonder people call the battlefield of the myriad races hell on earth. Under such attacks, almost no creature could survive. Commander continued ordering all forces to stay alert as the enemy was rushing in. The heavy armor legion advanced. After the order, the soldiers wearing iron armor and holding shields stepped forward. The captain reminded them to block the first attack of the Diamond Bears, then shouted the entire heavy armor legion, follow me, and charge. The two sides immediately collided violently. The heavy shields of the heavy armor legion blocked the Diamond Bear pack. The captain continued shouting that the heavy armor legion must hold their position and stop these beasts. On a tall tower among the magical beasts, a giant diamond bear roared angrily. How could the human race block the Diamond Bear tribe? Crush them immediately. Bach asked in surprise why the leaders of the myriad races had human forms. Principal Chu explained that platinum experts of the myriad races can transform shape. Reaching diamond level, they are almost no different from humans. If they do not reveal flaws, it is hard to recognize them even when living together. These words shocked Tabak greatly. Vin Quang anxiously asked when they would finally receive a mission. Chu Zhenan replied that the battlefield was becoming increasingly fierce, so their mission would certainly come soon. At that moment, a soldier arrived to announce that the reserve teams would cooperate with the main force to rescue the wounded and clean the battlefield. The Vo Dai students were divided into small teams, and the list began to be announced. Tabak said excitedly that there was finally work. Team 1 includes Tabak Than Thur Han Chin, Captain Tabak. The mission is optional, either cleaning the battlefield or entering the Mist Mountains to support the main army. Next, Team 2 includes Yuang Duong Kaozai, Xuan Quan Tan Tang Loi Kiu, Captain Yuang Duong. The mission is to enter the Mist Mountains and assist the army in scouting terrain. After that, the list of Team 3 continued to be read, until the final team, Team 52, includes Ngung Bang Vuong Than Than La Vin Quang Loi Van Tiu, and Man Nha, Captain Ngung Bang. Mission assisting the Great Wall Reserve team in clearing the battlefield. As soon as the order was issued, every team quickly gathered and discussions rose everywhere. What is going on? Are we not all from the same school? Someone beside replied, yes, almost everyone has been separated. Moreover, Team 1 has only 3 people to Bok Han-chin Than Thur. Is that really correct? Han-chin found his team and walked over greeting to Bok. Long time no see. When we have time, we should fight again. Bok said there is something more important. Old Han, we will talk about fighting later. What exactly is this mission? Thur also said the 3 of us are in one team, yet the mission is so vague it is strange. Han-chin replied that if you as captain do not know, then how could he know, making Bok only snort. Suddenly Bok widened his eyes as if realizing something, then said the military order clearly states the captain can arrange things independently. He probably understands it now. Than Thur asked what he understood. He replied, first follow him. Bok turned back, greeting the principal that they were leaving to carry out the mission. He reminded the youngsters to pay attention to safety, and in critical moments life is the most important. Bok jumped off the city wall happily, saying, he understood principle. Old Han old who follow him. He also reminded them to follow closely, or if they fall behind he will not wait. The other 2 immediately ran after him. Than Thur curiously asked what exactly their mission was. Han-chin laughed, saying that Guy had probably held back too long and wanted to unleash his strength. Tiu Bat and Tiu Bok poked their heads out and called as if smelling beast cores. Before long, they reached the battlefield where corpses were everywhere. Bok sighed that bodies lying everywhere was truly brutal. Han-chin observed a minute of silence and said dying on the battlefield is the greatest honor of a soldier. Bok lowered his head, saying, please rest in peace, seniors. The road ahead will be continued by us. Than Thur placed a hand on his shoulder, asking if he was all right. He replied that it was fine. Han-chin said this is the fate of a soldier. 2 saw Tiu Bat and Tiu Bok eating beast cores and asked whether this violated discipline. Bok replied it did not, because they were helping clean the battlefield for their comrades. The battlefield clearing mission was also urgent. When they were almost finished, a voice sounded in the distance calling that it was Bok's group. He urged Tiu Bat and Tiu Bok to eat quickly because they still had a mission. After that, he put the 2 beast pets into his backpack and said seriously that when they return, he will let them eat more. Then turned, calling Old Han old who let us go and continue forward. Than Thur curiously asked where they were going. Han-chin realized this was the direction of the Mist Mountains. Bok ran ahead, saying, old who, you are slower than Old Han, hurry up, or the main army will arrive first. Xuan's group also entered the battlefield at this moment. He observed the surroundings, then frowned, saying to Bok, and his companions did not wait for the other teams, and already entered the Mist Mountains on their own. Yuang Duong remarked that they seemed very rushed, then ordered Team 2 to prepare to enter. Xuan replied that he understood. The 4 immediately ran off. Their mission is assisting reconnaissance of the Mist Mountains terrain. The place is quite dangerous, but as long as they avoid certain areas, it should be fine. Xuan urged everyone to speed up, because entering earlier might allow them to earn more military merit. Bok's team had already reached the Mist Mountains. He observed, saying the fog here is thick and difficult to disperse, and visibility is extremely limited. Han-chin nodded, telling them not to separate too far. Than Thur analyzed that with complex terrain and low visibility, a large army could easily be ambushed. Bok agreed this environment is more suitable for small squad battles. Suddenly, Han-chin noticed something in a rotten log and signaled the other 2 to look and see what it was. He picked it up and examined it, then said this is blood spirit mushroom used to make blood chi powder. Than Thur estimated that this plant is at least 10 years old, and if sold at a materials shop it would cost more than 100,000. Bok widened his eyes, saying it is that expensive, then pick it quickly before it goes to waste. Than Thur reminded that they still had a mission, but Bok only saw mushrooms at this moment. If they were in a hurry, they could go first, and he would catch up after picking them. After saying that, he opened his backpack, calling out Tiu Bat and Tiu Bok. Han-chin covered his face helplessly because the captain had no dignity at all. Bok held the mushrooms like holding money with shining eyes, saying this place truly has many heavenly treasures, and he cannot return empty-handed. Then he turned, scolding the 2 pets for eating randomly, in case they get poison. Han-chin suddenly sensed energy fluctuations and said cautiously that ferocious beasts were approaching. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden early stage 2-headed giant lizard and 3 silver demon wolves appear. Bok patted Han-chin's shoulder confidently, saying it is only golden early stage, he alone is enough, and they should continue scouting. But Han-chin and Than Thur had already drawn their weapons and rushed forward. They said this time he should not try to monopolize the military merit, because even if he is captain, benefits must be shared. Bok stared blankly, asking whether the 2 of them were on the same side today. The 2 immediately engaged in fierce combat with the ferocious beasts. At first, the situation seemed unfavorable, because the enemy had greater numbers. At that moment, Tabak also joined the battle, kicking away the two-headed giant lizard. Then said Old Han, rest for a moment, let him take 5 minutes to deal with it. Han Chin asked in shock whether after only a few days he was already about to break through to mid-silver stage. While fighting, Thanther said to Bok, stop talking, and if you want to kill ferocious beasts you must rely on ability. Han Chin nodded, then the two understood each other and attacked desperately. Tabak hurriedly shouted not to kill them all and leave a few for him. They laughed, saying his speed was a bit slow. Yuang Duang's team also reached the Mist Mountains. Zai Xuan sensed ahead a battle between martial ability users and a golden ferocious beast. Yuang Duang worried that perhaps their people were in danger and told them to hurry and check. Everyone agreed. When they arrived, only the corpses of ferocious beasts remained, and no people were seen. Quan Tan said in shock that this scene was terrifying. Tabak's group had eliminated all the ferocious beasts. He sat on the two-headed giant lizard while receiving praise that he was clever to strike the weak point. Tabak laughed, saying it was nothing, then called Tiu Bat and Tiu Bak to hurry and eat because they still had work later. Yuang Duang's group was still searching in the fog. Quan Tan said in disbelief that 5 minutes ago he sensed many ferocious beasts, yet now they were all killed. Yuang Duang replied it was normal because those three were never ordinary people. Because of the limited visibility, Yuang Duang did not realize he had approached Han Chin and continued speaking that Old Han truly deserves to be the strongest genius of the Great Wall Guardians, and his strength is impressive. Han Chin asked helplessly whether he was mocking him. After that, Han Chin pointed toward Tabak, saying most of the ferocious beasts were killed by him and his beast pets, while he and Thanther had not even had time to act. Zai Xuan asked in shock whether he had solved everything within 5 minutes. Tabak stepped forward again and teased, hey, is this not Old Cow? Did you come to ask him to maintain your divine weapons today? You are quite secretive. He has not seen those two divine weapons for a long time, so he always remembers them. Zai Xuan was furious and pointed straight at his face with a warning. Tabak, shut your mouth right now. Yuang Duang immediately stepped in to mediate. Enough, stop arguing, the mission is urgent. Tabak, you are the captain of Team 1, what should we do next? Tabak replied that this place was quite favorable, so he planned to go deeper into the Mist Mountains to hunt more ferocious beasts. The more they kill, the better, to strengthen the rear support for the human army. Only Han Chin and Thanther understood clearly that speaking so grandly actually meant he only wanted to find more heavenly treasures. The more ferocious beasts killed, the more military merit he would gain. But they still nodded in agreement and said, yes, we think the same. Yuang Duang suggested that they might as well act together for convenience and asked what he thought. Tabak considered for a moment, then said it was fine, but they must agree first that whoever obtains resources first keeps them, and there would be no equal sharing. Yuang Duang hesitated but finally agreed that was only natural. Tabak smiled lightly and said then he would go ahead and everyone could follow behind. Han Chin and Thanther immediately chased after him while calling out, Tabak, wait, old to do not even think about taking everything alone. Quan Tan still looked confused after hearing this and said he could not understand what they were talking about. Yuang Duang laughed and said he would understand soon enough. Stop standing there in a daze and hurry after them. The whole group was running when they suddenly stopped because they saw Tabak's team ahead had halted. Everyone looked at each other asking what happened and whether there was something ahead. Yuang Duang widened his eyes in shock as he saw a group of golden-level ferocious beasts in front. Zai Xuan broke into sweat and said there were 2 early golden ones, 1 mid-stage, and even 1 high golden stage. A troop of monkeys appeared in the forest, each of them at golden level. Especially prominent was a white-furred gorilla with high golden strength. A strange figure with sharp fangs stepped out and immediately cursed, you worthless trash. You actually let a few silver-level humans break in here. When he lowered his head, the subordinates immediately showed remorse. Tabak's group realized in alarm that this humanoid ferocious beast was a platinum powerhouse. Thanther asked in shock if it was truly platinum. Han Chin shook his head and said not exactly, it looked like the Earth Treasury Mystic Serpent clan, one of the 3 great royal clans, and the strongest vassal race of the 9 nether-devouring python. Among the myriad races, this race possesses an extremely noble bloodline. They can transform into humanoid form from low levels, and their combat strength even surpasses those of the same level. In this situation, the most troublesome opponent is precisely him. The transformed ferocious beast immediately gave the order to capture all those humans and not let any of them escape. As soon as the words ended, countless ferocious beasts rushed out from everywhere with vicious eyes locking onto their targets. Everyone was shocked, not understanding why so many ferocious beasts had gathered here. Han Chin quickly ordered that Yuang Duang was the fastest and must run to call for reinforcements. Yuang Duang immediately nodded, then activated the Earth Tier skill Wind Spirit Possession to increase speed. Before leaving, he shouted loudly, Tabak, Han Chin, hold on. As soon as Yuang Duong shot away, 3 early golden monkeys chased closely behind him. In the blink of an eye, they blocked his escape path. Yuang Duong exclaimed in shock that their speed was even faster than his, and it seemed he could only fight desperately. On the box side, he had already begun fighting several ferocious beasts. Han Qin asked worriedly whether he alone could handle the mystic serpent. Zai Xuan drew his twin swords and declared coldly that today he would slaughter all those beasts. Tian Meng saw that Tabak was still standing still and curiously asked why he was not attacking. He sneered, saying it seemed the opponent this time was quite troublesome. Then he summoned his 2 beast pets. Tiu Bat, Tiu Bak, come out and work. Once they appeared, both expanded their bodies, causing the beasts to feel fear. Immediately, they activated the skills Black Tortoise Fortress, Black Tortoise Gravity, Metal 100 Claws, and Metal Eye, preparing for battle. Tian Meng laughed disdainfully and said, "You want to fight him? Then fine, consider it," stretching his muscles. After speaking, he summoned several black pythons as the vanguard. The battle lines quickly became clear. Tabak's opponent was Tian Meng and the vicious python pack under him. Han Qin and Thanther had to face the white-furred gorilla. Thanther sighed that the strength of that high golden monster was truly formidable. Han Qin was worried about Yuang Duong, who had lured 3 monkeys away, and loudly reminded Old to finish quickly. Old Yuang might be in danger. Bak turned his head and replied, "All right." In an instant, the gaze of the white serpent locked onto him. Tabak tore a green snake in half with his bare hands, as easily as tearing paper, then ordered Tiu Bat, Tiu Bak to finish them quickly. While Tiu Bat was gathering power, Tiu Bak rushed forward to shield him. Tian Meng said coldly that humans were shameless, daring to speak arrogantly. Facing Tiu Bat's terrifying power, he had to admit inwardly that this force was truly frightening. One strike from Tiu Bat blasted straight into the python pack. When the smoke cleared, only the corpses of several vicious pythons remained, scattered everywhere. Even Tabak was surprised. If they were ordinary golden ferocious beasts, they would almost have died from that strike. But he quickly realized Tian Meng had not fallen and had already revealed his true form as a gigantic black python. Tian Meng roared angrily, saying, "You are very strong to force him to reveal his true body." Tabak calmly replied that the head was really big, even larger than Tiu Bat's. In an instant, Tian Meng teleported before Tabak, forcing him to activate Golden Edge Shadow Break to evade. He laughed and said it seemed the beast was not foolish, since it even knew to attack him directly. But with that speed, it could not catch him. He jumped onto Tiu Bat's back and ordered Tiu Bat charge. The beast immediately used the Black Tortoise charge, rushing forward like a moving tank ready to crush the target. Its speed was so fast that Tian Meng had not even lifted a foot to dodge. Immediately afterward, Tiu Bat delivered a powerful ram, making him spit out a large mouthful of blood. Seeing Tian Meng still resisting, Tabak urged Tiu Bak why he had not attacked yet, and whether he was waiting for the new year. Finish the fight quickly. Hearing the order, Tiu Bak rushed forward and bit Tian Meng's tail. Han Qin could not help admiring that Tabak's 2 beast pets were truly heaven-defying and were tormenting the mystic serpent leader so miserably. Thanther became even more anxious, saying that the longer this battle dragged on, the more worried he was about whether Yuang Duong could hold on. Bak kicked Tian Meng in the head and said stop playing around, they still had things to do. He ordered Tiu Bak to move aside. From above, Tiu Bat prepared to crush the enemy with brute force. Another Black Tortoise Gravity slammed down, causing Tian Meng to vomit blood again. When Tabak lightly kicked Tian Meng and saw he no longer reacted, he finally breathed in relief and said it was finally finished. He immediately called his 2 beast pets and said, "Let us go, we need to save someone." Before he finished speaking, Tian Meng's body suddenly swelled violently, as if activating self-destruction. When Han Qin and Thanther realized it, a terrifying explosion had already echoed through the forest. Fortunately, Tabak activated his protective aura in time and avoided the fatal blast. He cursed, saying, "Damn it, there was such a move." When he saw Tian Meng still had strength to crawl away, he exclaimed in shock that the beast was still not dead. Han Qin quickly advised Tabak not to chase because the mystic serpent had already been crippled by him, and saving old Yuang was more important. He nodded, saying fine, today he would spare that snake's life. After speaking, Tabak dashed away like the wind, only leaving a quick instruction. "Old Han Thanther, guard here, he would go save old Yuang." Han Qin replied, "Hurry, and go, this place will be handled by them." After a fierce struggle with 3 savage monkeys, Yuang Duong's situation became extremely dire. He realized he had greatly underestimated the speed of a golden rank ferocious beast. Although that white ape was not the agile type, its physical strength far exceeded imagination. Could it be that today he would truly lose his life here? He raised his weapon and swore that even if he had to die, he would drag at least 1 monkey down to hell with him. 3 monkeys charged forward at the same time. Yuang Duong intended to use Void Break Spear to break the encirclement, but before he could execute it, The mid-stage golden monkey delivered an extremely powerful punch. The other two immediately seized the opportunity when the human revealed an opening and rushed in to gang up on him. The three monkeys coordinated perfectly, taking turns launching continuous attacks. Yuang Duong's body endured violent impacts, blood continuously spraying from his mouth. After that, he was kicked flying straight into the large tree behind him, collapsed onto the ground, fully aware that this time there was probably truly no way to survive. Yuang Duong forced himself to provoke them. Come on, come here, you beasts. Killing me should be easy, but one day our human race will wipe all of you out. Han Qin, Tabak Senza, it is a pity I no longer have the chance to compete with you too. He let his body be surrounded by the monkeys. Suddenly the staff in one monkey's hand was knocked flying away. Tabak appeared just in time to save Yuang Duong. He asked anxiously, "Old Yuang, can you still hold on? Stay awake." Yuang Duong weakly replied, "Tabak, did you come to see me off?" With no strength left to resist, Yuang Duong spoke his last words. "Tabak, avenge me." Tabak roared, "Old Yuang, wake up. Do not fall asleep." He looked at the ferocious beasts and swore to crush them. Tabak gripped his spear tightly and quickly assumed a combat stance. He looked at the mid-stage golden monkey and mocked coldly. "With only one arm left, you are still so arrogant." As soon as the words ended, he shouted, "Go die." The spear in Tabak's hand instantly shot forward and pierced straight into the monkey's body. The ancient tree nearby immediately shook violently. The monkey was pinned to the tree trunk by the spear and could not move. Zyrobar and Zyrobai had already finished off the other two monkeys. Tabak hurriedly called out, "Old Yuang, I have avenged you. Wake up quickly." At that moment, the system suddenly issued a notification. A high-quality target capable of becoming a white tiger bloodline descendant has been detected. The target is currently in critical condition. The host can use white tiger essence blood to prolong his life, convert him into a bloodline descendant or not. Tabak frantically shook Yuang Duong. "Old Yuang, wake up quickly. I have found a way to save you." Tabak spoke while panting. "Yuang Duong, I can save you, but the price is that from now on you will lose your freedom and forever depend on me. Do you accept it?" After receiving his weak agreement, Tabak called out, "Zyrobai, give me 3 drops of your essence blood." When the 3 drops of essence blood were in his hand, he immediately ordered, Zyrobai, guard the surroundings for me." Seeing Yuang Duong's condition becoming more critical, Tabak reminded him, "Old Yuang, hold on a little longer." The 3 drops of essence blood fused before his chest and began reconstructing his bloodline. Energy erupted and spread throughout Yuang Duong's body. The intense pain made him scream uncontrollably. When the scream gradually faded, Yuang Duong looked dazed. Tabak asked, "Good, how do you feel now?" He looked at Tabak in shock. "What did you do?" This ability is absolutely not something an ordinary person can accomplish. Even a king-level powerhouse might not be able to do it. Tabak reminded him, "Old Yuang, before saving you I already had your consent. From now on you are under my management. My secrets must never be revealed. Anyone who reveals Tabak's secrets will suffer the curse of heaven and earth. Both body and soul will be destroyed." Yuang Duong nodded absent-mindedly. "All right, I understand." Tabak sighed. "Old Yuang, saving you cost me quite a lot of effort. Your life is even more valuable than Cao Tu Heen's 2 swords. This expense cannot be ignored." At that moment, the ground suddenly trembled. Yuang Duong immediately stood in front of him. "Be careful," Tabak asked curiously. "What happened?" Groups of snakes crawled up from underground. Tabak said irritably, "Damn it, why are there so many snakes? I should not have let that cursed beast escape earlier." Tabak ordered his beast companions, Zyrobai, deal with these disgusting things. But when he saw the severed snake bodies vanish, he frowned. Not real entities. Snakes kept emerging from the ground. Tabak said in astonishment, "Why do more appear the more we kill?" At that moment, Qingshu and his group also rushed over. "Tabak, we are here." "Old Yuang, are you all right?" Tabak reproached them. "Why did you arrive only now?" Yuang Duong replied, "I am fine." Qingshu observed and said, "These snakes cannot be killed completely. Someone must be controlling them behind the scenes. Quickly find him. It is probably the snake that escaped earlier." Tabak turned and said, "Old Yuang, lend me your spear." Quickly discovered someone hiding behind a tree, secretly controlling everything. That man stepped out from behind the tree, attacked proactively, and said with contempt, "Mere insects like you dare oppose the Kaiyu clan." Qingshu blocked the strike with his fan and asked. Just now he was forced back into his original form, but in the blink of an eye he became human again. "How can it be so fast?" Tabak said in a deep voice. "It seems he is not simple." Thien Mang laughed arrogantly. "That was only my clone. Do you think you can kill me?" Heen noticed that he was holding Lei Qiu in his hand. Panchin defended against the snake swarm while saying in shock, "Since when? His strength has become far stronger than before. Everyone be careful." Yuang Duong's eyes turned red with hatred. He roared, "Tabak, kill him for me. I will pay any amount." Tabak immediately assigned tasks. "Old Han, Old Triu, deal with the others. Leave this snake to me." Thien Mang laughed mockingly. Weak insects, yet you speak with such arrogance. Bach gathered power and said coldly, "Watch me kill you and take you back to cook snake soup." He simultaneously unleashed several techniques. Earth Spirit Possession, Earth Rampart, Jeng Metal Spirit, Keen Metal Phantom. Two terrifying forces collided violently. Battlefield was instantly engulfed in swirling dust. Thien Mang stood within the smoke and laughed. "Indeed, you have some ability." Not seeing his opponent, he shouted loudly, "Insect, come out." At that moment, Tabak's fist appeared. "Your grandfather is right here." Just as Tabak was about to continue charging forward, his legs suddenly stopped because he realized the opponent had become far stronger than before. To deal with this powerful enemy, Tabak immediately changed tactics. Zio-Bai, deploy the 7-star triple kill formation. 7-star triple kill formation was a boundless secret art he unleashed using origin resonance. It could increase the strength of Zio-Ba and Zio-Bai. The three immediately surrounded Thien Mang in the center. Abilities shot toward the center simultaneously. Die. Thien Mang sneered at the attack. "I must admit this move is quite creative. Unfortunately, your strength is too weak." A shield appeared protecting Thien Mang. At the same time, 3 enormous giant pythons emerged. Hanchin shouted a warning from behind. "Tabak, be careful. Many snakes are rushing toward you." Giant Python activated the battle skill Earth Claw. Azure Serpent Spear led countless snakes with open jaws toward Tabak. The ground where Tabak stood suddenly exploded. A violent gale roared wildly. Yuang Duong cried out in horror. "Such terrifying power. Impossible. Tabak cannot be defeated so easily." Tu Heen shouted anxiously. "Tabak, are you alive or dead? Answer quickly." Fortunately, the shield protected him, and he escaped the fatal strike. In his heart, Tabak silently marveled at the opponent's strength. However, all 3 sides had already suffered heavy injuries. Tabak narrowed his eyes, gathering all his will to resist the crushing pressure rushing toward him. He and his 2 beast companions roared at the same time, the power within their bodies erupting violently. Firepower spread across the entire area. Thien Mang exclaimed in shock. "He dares to break through right in front of me at this moment. He is truly seeking death." That man immediately gathered an enormous source of power within his body. He opened his mouth and blasted the surge of power straight toward Tabak. The center of the collision continued to tremble violently. His companions cried out in worry. "Damn it, this strike is too strong. Old Tu is in danger. We must find a way to save him. But my body cannot move at all. I cannot withstand this pressure." Duong Duong suddenly exclaimed in surprise. "Look over there quickly. What is that thing? Could it be?" From afar, Thien Mang also sensed this strange fluctuation. 3 surging forces suddenly rushed toward him. He was startled. "You want to kill me? Are you even worthy? What is this?" The 2 beast companions simultaneously unleashed White Tiger Blade form. Black Tortoise Spear manifestation. Tabak coldly commanded, "Kill, do not hesitate." The beast armament reappeared, covering his entire body. Everyone around stood stunned. Heaven and earth return, body and soul immortal. Divine weapons gather, sacred beast armament, source of grass and wood, origin resonance. Ching Shu still could not believe it. This is the legendary sacred beast armament. Yuang Duong confirmed excitedly. Yes, this is the supreme battle power that once belonged to Lac Pham. In those years, he crossed thousands of miles alone. Before countless powerhouses, he fought 2 enemies at once and slew 2 great kings. Thien Mang felt shock within his heart. This heavenly phenomenon, could it be the legendary beast armament? The supreme technique lost for 100 years, impossible. The system issued a notification. "Congratulations, host, for awakening sacred beast armament. Host Tabak, profession beast tamer, rank mid-silver, age 18, physique 1942 and still rising, base 430, Earth Spirit Tortoise Inheritance 3435, Jeng Metal White Tiger 2077, agility 5906 and still rising, base 420, Spirit Tortoise 1800, White Tiger 3686, Spirit 4000 and still increasing, base 800, Spirit Tortoise 1600, White Tiger 1600. Talent Sacred Beast Armament. When in Sacred Beast Armor state, the bloodline power of Earth Spirit Tortoise and Jeng Metal White Tiger increases by 80%. The attributes of the 2 sacred beasts surge greatly. All talents are amplified threefold. Notification. Because the power exceeds the host body limit, it will rapidly consume vitality and spirit. When the consumption reaches a certain level, the armament state will end and the body will fall into weakness. Remaining time 3 minutes. End the battle within this time. Tabak coldly stared at the opponent and asked, Are you ready to die?" Thien Mang tried to launch a counterattack with his ability. Impossible. Struck back violently, that man cried out in despair. How could this happen? "No, Lord, save me, avenge me." Thien Mang was obliterated under the devastating attack. The ground split open into 2 massive cracks. At the Great Wall Fortress, Enhat Than watched this scene and sighed. "This kid has grown very fast," he said with disdain. "A dignified 9 Nether Lord actually attacks a young boy." Did you think I was already dead? Enhat Than swung a sword. Two forces collided violently in the sky. Deem Min, the Nine Nether Lord, said coldly, Enhat Than, you will not live much longer. When you die, the human race will no longer have a king-level protector and will surely be destroyed. He calmly replied, then I will wait for that day. On Tabak's side, his level-up process was still continuing. When Tabak landed on the ground, his companions immediately rushed over. Old Two, are you all right? You shocked us again. Ching Shu calculated the spoils. 1 electric burial dark python, 1 high golden rank, 1 mid-golden rank, 2 early golden rank, and more than 80 silver ranks. All were killed by us. Yuang Duong laughed loudly. This is enough to brag about for a whole year. And Qin continued, but this time it was too dangerous. If Tabak had not unleashed sacred beast armament, we would have been wiped out. Tu Heen still sighed regretfully. It is just a pity about his Lei Qiu. Tabak reminded them, the smell of blood here will attract other ferocious beasts. We should not stay long. At that moment a dark figure appeared. Even if there is only one of you, do not think you will leave. Everyone instantly realized. Be careful, the one who came is Lord Rank. The opponent released power that transformed into a giant python rushing forward. Die. Tabak closed his eyes, preparing to endure the strike as the power surged toward him. Nothing happened. When he opened his eyes, he saw Lord Rank Ching Shan blocking the attack for him. Everyone thanked him at once. Senior Ching Shan said coldly, Long Ao, you are a lord, yet you attack a group of children. Is that not excessive? Long Ao replied, Ching Shan, your arrival is useless. Today I will definitely take away the one who awakened sacred beast armament. The myriad races will never allow a second Lac Fam to appear. Ching Shan said firmly, do not even dream of it. Long Ao summoned his power. Then let me see how you protect him. Myriad serpent domain. The surroundings instantly filled with snakes. Everyone was shocked. Why are there so many snakes? At least early golden rank, some even silver. Back at the school, Yen Enhin said farewell before leaving for the holiday. International Labor Day is coming. I hope you can relax and rest well. We'll go home first. I will miss everyone, Tabak replied. All right. The other friends also plan to go out. We are heading out. Meanwhile, you still have deadlines, Tabak thought gloomily. Everyone is going out to have fun. Why do I have to sit here drawing? I also want a break. At this moment in the battle, Long Ao angrily shouted at Ching Shan. Where are you looking? Long Ao gathered power and shouted. Ching Shan received this move. Ching Shan stood firm against the descending power. The students panicked. The snakes are rushing over. Prepare to fight. Ching Shan said calmly, it is time to stretch my muscles a bit. The move Moonlit Wudong erupted. Waves of firepower surged outward. Tabak exclaimed in admiration. So strong. Han Qin said with admiration. This is the cultivation technique of Mr. Ching Shan. Long Ao exclaimed in shock. You have already comprehended the law. That man felt fear in his heart. This weak law is eroding my life force. I cannot defend against it. Long Ao tore open a spatial crack and retreated. Ching Shan, today I am not your opponent, but you cannot protect that kid forever. The myriad races will certainly kill him. As long as he leaves the Great Wall, our powerhouses will immediately hunt him down. Before the lingering aura of Long Ao faded, Ching Shan ordered, disperse. Han Qin could not help but sigh. Too strong. Is this the battle of true powerhouses? Every move carries the power of heaven and earth. It's might terrifying. Tabak said, I wonder when I will reach such a realm. Ching Shan turned back and instructed, remember this. No matter how strong you become, there will still be enemies you cannot defeat, so you must constantly surpass yourselves. Everyone responded together. This junior will remember. He activated the Grand Formation. Let us go, we return. The Grand Formation immediately swept the group away from that place. Everyone exclaimed in amazement. So fast. One person operating a teleportation formation alone, truly a master. I must also reach that realm. Enhat Than appeared and praised Tabak. You did very well. Congratulations on awakening sacred beast armament. Tabak asked. You are. Before he could answer, that man disappeared, leaving only a message asking Ching Shan to bring Tabak to the conference room. Tabak asked curiously, Senior Ching Shan, who was that just now? He asked in return, did you not recognize him? He is the hero of our human race. A king-rank powerhouse, Enhat Than. Tabak exclaimed in shock. What he is Enhat Than? Ching Shan said, come, I will tell you while we walk. Enhat Than and Lac Fam were people of the same era. When spiritual energy first returned and martial arts awakened, Enhat Than was only 20 but had already witnessed the human race defeated by the myriad races. He proposed using martial arts to protect the nation but was mocked because at that time people only believed in technology. Only Lac Fam listened to Enhat Than's reasoning. From then on the two became close friends, carrying the ambition of martial arts, willing to sacrifice for the prosperity of the human race. The appearance of Tabak immediately attracted everyone's attention. Look quickly. That is the successor of Lac Fam, the one who awakened sacred beast armament. If Lac Fam had not died back then, the human race would not have struggled so much in battle. Now with Tabak, we finally have hope of victory. It does not matter if our generation suffers. If Tabak can rise, then the future generations will enjoy blessings. Qing Shan asked, the pressure is great, right? But now is not the time to carry the world. Focus on improving your strength. Tabak nodded. Yes, I understand, Senior Qing Shan. The door of the conference room slowly opened. Standing before the conference room, Qing Shan reported that he had brought Tabak here. He glanced around and was secretly startled. Why are all these big figures gathered here? He suddenly felt a little tense. Tabak recognized Lam Tran Nam, nicknamed Lam Lao Ho, the strongest powerhouse in the Diamond Realm. It seemed that he was also Yen Enheen's father. Why was he here as well? Enhat Than spoke. Since everyone has arrived, we will begin. The awakening of sacred beast armament by Tabak has stirred the myriad races. They even sent a Lord-rank powerhouse to assassinate him. Today we must discuss how to handle this matter. One by one they expressed their opinions. After 100 years, Lakfam's sacred beast legion has finally reappeared. If Tabak grows stronger, he can lead the human race to glory. Therefore we must protect him at all costs. Everyone agreed unanimously. Someone proposed arranging a top advisor for Tabak to help him overcome bottlenecks, while also providing cultivation resources so he could advance to Lord rank, even King rank. At present, Tabak's life is more valuable than the lives of us old men. We must absolutely protect Tabak, not giving the myriad races even a single chance to strike. Hearing this, Tabak secretly thought they were truly good people. Enhat Than asked if anyone had other suggestions. Lam Tran Nam said Tabak should continue tempering himself on the battlefield of the myriad races, because true powerhouses are born only from life and death battles. Only by tempering spirit essence and mind through combat can one reach invincibility. Moreover, a true powerhouse cannot be nurtured in a safe environment like a greenhouse. Someone objected. Even if that is true, the myriad races are extremely wary of sacred beast armament right now. If Tabak continues to fight on the battlefield and something happens, who will take responsibility? He is the only one in 100 years to awaken that power, the successor of Lak Fam. Qing Shan supported Tran Nam. Eagles do not fear storms, wolves do not fear the long night. Back then, Lak Fam almost treated the battlefield of the myriad races as his home and nearly died more than 10 times. If he were still alive, he would certainly let Tabak continue fighting. Tabak forced a smile and thought that if he had unlimited resources, he would not want to go to the battlefield at all. Enhat Than concluded, then we will decide it that way. Soldiers must grow on the battlefield, but also require proper protection. We will dispatch 3 Lord-rank powerhouses, 38 Diamond-rank fighters, and 1 million troops to the Mist Mountain range to reinforce the front line. Tabak breathed a sigh of relief. With so many people protecting him, he felt somewhat reassured. Enhat Than continued outlining the plan. This time we will use Tabak as bait to lure the powerhouses of the myriad races and eliminate them. The human race will surely win. After hearing this, Tabak almost froze. Are they really going to use him as bait? Scene shifted to the world of the myriad races within the cold and gloomy Nether King City. Inside the Great Hall, Deem Min the 9 Nether Lords spoke. Sacred beast armament has reappeared. It is even more terrifying than Lak Fam at the beginning. I believe you all still remember what happened back then. Therefore, we absolutely cannot allow a second Lak Fam to appear. We must kill Tabak at any cost. I will send 8 lords and 42 diamond-rank fighters to the Mist Mountain Range front line. As for Enhat Than, the elders of the Phoenix clan and the 9-tailed Fox clan will restrain him. Great elder of the Phoenix clan, Hong Mai said coldly, in this battle our clan will not send any soldiers. The great elder of the 9-tailed Heavenly Fox clan, Yen Kai, also spoke. Our clan will not participate either. Min spoke in a deep voice. Are you planning to rebel? The 3 royal clans were ordered to the battlefield together. The great enemy stands before us, and yet you still avoid it. The 2 responded in unison. Do you intend to attack us? This so-called great enemy is merely an excuse for you to invade the human race. We came here only to investigate the Forbidden Land. Hong Mai added, your 9 Nether clan wants to exterminate humanity, but we are only searching for resources within the Forbidden Land. Sorry, we will not participate. Yen Kai stood up and left. That kind of slaughter does not interest the Heavenly Fox clan. Let us go. Deem Min declared coldly. Even if you do not participate, the 9 Nether clan will accomplish it alone. I hope you will not regret it later. Hong Mai changed the topic. The Great War is about to erupt. Masters from both sides have been dispatched. Has the Holy Maiden still not been found? Lin Nhi replied that the girl was too stubborn, and she had ordered the clan members to expand the search area. No matter what, the Holy Maiden must be found before the war begins. After the Human Race Conference, Enhat Than gave Tabak an item. This is Jade Stone Heavenly Dome. Wear it, and aside from me no one can sense your aura, not even the 9 Nether King. Tabak happily accepted it and expressed his thanks. Tabak took the chance to ask for more. Just hiding my aura is not enough. How about giving me some equipment and resources to increase my strength? Than laughed and said the principal was right. This kid really knows how to seize opportunities. Then he took out an item and asked what Tabak thought. Tabak was shocked when he saw treasures inside. Diamond armor, 10,000-year dragon soul grass, 10,000-year ice heart, lord rank core, and countless precious medicinal materials. He asked if all of these were for him. Than said they all belonged to him, but giving everything now would be like forcing fruit to ripen early, so they would be given gradually. Tabak asked in confusion, does that mean paying in installments? He hurriedly said then give him that diamond armor first. If he died later, Than would regret it. Than laughed and refused. He put away the treasures and said stop dreaming. It is not time to use them yet. Tabak sighed in disappointment, saying it was truly cruel. Than told him to hurry and go train. Tabak lamented that countless treasures were right before him, yet because he hesitated for 1 second, he now had nothing but regret. Soon as he left the room, Tabak saw someone waiting. It was Yen Enheen's father. That man said to Tabak, come with me. I have something to discuss. Tabak secretly thought he and Yen Enheen had truly done nothing, but he still replied, yes, Uncle Lam. Nam asked if he was angry about his proposal for Tabak to remain on the battlefield. Tabak replied no. He understood that he wanted him to train into a powerhouse. He then asked about the relationship between him and Yen Enheen. Tabak hurriedly said they were only close friends and knew their boundaries. Tran Nam did not ask further. I will not interfere in your matters. This armor is my gift to you. Remember to be careful on the battlefield. Tabak's eyes lit up as he repeatedly thanked him. Tran Nam simply told him to go train. Tabak excitedly said he would strive not to disappoint expectations. Tran Nam helplessly waved his hand. The next day, the bodies of the fallen students were placed in coffins. Tu Heen bid farewell to Lei Kiu, wishing him to rest in peace, saying Tabak had already avenged him. Han Chin saw Tabak's new equipment and was surprised. He asked where Old To got this outfit. Tabak only smiled and told him not to worry about it. Than announced that the armies of the myriad races had arrived at the Great Wall in the hundreds of thousands. Though the enemy was numerous, the human race would surely win. Everyone shouted victory together. Hanchin analyzed that since Than was stronger than the 9 Nether King, the myriad races would certainly send many lords to cooperate. Tabak worriedly asked what they should do. Hanchin sneered and said strategy must be used. Just follow the commander's orders. The reconnaissance teams of the martial academies entered the Mist Mountain range with their units to perform scouting missions. A fierce battle soon erupted. Qing Shu observed that the diamond rank masters of both sides seemed to have begun fighting. Everyone must be careful. Looking at the dust cloud in the distance, Tabak said they have indeed arrived. Hanchin recognized them as turtleback wolves and giant horn void demons. Yuang Duang said with disdain they were only minor lackeys. Yuang Duang said he would handle the wolves. Han Chin noticed they were surrounding them. Tu Heen said excitedly it had been a long time since he fought. Han Chin said they were just small fry and told Tabak to rest. Tabak refused. Even if they are lackeys, he cannot let them take all the merits. Bai come out. As soon as Bai appeared, it immediately defeated a group of ferocious beasts. Ba was no less impressive. Tu Heen and Han Chin complained that Old Tu was too greedy, not even sharing a bit of military merit. Every time he took everything. Ferocious beasts began to hesitate before the 2 giant beast companions. They trembled and did not dare advance. The bloodline pressure made them completely lose the will to resist. The 2 beast companions roared together, their abilities sweeping out like sharp blades. Tabak wondered why they had all stopped. The system issued a notification that the host had unlocked the Legion function. The host can recruit foreign species as a personal legion. The condition is that they willingly submit. After recruitment, the host can control their life and death with mental power. Turtleback wolves and giant horn void demons request surrender. Recruit them or not. Tabak was stunned. What is going on? The Legion function. Han Chin saw the beasts bowing their heads and asked if he had tamed them. Tabak said it seemed so. Perhaps they were conquered by my charm. He stepped forward and ordered that since they had submitted, they must obey orders. Turtleback wolves handle the rear, giant horn void demons guard the flanks. Han Chin sighed in relief and said now they could accelerate their scouting. Tu Heen curiously asked how he managed to lure them. Suddenly a beam of light swept across. Tabak looked at Ba, seeing it activate its defensive stance and stand in front of him. He asked if it had discovered some treasure. Ba was suddenly knocked flying by a giant centipede bursting from the ground. Tabak cried out in shock that the centipede was enormous. Hanchin quickly warned everyone to be careful. It was a saw-toothed centipede. Tu Heen explained it was also called the Hell Fiend. Tabak widened his eyes. and asked if it was truly that terrifying. Shu explained several characteristics of this species. Its body resembles a centipede and it can burrow extremely fast, its legs sharp like saw blades capable of cutting through anything. The other two added that wherever the saw-toothed centipede passed, even grass and trees could not survive. If someone was caught by it, hundreds of sharp legs would tear the target into countless pieces. After hearing this, Tabak was full of confusion. It sounded terrifying, but the scene before him did not seem quite the same, because those centipedes were wrapping around Xiao as if they were flattering it. The system issued a notification that the saw-toothed centipede clan requested submission. Accept or not, Tabak opened his mouth in shock. Deep within the Mist Mountain range, other ferocious beasts reported that humans had entered the area. It seems they just arrived here, we should. Suddenly a rapid rumbling sound echoed from afar, causing them to panic. Stay alert, all forces prepare. That ape had no time to react before being ambushed by the saw-toothed centipedes. It cried out in panic, what is happening? Seeing the entire swarm approaching, they were immediately terrified because they were saw-toothed centipedes. A female demon shouted an order. Why are there saw-toothed centipedes here? Quickly save Qingxi. The other ferocious beasts were immediately entangled tightly by the centipede swarm. She immediately unleashed the Azure Serpent domain. Pressing her hand to the ground, a great formation instantly formed. Following her shout, countless snakes burst out from the earth, but all of them became prey for the saw-toothed centipedes. She was horrified and could not believe it. Qingxi roared and unleashed a killing move before reverting to her original snake form. Yet she was still bitten tightly by the centipede swarm. The outer layer of her skin was torn apart piece by piece. Qingxi endured the pain. Her scale armor was actually broken so easily. In the end, she could not escape death. When another group arrived, they only saw corpses scattered everywhere. They were shocked and wondered which ferocious beast could be so terrifying. Someone suspected, could it be the saw-toothed centipede? This centipede species is also called the Hell Fiend. Their appearance on the battlefield is truly terrifying. The captain immediately ordered a report to higher command. Inform the entire army that saw-toothed centipedes have appeared in the Mist Mountains. If encountered, they must retreat immediately and absolutely must not seek battle. Meanwhile, Tabak's group was still scouting the terrain. Hanchin said according to the map, the Mist Mountain range is only a little over 300 kilometers. We have been running for half a day. Why have we still not reached Bitch Thigh Dam? Tabak asked, do you doubt the path I chose? Qingxu sighed and said it seems we got lost. Tabak refused to believe it and thought the map must be wrong. Hanchin argued that this was a military map and could not be wrong. Tabak reluctantly admitted that maybe he had a poor sense of direction. Hanchin angrily shouted, why did you not say that earlier? Qingxu sadly asked who would lead them to Bitch Thigh Dam now. The other two spoke together, saying, actually, we also have a poor sense of direction. Tabak angrily scolded that two people with no sense of direction dared to criticize him. Hanchin sighed that if all three of them were bad with directions, then where could they go? Tabak decided to use the final method and summoned Xiao. Then he tempted it. People say turtles know the way. Xiao, eat this and lead us to Bitch Thigh Dam. After Xiao finished eating, Tabak urged it. Such a glutton, hurry and lead the way. The other two sighed in relief. Luckily, there was Xiao. This direction seems reasonable. Hearing that, Tabak became annoyed. So you mean I am not as good as a turtle? Hanchin sensed something strange. Do you notice that the fog around here has become much thinner? Qingxu nodded. It does seem so. Tabak happily said maybe we have already left the Mist Mountain range. Unexpectedly, Xiao truly knew how to find the way. Tabak felt both helpless and surprised. The three stood on a mountain peak looking down at the river. Qingxu said this place does not seem to be Bitch Thigh Dam. Tabak quickly asked Xiao where it had brought them. Hanchin looked at the map and said their current position had deviated far from Bitch Thigh Dam. The three raised their heads and saw a giant dragon roaring ahead. All three were shocked and did not understand what was happening. Immediately, the three turned around and ran away. While running, Tabak scolded Xiao, you fool, why did you lead us here? I wonder if we have left the mapped area. Suddenly, a cry for help sounded behind them. Qingxu said it seems someone is behind us. Tabak ignored it and said run first. He turned back to look. The creature had disappeared, which surprised him. Tabak cursed it and could not understand what kind of monster that thing was to be so terrifying. He asked where exactly this place was. Hanchin suspected something because the map said the area outside Bitch Thigh Dam was not dangerous. Tabak angrily said this map was unreliable. Qingxu also said the map did not show any place this dangerous. Hanchin guessed maybe Xiao had also led them the wrong way. Suddenly someone stepped forward and scolded the three lowly human fellows. When danger came, you did not protect me. and only knew how to run away. Tabak was stunned when a little girl ran toward them. Han Chin said they were too busy running earlier to notice. The system issued a notification that a phoenix carrying the Vermilion Bird bloodline had been detected. Mission capture her. Tabak asked in shock Vermilion Bird. Information revealed that the girl was the holy maiden of the ancient phoenix, possessing fire and life attributes. High silver rank, carrying Vermilion Bird bloodline, but it had not fully awakened, so she could not yet be tamed. The system reminded that her talents were currently sealed and would only open when she was tamed by the host or cultivated the Vermilion Bird bloodline herself. Tabak looked at the girl suspiciously. He did not expect the Vermilion Bird he was searching for to be a child. The girl Zio Hong immediately cursed back. Tabak put on a frightening expression as if scaring a child, thinking that after a beating she would behave. The girl angrily shouted, "Do not come closer. You dare disrespect the holy maiden. Today I will make you suffer." Han Chin felt the aura and advised that the girl was not easy to deal with. Tabak also noticed that the girl's fire aura was quite strong, but Tabak still easily lifted Zio Hong up and said that disobedient children must be punished. The girl was shocked that this lowly creature dared to attack her. Flames erupted around her body. Zio Hong angrily cursed, but Tabak dispersed the flames and pressed her to the ground, forcing her to kneel. Tabak scolded the hot-tempered girl and said there was no holy maiden here. He also warned that breathing fire in the forest was very dangerous and asked if she would submit. He said that if she just said a single sentence of submission, he would release her. The two companions stared in shock because Tabak was actually disciplining a little girl. Zio Hong cried out in pain and humiliation that, when she grew up, she would definitely take revenge. Tabak raised his hand and asked if she still dared to be stubborn, but the girl remained stubborn and said she would never submit. That night, the other two lit a fire and called Tabak to eat roasted chicken legs to regain strength before continuing. Tabak temporarily spared the girl and said eat first. Zio Hong still threatened that when the elders arrived they would beat him. Tabak grabbed her collar and dragged her to the fire. Han Chin handed food to Tabak. Zio Hong looked at the fragrant roasted chicken leg in surprise. Ching Shu said this was a bronze-rank blazing fire chicken. Bak realized why it smelled so good. Zio Hong still pretended to be arrogant and said she had eaten every kind of treasure before. It was only bronze. But the fragrance made her waver, and she curiously asked what they used to roast the chicken to make it smell so good. Tabak asked in surprise, could it be that this holy maiden had never eaten grilled food before? He calmly said, it is nothing unusual. Do you want to try a little? Wait a moment, let me sprinkle some seasoning to make it more fragrant. Here, take a bite, it is very delicious. Taking the chicken leg, Zio Hong swallowed as the aroma tempted her. Then she took a bite. The taste burst in her mouth and her eyes lit up. This chicken leg smells wonderful. The girl devoured it eagerly and said she wanted to eat this every day from now on. This chicken leg tastes even better than the great elder's spirit medicine. Tabak laughed and said that was simple. As long as she followed him and listened obediently, there would be chicken legs every day. Zio Hong was immediately tempted and agreed. He reminded her to keep her promise. The system announced congratulations to the host for successfully taming the ancient phoenix. The host rank has increased to high silver. Tabak felt delighted. He did not expect that a single chicken leg could lure the Vermilion Bird. He called Zio Ba and Zio Bai over to get acquainted. He said from now on Zio Hong is family. The girl looked at the two beasts and happily exclaimed that the turtle and the cat were so cute. The two immediately protested and said they were her elder brothers. Zio Hong did not care and hugged both of them because she found them too adorable. Tabak helplessly reminded her that they were her elder brothers. Chin sat on the other side watching this scene and asked Ching Shu if Tabak intended to raise the girl like a beast companion. Ching Shu nodded and said it seemed so. Ching Shu joked that he did not expect Tabak to be fond of Lolita. Han Chin added that Tabak's advancement was also very strange. He walked over and asked if Tabak had already reached high silver. Han Chin heard Tabak's casual answer and felt annoyed. He asked what the secret to such rapid breakthroughs was. Tabak naturally could not say he had a system, so he began fabricating a story, saying that he did have a secret but only intended to reveal it because of their close relationship. He said the Long Kingdom has a saying that the Tao is not transmitted lightly. This also involves a secret related to the King Realm, so he asked Han Chin if he understood. Han Chin was immediately tempted. Han Chin took out a golden beast core and handed it over. Ching Shu saw this and patted his shoulder, warning him not to be deceived. Tabak continued seriously, saying that what he was about to say were the words of Enhat Than and must be remembered carefully. Explained that martial cultivation is not only about cultivating realm, but also cultivating the Tao heart. As long as one has firm belief and unshakable will, he will move faster than others. Han Chin still looked confused. Tabak continued with an example. If a mountain is seen as an obstacle, it will be difficult to cross. But if one only focuses on the summit, the path will become easier. Han Qin looked at the distant mountains and still did not fully understand. Qing Shu said his golden beast core had already been tricked away. Tabak said this was precisely the secret of the king level. Han Qin suddenly said he understood and thanked Tabak. Tabak asked in confusion what he had understood. Han Qin declared that he had grasped the simplest principle of the great Tao and would use time to temper himself. Qing Shu sighed and thought he had gone crazy. Tabak turned and called Zyro Hong, telling her to stop playing and help Zyro Ba and Zyro Bai awaken their second talents. Zyro Hong said she did not know how. Tabak confidently guided her, saying she only needed to use mental power to sense the changes within their bodies, and she would find the ability. Zyro Hong nodded and tried. She looked at the energy in her hand and happily said she had sensed it. Zyro Hong immediately used her ability on Zyro Ba and said Bot Brother should try first. Zyro Ba cried out in pain, its eyes bulging. When its body expanded, Zyro Hong said in surprise that Bot Brother's true form was enormous. Bok saw Zyro Ba's tail glowing and reminded it to endure a little longer. Zyro Ba let out a thunderous roar from the pain. The system announced that the Earth Spirit Tortoise had awakened its second elemental talent. Tabak rejoiced that the water origin had succeeded. The system continued displaying the new talents of the Earth Spirit Tortoise, including earth and water elements with extremely powerful defense and recovery. With the awakening of the water element, the combined defense of earth and water became more terrifying than before. Tabak turned and called Zyro Bai, saying it was now its turn. But Zyro Hong had already quickly launched her ability first. Zyro Bai roared in pain, just like Zyro Ba earlier. Zyro Bai's massive claw slammed down, cracking the ground. Powerful aura spread around its body. The system announced that the Zheng Metal White Tiger had awakened its second element, Shadow Terror. Tabak felt delighted, because with Zyro Bai's bloodline combined with Shadow Terror, its combat strength would be extremely frightening. Now the three sacred beasts had gathered. Tabak believed he could sweep away the myriad races. The next morning, Qing Shu said that today they must reach Bitch Thigh Dam. Han Qin asked Tabak if he knew their current position. Tabak immediately asked Zyro Hong. Zyro Hong pointed a direction and said they were about 80 kilometers from the center of Bitch Thigh Dam. The group immediately decided to depart. Tabak remembered the dragon from yesterday and asked Zyro Hong. She said it was the Azure Dragon guarding the forbidden land of Bitch Thigh Dam. He confirmed that the Azure Dragon was extremely powerful, and any creature approaching the center would be killed. Han Qin and Qing Shu were shocked when they heard that even Lord-rank beings could not escape it. Zyro Hong said that in the past, the Nine Nether King once summoned the elders of the three royal clans, but still could not control the Azure Dragon. Han Qin was stunned to hear that even the Nine Nether King was helpless. Tabak called the system to check the Azure Dragon bloodline nearby. The system warned that the Azure Dragon had extremely pure bloodline, half-king strength, and was currently in a berserk state, making it extremely dangerous. Tabak thought to himself that since even the system warned him, it was best to leave as soon as possible. He told the other two they should retreat first and asked Zyro Hong if she knew the way out of the Mist Mountain range. She said the place changed with the weather, so she was not certain. Han Qin said the problem was they did not know where east was. Tabak suggested using the sun, but it was rejected. Zyro Hong suddenly remembered that a small tribe was nearby and suggested they go there to ask for directions. Tabak immediately said happily, "Why did you not say that earlier?" Qing Shu also agreed and said the little phoenix was indeed reliable. The group decided to let Zyro Hong lead them to the Spirit Serpent tribe. While walking, Zyro Hong said that this tribe once had a platinum-rank powerhouse, but he had gone to the battlefield, so now only a few old and weak members remain. When they arrived, Tabak saw a tribe that looked like a giant snake nest resting upon a barren rocky mountain. Han Qin said, although it was a small tribe, judging by the aura and the number of snake caves, there were estimated to be more than 10,000 ferocious beasts. Qing Shu suggested dividing and attacking from 4 directions, but Han Qin said it was too dangerous, and they should capture a golden rank to force it to guide them. Han Qin asked if Tabak had any method. Tabak said he already had a plan. He pretended to be envoys of the ancient royal clan, and shouted loudly for the other side to come out and receive them. They declared that the ancient Phoenix Holy Maiden had arrived, causing the 3 guarding snakes to be shocked because it truly carried the royal bloodline aura. The leading snake immediately lowered its head and respectfully said the second elder of the Spirit Snake clan seeks an audience with Lord Phoenix and the 3 lords of the earth hidden mystic python. Since the 4 of you arrived suddenly, we failed to welcome you from afar. This is truly disrespectful. Please punish us. Bach casually asked back, "You are the second elder of the Spirit Snake clan, right? This lord is preparing to head to the front line to assist the battle. If your clan has any spiritual materials or spiritual medicine, then quickly offer them so I can restore my strength." The two people behind him whispered that did we not come to ask for directions? That is right, so why suddenly ask for spiritual materials? Tabak lightly coughed as a reminder, and they immediately fell silent. The second elder hurriedly replied that since the four lords came from afar, our Spirit Snake clan must naturally receive you properly. Please wait a moment. Quickly ordered someone to bring some gifts to show sincerity. Several kinds of spiritual fruits, though not very valuable, but we hope the lords will accept them. Han Chin and Than Thur immediately recognized them as 100 spirit fruits, a fourth-rank spiritual medicine containing extremely abundant spiritual energy. Eating just one fruit can allow even a gold-rank expert to restore vitality in a short time. Tabak suppressed his joy and calmly said, "Your conduct is acceptable. Today it is already late, so we will stay here for one night. Prepare the eastern room for us, and also copy the terrain map of this region and bring it to me." The second elder felt confused because it was only midday, and the sun was still blazing, yet the lord wanted to rest. The second elder cautiously said the eastern room is the clan leader's bedchamber. Without permission, no one dares enter on their own. He hurriedly said, "If the lord finds it inconvenient to stay there, I will immediately have people build a larger residence specifically for you. Would that be acceptable?" Tabak instantly became furious and shouted that even if your clan leader were here, he would not dare refuse this lord's request. Or do you think the sacred maiden of the ancient Phoenix clan is inferior to your insignificant clan leader? The second elder panicked and quickly denied it, saying this humble one would not dare. Io Hong silently gathered flames in her hand. The flickering fire made the atmosphere tense. The flames surged. The snakes immediately panicked because they recognized it as the distinctive fire aura of the ancient Phoenix clan. Tabak coldly reassured him that the second elder need not worry. "We will only stay for one night." In the end, he had no choice but to accept. Before entering the eastern room, Tabak reminded him to bring the map to me. The second elder immediately replied, "Yes, Lord." After entering the room, the three of them looked around everywhere. This place surely stored many treasures of the Spirit Snake clan. Tabak said, "Do not rush, wait until he brings the map first. My throat is dry, I will drink some water first." Not long after, the second elder brought the items and respectfully said, "Lord, this is the map you requested." He secretly sensed the surroundings, but detected no sign of being searched. Thought perhaps he had been overly worried. The status of the earth-hidden mystic python was so noble it surely would not care about the small assets of the Spirit Snake clan. He then asked permission to leave. Tabak also ordered, "We will rest now, do not come to disturb us." The door closed, and the room immediately became the private space of their group. Tabak immediately assigned tasks. Lao Han and Lao, who searched the entire first floor, gather anything valuable. Zio Hong, come with me to the second floor. Remember to check under the bed, the wardrobe, and every box. All three excitedly answered, "Understood." Than Thur opened the first item and was stunned as he exclaimed, "Heavens, this is 5th rank jade nectar essence." Tabak quickly reminded Lao Han, "Be careful. If you make too much noise, people outside will hear and it will be troublesome." Io Hong quickly discovered another box containing 4th rank 100 spirit fruits. Tabak generously praised her, saying, "Well done, kid, keep searching and see if there are any hidden compartments." The girl immediately replied, "Yes, master." In a short time, they had gathered a large pile of treasures. Tabak asked if everything was ready, and everyone nodded. Tabak ate while saying, "Then, what are we waiting for? Start." The group comfortably enjoyed the spiritual medicines and treasures they had just collected. Hanchin sensed it and said, "Lao Hu, I feel my high-rank silver bottleneck is loosening." Thanther, sitting beside him, laughed, saying, "You probably ate too much." Tabak said, "Once you finish eating, look at the map." Hanchin examined it carefully, then said, "We must find a way to leave here." Tabak immediately planned that later we will go out and gather the entire Spirit Snake clan. Io Hong, the silver rank spirit snakes are all yours. For the gold rank ones, I will deal with them together with Lao Han and Lao Hu. When night falls, we will act. Hanchin eagerly said, "Lao, to just watch, I feel the power inside me is about to explode." Thanther mocked him, saying, "I think your stomach is about to explode instead." Outside, the Spirit Snake clan remained strangely quiet. Suddenly, Tabak's shout shattered the silence of the late night. Second Elder, gather all the fierce beasts of the Spirit Snake clan here immediately. During the order, the snakes quickly slithered and gathered. The Second Elder nervously asked Lord Earth, "Hidden Mystic Python, why have you summoned us?" Before he could approach, 3 gold rank experts had already surrounded him. Tabak coldly replied nothing. Immediately after that, he tore off the cloak and activated Jengjin Claw Mask, then laughed loudly, "Today, I will borrow your snake head for use." Ambushed suddenly, the Second Elder roared angrily, "You despicable human race! Spirit Snake Clan, listen to my command, kill them all. Today I will tear you apart. Han Chin and Thanther immediately rushed forward shouting kill. Xiao Ba was no less fierce and directly crushed the snakes beneath his feet. Xiao Ba used his sharp fangs to bite and tear his opponents without mercy. Xiao Hong gathered flames around her body and murmured, burn them all, roast the snakes. Wherever she passed, only a sea of fire remained as the snakes screamed miserably for help. Bach could not help but sigh that Xiao Hong's demon emperor flame was truly terrifying. In a short moment, the entire mountain region sank into a sea of flames. Cries for help echoed everywhere. Second Elder, save us. Bach said, stop competing for credit. Lao Han, this one is yours. Han Chin confidently replied, leave it to me. The dying snake asked, who are you? Han Chin coldly said, the one taking your life. A strike of violent power immediately slashed down and ended the opponent. Han Chin regretfully said that fight was not satisfying at all. The opponent was too weak. Tabak reminded him, do not underestimate this place, is the inner territory of the myriad races. Xiao Ba sensed the surging spiritual power and said, I am about to break through to gold. Xiao Bai also said he felt the same. Thanther ran over asking if the next plan was to return and regroup. Tabak nodded and said, I have another idea. Hanchin curiously asked what method. Tabak looked at the map and said, we are already deep inside the territory of the myriad races, so why not attack the nearby tribes as well? Hanchin hesitated, saying, with only the few of us it is too dangerous. Tabak calmly replied, wealth must be sought within danger. The greater the danger, the greater the harvest. Anyway, I am the captain, so everyone follow my lead. Tonight we rest here and tomorrow we advance to the Fengwen mountain range. Thanther said in surprise, is that not the territory of the Wind Leopard clan? Han Chin sighed, feeling that since Lauda became captain, his ambition had grown larger and larger. The next day, they continued their disguise again, and someone could not help asking why we must always use this method. Tabak answered, because it is effective. When they arrived at that territory, he loudly announced, Lord Earth, hidden mystic Python, has arrived. Why do you not come out to welcome us? Sure enough, a leopard hurried off to report to the elder that the Earth-hidden mystic Python had appeared. Not long after, an elder carrying a sword strode out aggressively asking Earth-hidden mystic Python, have you come to deliver yourselves to death? This reaction left the entire group stunned, not understanding what was happening. Elder coldly said, our Wind Leopard clan and your Hell Mystic Python have an irreconcilable hatred. Today is the day of revenge. After speaking, that man rushed forward shouting, die. Waves of power erupted and surrounded the battlefield as shouts of killing rang out. Han Chin used his spear to block the sword's strike, then said loud to it seems your plan will not work anymore. Tabak irritably replied, how would I know? They have deep hatred with the Hell Mystic Python. Since there is no other way, then we will sweep them away directly. Xiao Ba and Xiao Bai moved. The two summoned beasts appeared, causing the leopard elder to immediately be shocked. Tabak turned and instructed Xiao Hong, this leopard is extremely fast, so leave it to you. Xiao Hong leaped high into the air as flames gradually gathered around her body. Immediately afterward, flames poured down violently from the sky, burning the leopard clan everywhere. In a short time, this group was completely wiped out. Han Chin excitedly said, I want to level up. Tabak laughed and replied, now I will teach you that method. That moment, the system sounded a notification congratulating the host. The great Earth Spirit Turtle has broken through to early gold and awakened Mystic Turtle Water Marsh. The host's rank also increased. White Patch Jengjin advanced to early gold, dark gold, White Tiger. Tabak said with satisfaction, not bad this time. The harvest is truly great, while looking at the enormous body of the summoned beast. Tabak quietly remarked that Xiao Bat seemed to have grown much larger than before. Data panel quickly appeared. Beast Companion Shui Zi Xuan Gui, attributes Earth and Water, rank early gold. Xuan Wu bloodline activated 50%. Two elements fused, forming a new skill. Constitution 4538, Defense 66,262, Strength 2,000, Agility 2,000, Spirit 2,000. First talent, Sighing Breath Wall, consumes stamina to increase personal defense from 100% to 300%, while reducing the opponent attack power by 20%. Second talent, Water Domain Barrier, mobilizes the power of water elements within a range of 10 km to form a barrier imprisoning enemies. Unless the strength far exceeds Shui Zi Xuan Gui, it cannot be broken. Third talent, Earth Core Gravity, expands the gravity field to 10 km. Fourth talent, Origin Earth Water, allows absorption and control of the origin of Earth and water elements in heaven and earth, granting extremely strong defense and recovery. Tabak admired that the 20% attack reduction combined with the water barrier imprisoning enemies made Xiao Bat terrifying after advancing. Next was the data of Xiao Bai, Beast Companion Dark Gold White Tiger, attributes Zheng Metal and Darkness, rank early gold, White Tiger bloodline activated 50%. Two elements fused to create a new skill. Constitution 4250, Defense 2850, Agility 6550, Spirit 2000. First talent Phantom Dance increases attack speed and attack power by 200% when attacking. Second talent Shadow Assault doubles speed, and if the Darkness Origin is activated, it can merge into shadows, making speed reach 400%. Third talent Jeng Metal Spirit Armor covers the whole body with the power of Jeng Metal. Every strike carries tearing and armor-breaking effects increased by 200%, making opponents of the same rank almost unable to resist. Fourth talent Origin Jeng Metal Darkness allows control of these two elements in heaven and earth to create terrifying attack power and extremely fast speed. Tabak was astonished because the Shadow Assault skill doubled speed even faster than Jeng Metal Ghost Step. From now on you are the ruler within the darkness Zio Bai. Chin widened his eyes in disbelief and said, "Old to you advanced again. Clearly I also have faith and determination in cultivation, yet I still have not broken through." Tabak laughed and said, "Perhaps your conviction is not firm enough." Tabak lowered his head to study the map, then asked, "Where should we go next?" Zio Hong thought for a moment, then said, "There is only one place left we have not visited. That place is the main city of the Dai Tang Xuan Mang clan." Tabak immediately decided, "Then we head straight to the main city of Dai Tang Xuan Mang." Thanther behind him was startled and asked, "Are you serious?" Hanchin also echoed that this is too crazy. Although the 10,000 races are fighting the human race, there must still be experts guarding that great city. Just the three of us daring to target the main city, is that not seeking death ourselves? No, this is too dangerous. If the human identity is exposed, then even the chance to escape will be gone. Thanther kept persuading that with the strength of the three of us rushing into the main city is still too reckless. Bach said in a deep voice, "Old Han Old, who have you forgotten your faith and desire to pursue the path? If we want more resources to increase strength, we must go to the main city. Imagine one day when you reach the king level, standing on the city wall looking at the 10,000 races like ants beneath your feet. At that time, how many people will admire you and how many achievements you can create for the human race. Moreover, this is for the greater cause of the human race. Even if we do not return this time, it will still be a great deed. You understand my meaning." Just a few words stirred Hanchin into shouting with excitement, "Yes, for the greater cause of the human race. Hanchin lives with glory and will die with glory." Tabak patted his shoulder, encouraging that is worthy of a true man of the human race. Thanther could only sigh as the two were already fired up with momentum. Tabak ordered Zio Hong lead the way. The girl immediately replied, "Yes, master." The group set out shouting slogans for the greater cause of the human race. 3 days later, when everyone grew tired and asked if it was still far, Zio Hong smiled and said, "We are almost there. Ahead is the main city of Dai Tang Xuan Mang." Tabak looked into the distance with slight hesitation. What stood before them did not look like a city, but more like a towering, gigantic mountain. Hanchin swallowed and said, "Old, too, I am starting to feel a little regret." Bach gritted his teeth and said, "Since we are here, we cannot turn back. We are proud men of the human race." Zio Hong explained that the main city of Dai Tang Xuan Mang is considered the most magnificent among cities. "Many years ago, I followed the great elder here. The city has 4 giant walls each side with 13 gates. Normally, royal clan experts pass through the central gate. Native clansmen go through the 2 side gates beside it. Other clans must check aura and pay a fee to enter. The remaining side gates are for races with high bloodlines, but still must check aura and pay fees as usual." Tabak curiously asked what the gate fee is. Zio Hong searched her bag, then said, "It is purple crystal stones. 1 stone can roughly exchange for 1 portion of 3rd-grade spiritual medicine. Purple crystal stones are not only currency, but also contain abundant energy for cultivation. From platinum level upward, people use higher-grade spirit stones containing elemental origin, such as metal, earth, or space." Bach began coaxing Zio Hong as a saintess. "Could you really have only 1 purple crystal stone?" The girl innocently said, "My bag is a spatial bag containing about 100 square meters." After speaking, the girl poured out the entire bag, casually, as if it were nothing special. Seeing the pile of crystals forming a small mountain, all 3 were stunned in shock. So she had been cultivating with crystal stones, which explained her ease. She truly was a little rich girl. Tabak hesitated and called Zio Hong. "A child carrying so much money is very dangerous, so as your master I will help keep it for you." Tabak felt delighted inside because this time he truly struck fortune. Hanchin reminded that perhaps we should enter the city now. Tabak said, "I will transmit more Dai Tang Xuan Mang aura to you. This aura lasts 7 days. Entering through the side gate will save the fee." After the disguise succeeded, the fierce beasts all lowered their heads. Tabak proudly said, "I told you this method always works." The city gate opened, and the guards bowed, saying, "Welcome back, 4 lords, to the main city." Tabak still enjoyed the feeling of prestige. Thanther asked if the next step is to enter the city. Tabak nodded in confirmation. looked around and noticed fierce beasts everywhere, making the main city extremely lively. Thanther said in amazement, "I did not expect so many fierce beasts inside the city. Moreover, their strength is also formidable. The foundation of the 10,000 races is deeper than we imagine." Han Chin nodded, believing if the three royal clans together with elites in the city joined forces, humans would be hard-pressed to resist. Xiao Hong revealed that the three royal clans control most high-grade bloodlines. This time the Nine Nether King led an army of tens of millions, but 9 million were merely cannon fodder. The real elites are only the clansmen of the Nine Nether Royal Clan and Dai Tang Xu and Mang. Everyone immediately understood why Lord Qing Shan did not value that army. At that moment, the system notified that a precious item had been detected about 10 km to the southwest. Bok immediately thought of acting alone. He told the two that the royal city is too large, so moving together would be inefficient. Perhaps we should split up. Han Chin agreed and said he wanted to find the archive storing ancient texts of the 10,000 races. Bok gave each person one purple crystal stone, saying consider it brotherly loyalty. After finishing, meet again at the city gate. The two complained why only one stone. Bok ignored them, turned away, and left, saying no need to thank me, just remember to return it later. The two behind could only curse him for being stingy. Two also separated. One went to search the archive for ancient texts, while the other decided to visit the weapon shop in the city. Following the guidance, Bok stopped before a place and muttered to himself it should be here. He wondered what was hidden here. Observing around, Bok suspected this might be the city lord treasury. The wall was not too high, perhaps it could be climbed. Xiao Hong suddenly pointed forward, saying, "Master, look." There was a fierce beast-shaped rune guarding there. Bok sighed in relief that he had not acted hastily. This rune looks familiar. It seems I saw it in an ancient book. Bok remembered this is a no-flight barrier. Dai Tang Xu and Mang indeed uses clever methods. With this barrier, even diamond experts would struggle to cross the wall unnoticed. I wonder what it protects inside. Xiao Hong reminded someone is coming. Hide quickly. The two hid in a corner, eavesdropping as the fierce beasts talked. They asked if the inspection had been done and whether anything unusual happened. The other answered everything remains normal. Bok signaled Xiao Hong to stay and wait for him. He activated the shadow assault talent to conceal himself and wanted to test Xiao by new ability. Xiao Hong was shocked seeing his body gradually fade like invisibility. Bok silently followed the guard as that man instructed soldiers to close the gate after entering. As soon as the guard stepped inside, he was quickly subdued by Bok. He revealed himself smiling, saying this shadow assault move is indeed very useful. Bok stepped into the room and saw countless crystal cores, then shouted in delight, "They are all purple crystal stones. This time we truly made a great fortune." Suddenly a figure flashed past, making him startled. There still be members of the Dai Tang Xu and Mang clan here. Bok shouted, "Whoever it is, come out." The two others heard the voice and recognized it. It turned out to be acquaintances. All three exclaimed at once, "Bok, is that you?" The two who said they would read books and stroll around had appeared here. Bok teased them, "Were you not always acting upright? Why are you wearing night clothes now? You two are even more professional than me. How did you get in here?" Were the guards alerted? Chin scratched his head, saying, "I saw a tunnel, so I conveniently went in to check, and unexpectedly arrived here." Bok said no more, and told them whoever takes however much depends on ability as long as no noise is made. Han Chin laughed, saying, "Do not be so stingy." When both their bags were full, they finally stopped because they could not carry more. Bok shook his head, saying, "The two of you truly lack ambition." Suddenly, a bell fell down, making a loud sound, causing guards to ask what happened. There is movement inside the ancient hall. Bok angrily scolded Old Han caused trouble again. The guards discovered the corpse and immediately raised the alarm, adjusting the no-flight barrier to the highest level, preventing the intruder from escaping. Bai immediately used Earth core gravity to accelerate his escape. If he did not run now, then later, he would not even have the chance to run. The soldiers who were struck by the move instantly seemed sealed for a moment, their whole bodies stiff and unable to move. They had already run far away. The guards finally shouted in panic that the thieves had escaped and told everyone to chase them quickly. Lord Hai immediately ordered the entire city to be sealed, every corner searched. The bandits must be captured no matter what. Hiding behind the tall wall to observe, Xiao Hong reported that all the soldiers in the city had been mobilized. Han Zhan said anxiously, "Lao Su, this time we have really caused a huge disaster." Qing Shu also felt that the situation was bad. The entire city had been sealed, so no one would come to support us. In contrast, Su Bai remained extremely calm, and said there is a saying like this: the most dangerous place is sometimes the safest place. After hearing this, Han Jan became even more confused and could not understand the meaning. Xiao Hong suddenly pointed in one direction and shouted that there were humans over there. The soldiers immediately asked in surprise where the humans were. They were immediately lured to run toward the direction the little girl pointed. Over there. Yes, over there. Su Bai seized the opportunity and unleashed his power to ambush 3 soldiers. He said, Lao Hen, you two handle the corpses. Xiao Hong, follow me. Seeing the two run into the ancient temple, Xiao Hong curiously asked what the master was looking for. Su Bai replied that this place definitely still hid a treasure. If it were only some heavenly treasures, then there would be no need to set such a strict barrier. Xiao Hong pointed forward and said, Master, there is a secret passage there. Su Bai asked in surprise why he could not see it. The little girl explained that the hidden door was concealed by a special spell, so humans found it difficult to detect. The little girl immediately activated the mechanism on the wall. The secret chamber door opened. Su Bai said in shock, this really is the method of the Hell Mystic Python. No wonder he did not notice it earlier. Xiao Hong reminded him that there was an extremely powerful energy source below. Su Bai immediately stepped down and said, let us go take a look. After only a few steps, he stopped with full vigilance. In front of them was a tree emitting a strange aura. Beneath it lay a gigantic snake nest. Xiao Hong said in shock that was the heavenly wish tree. Su Bai asked in surprise what kind of tree was so sinister. Xiao Hong said this was a forbidden technique. If the Earth-hidden mystic Python clan dared to cultivate this kind of tree, did they want to become the 4th royal clan? Su Bai tried to recall the familiar feeling. It seemed he had read about the heavenly wish tree somewhere before. The system immediately reported the discovery of a remnant of an ancient divine branch containing incomplete law power. This tree was connected to the karma of the primordial great calamity, so the host must absolutely not miss it. After observing Xiao, Hong became furious and said that to cultivate a heavenly wish tree, at least 10 million snake lives must be sacrificed. Su Bai jumped onto the treetop and pointed at the only fruit hanging there and asked what this was. Xiao Hong immediately recognized it as an 8th-rank spirit fruit. The Earth-hidden mystic Python clan had sacrificed countless lives just to produce this fruit. Su Bai picked it up and was astonished. The fruit was only the size of a fist, yet it weighed 100 jin. He had never seen a spirit fruit like this before. What was its use? Xiao Hong explained that each heavenly wish fruit contained enormous energy and could help a lord-level powerhouse increase the purity of his bloodline. When the bloodline reached a certain level, it would require slaughtering countless members of the same race. Therefore, the method of cultivating the heavenly wish tree had been listed as a forbidden technique by the 3 royal clans. Su Bai immediately jumped down and said it was that powerful. This thing could not be left here. System, how could he take this divine tree away? The system replied that to transplant it, the divine nature must first be activated. He only needed to place his hand on the tree. But during the transfer, the divine nature would cause a minor disturbance to the mortal world. Su Bai noticed the words minor disturbance. In any case, the tree could not be left behind, so he might as well ignore it. He was ready. Begin. The system announced the start of the divine activation process of the sacred tree. In an instant, the entire tree burst with dazzling light. Su Bai cried out in alarm. There was a spatial crack. Was this what they called a minor disturbance? Xiao Hong cried out in panic, Master, what did you do? This space was about to collapse. They had to leave immediately or they would be sucked into the spatial crack. Master, hurry. There was no time left. Su Bai immediately summoned a shield to protect them both and gritted his teeth as the place was about to collapse. Seeing that the space pouch was still functioning, Su Bai said, Xiao Hong, go in first. Shortly afterward, the two of them crawled into the space pouch. Su Bai sighed in relief and said it was temporarily safe here. Xiao Hong cheered happily. Master succeeded. He really moved the heavenly wish tree. Looking at the pile of spirit herbs around him, Su Bai became suspicious again because the ground was still shaking. Could it be that this tree was absorbing his spirit herbs? Su Bai shouted angrily, damn it, all his spirit herbs had been absorbed by this cursed tree. Spit them out for him. At that moment, Xiao Hong shouted, Master, be careful. It seemed the heavenly wish tree was about to erupt. At the same time, outside the Great Wall Defense, Legion Base, a huge tremor drew the attention of the soldiers. Lord Yiqing, this energy source was extremely terrifying and seemed to surpass even the laws. Qing said thoughtfully, could it be that within the territory of the myriad races, a being stronger than the 9 Nether King was awakening? A subordinate asked in shock, did he mean an existence beyond the king level? Yiqing immediately ordered them to contact the scout team and investigate the situation clearly. The subordinate hurriedly replied, understood. The royal city of the 9-tailed heavenly fox Yan Zhai also sensed the disturbance. She wondered, could this be divine power? The forbidden land had not opened, yet so how could divine nature appear in the main city of the earth, hidden mystic Python? Send people to investigate immediately. Meanwhile, in the royal city of Nine, Nether Yan Ming also discovered this terrifying energy source and wondered what was happening in the main city of the Earth-hidden mystic Python. He asked his subordinate what was going on. The subordinate said nervously that the cause was unclear and requested permission to investigate the main city. At the same time, in the forbidden land of the Azure Water Marsh, deep beneath the ocean, disturbances also appeared. Even the forbidden land of the Sword Seed showed signs of heavenly thunder shaking. Other forbidden lands such as Luo Tian River, 100,000 Great Mountains, and Elephant Tusk Mountain beneath the sea also showed unusual signs. Even on a distant small planet, ancient creatures began to awaken. They said the time to return to the mortal world was approaching. The phenomenon spread to the battlefield of the myriad races, causing panic as earthquakes shook the land. A man sweating coldly said the disturbance came from the main city. It was over, the heavenly wish tree. If the three royal clans learned, he used a forbidden technique to cultivate this tree, then his life would be finished. That man immediately fled, while ordering the Earth-hidden mystic Python clan army to retreat completely. The vassal soldiers asked in confusion, were they really retreating? The human side seized the opportunity and rushed forward shouting to slaughter the myriad races. The vassal soldiers cursed angrily, saying, "Damn it, the Earth-hidden mystic Python clan had already fled, so what were they still fighting for?" They also retreated in panic. Retreat quickly. Everyone retreat. The humans became even more excited seeing the chaos among the myriad races. The Bear clan cursed angrily that the Earth-hidden mystic Python clan had fled, so why were they still standing there? Run quickly. On this side, Subai had just come out of the space pouch and stared blankly at the chaotic scene. What was happening? Could it be caused by him? He widened his eyes in shock. This was truly disastrous. At that moment, the mystic Python clan returned and roared, "Who dared touch the sacred tree of their clan?" Subai was startled and thought it was over. A platinum elder ordered them to capture him. The soldiers immediately rushed forward, threatening that if he did not run, then he would die. Another soldier drew his sword and pointed at Subai, saying, was he still planning to escape? The ninth elder unleashed a killing strike and shouted for him to die. In an instant, the attack had already closed in. Subai quickly raised a shield to block it and stepped back to maintain balance. As expected, it was a platinum powerhouse. Ninth elder roared that he had destroyed the sacred tree of their clan. Even cutting him into 10,000 pieces would not ease the hatred. At that moment, Qing Shu and Han Zhan crawled out from the rubble and asked in shock why there was such a huge energy disturbance. Could it be caused by Subai again? Subai looked at the two of them and asked in surprise that they had also broken through to gold already. Han Qin immediately rushed forward and said, "Lao Su, you two withdraw first. I will stay behind and hold him off." The ninth elder flew into a rage and unleashed a strike that blasted him back, then roared, "Do you want to die? Do you think your armor can resist me?" Subai broke out in a cold sweat and asked, "Lao Han, can you hold on?" Qing Shu also hurriedly advised that if it was too much, then do not force it. Let us run together. Han Qin could only say, "You two go first. I will cover the rear." Hearing this, the two immediately retreated. "Lao Hu, let us run first." "All right." Han Qin stood his ground and shouted, "Watch my blade technique." Sky-rending first slash, second slash, third slash. The opponent sneered and dodged easily. Tricks like this still want to injure me. But in truth, it was only a distraction so he could prepare to escape. See you later. Qin quickly caught up with the two ahead and said while panting, "You really ran off. Wait for me." Subai threw a spirit fruit to him and told him to eat it quickly to restore spiritual power. The ninth elder realized he had been tricked and roared in fury, "You bastards do not even think about escaping today." The three of them immediately unleashed their techniques. Shadow Dragon Night, Azure Wind Flash. Moonlit Wudong erupted and helped them accelerate their escape. 3 streaks of light shot through the air as fast as lightning. The ninth elder stared in shock. This was the speed of gold ranks. 3 hours later, he lost their trail and cursed. These beasts actually escaped. If 3 human bastards escape, then our lives will not be safe either. He asked his subordinate if he was certain they ran that direction. The subordinate nodded, but said that place was the forbidden land Luo Tian River. Going further would reach Bai Thai Dam. Ninth elder still insisted on chasing and said it did not matter. Those 3 humans must be captured. At this moment, Subai and the others stopped to rest. Qing Shu handed him water and said, "Drink a little. They probably have not caught up yet." Han Qin asked curiously, "They kept talking about a sacred tree. What was that?" Subai hesitated and said it was a long story. "Restore strength first, then leave here." At that moment, the 10th elder of platinum rank caught up. He said coldly, "None of you will leave. A bunch of trash who cannot even capture 3 humans had to make this old man act personally." Han Qin immediately stepped forward and blocked the path and said, Lao Su, you go first. The opponent roared, you dare touch the sacred tree of our clan. He immediately unleashed a killing strike. Han Qin was blasted away, and Su Bai called out anxiously, Lao Han. Su Bai roared in fury and said, you still dare call that wish tree a sacred tree? That evil thing, I will take it away from you. The 10th elder flicked his snake tongue and sneered, let us see how long you can last. Han Qin stood up and restored his spiritual power and said, Lao Su, take Lao Hu and go first. Leave this place to me. Su Bai did not want to abandon him, but he firmly said, go now. Better one person sacrifice than all three die. The victory of humanity mattered most. Qing Shu choked with emotion and called Lao Han. Han Qin stood up and shouted, go quickly. The two could only run ahead and said, we will wait for you ahead. The 10th elder rushed forward to pursue and roared, still want to run. But Han Qin slashed across to block him and said, your opponent is me. After only a few exchanges, Han Qin was blasted far away. 10th elder said with contempt, foolish human, you are not even worth an ant. But Han Qin stood up again and said, it is not over yet. I already said your opponent is me. Tightly grabbed the opponent's tail, which made the 10th elder curse, foolish human. The gigantic snake swung its tail and slammed him violently into the air. Heavy blow made Han Qin spit blood. The 10th elder roared, I have no time to play with you. 10,000 serpents. Instantly countless spirit snakes emerged from the ground. They immediately wrapped around him and bit savagely. Back to Su Bai and Qing Shu. The two saw a clear blue lake before them. Su Bai said in surprise, is this Bai Thai Dam? Qing Shu nodded, probably. Su Bai said in confusion, why was this place so quiet? Could it be that Qing Long was not here? Qing Shu also asked helplessly, then what should we do now? Outside the forbidden land, the 9th elder looked around and muttered, strange. In the past, any creature entering Bai Thai Dam would be attacked. Why was it silent today? The 10th elder calculated and said the sacred tree was still in their hands. They cannot be allowed to escape. Why not enter and take a look? The 9th elder nodded, if it is dangerous, we withdraw immediately. The two stepped into the barrier. The moment they entered, they immediately felt the terrifying dragon pressure. The 9th elder cried out in panic, it is Qing Long. Withdraw immediately. The 10th elder retreated at once. Meanwhile, at Bai Thai Dam, Su Bai sat leisurely eating spirit fruit. Qing Shu asked worriedly why he was still so calm. They could catch up at any moment. Su Bai smiled and said this was their forbidden land, so they would not dare enter. Even so, they could not stay here forever. They needed to think of the next step. Qing Shu suggested if they did not dare chase, then they should return to the Misty Mountains to find reinforcements. Su Bai shook his head and said that would not work. They caused too much disturbance, so they would definitely guard the area if they returned. If they went back, they would surely encounter the mystic snake clan. Qing Shu nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Su Bai had an idea and smiled, and said, why not return to the inner territory of the myriad races and kill a few more? Qing Shu was shocked and asked what he was saying. Was he crazy? Returning to the inner territory of the myriad races now would not only bring 2 platinum pursuers after them. Su Bai explained, of course, they could not go back the same path. They would go around. Qing Shu was speechless and asked if he was sure he knew the way. Su Bai patted his chest and said, relax. Maybe they could even find Lao Han. Those who keep moving survive. Following him was correct. Hurry up, stop eating. While running, Su Bai said after many battles he discovered one thing. Qing Shu asked what it was. When facing a powerhouse above platinum, they should not think about fighting. Just focus on increasing their own speed and slowing the opponent to escape. Qing Shu nodded and said correct. The gap between gold and platinum was too great. Suddenly, Su Bai stopped and said, be careful. There was movement over there. A group of beast race soldiers were escorting a prisoner. Qing Shu looked carefully and froze. That was Lao Han. He wanted to rush out in excitement, but Qing Shu stopped him. Over there, the beast race soldiers were mocking that even if he delayed, no one would come to save him. Su Bai thought for a moment and said if they rushed straight in, Lao Han would be in danger. They needed a solid plan. Qing Shu asked what he planned to do. Su Bai smiled and said he had a perfect plan. Over there, Han Qin was still cursing the beast race, which made them whip him. Before they could strike a second time, a shout rang out telling them to stop. Su Bai and Qing Shu, disguised as beast race members, walked over and asked what they were doing. The beast soldier hurriedly bowed and said, 2 envoy lords. I am escorting this human according to the order of the 10th elder. But he noticed a familiar gaze. Su Bai immediately punched Han Qin once and cursed this damned human. Then he turned and said it was indeed an escort. He added that they were ordered to supervise the escort of the human and also requisition military supplies from the territory of the cat clan. The beast soldier asked in confusion, requisition military supplies. The supplies were already delivered. Su Bai replied casually, because the war failed, more supplies were needed. Su Bai shouted, you dare question the clan order. The beast soldier said in fear he would not dare. Then please trouble the 2 envoys. Su Bai told him to lead the way. They entered the territory of the Nether Cat clan. Su Bai said he would personally interrogate the human prisoner. Tell your clan elder to come meet him. The beast soldier immediately sent someone to report. Soon the Grand Elder came out to greet them and said he did not know the envoys had arrived, so he failed to welcome them in time. Please forgive him. Subai replied arrogantly, "Stop the nonsense. They came to collect military supplies and spirit materials." Grand Elder said in surprise, they had already delivered them 10 days ago, so why collect again today? Subai immediately scolded that the front line suffered heavy losses, so more resources were required. He continued that all the myriad races were fighting with full strength. As long as the 9 Nether Great King gave the order, the Earth-hidden mystic Python clan from elders to bronze warriors were ready to fight to the death. Yet your cat clan hesitated even to hand over a little spirit material. The Grand Elder awkwardly bowed his head repeatedly and apologized. After hearing the Lord words, he suddenly understood. If that is the case, then our cat clan is willing to open the entire treasury and present 10,000 low-rank spirit materials to the army. Hearing this, Subai nodded in satisfaction. He will report this to the 9 Nether Great King, so your merit will be recorded. Ching Shu, standing beside him, broke into a cold sweat. This Subai is truly a master manipulator. Han Qin was also stunned. This time Lao Su has made a huge profit again. After that, the Grand Elder respectfully led the way and invited the envoys to follow him. Subai nodded with satisfaction. When they entered the treasury, the Grand Elder respectfully said that besides preparing 10,000 low-rank spirit materials for the army, our clan has also specially prepared some spirit stones as a private gift for the 2 envoys. Subai smiled and nodded. The merit of the cat clan will be remembered. Later, he will report it before the Great King on your behalf. The Grand Elder thanked him repeatedly with joy. Subai ordered that he should go outside and prepare the military supplies first. They need to interrogate the prisoner a little. The Grand Elder immediately saluted and left. Han Qin hurriedly said, "He has gone far now, untie me quickly." "Lao Su, you are really impressive, but they are only a few cat demons, so why not just kill them all?" Subai laughed loudly. "If they kill them all, then where will the spirit fruits come from for you to recover?" Ching Shu quickly untied the rope. "Lao Han, do not move, let me remove it first." Then Subai suddenly asked if they could feel it. This cave seemed to have a problem. Han Qin asked blankly what problem. Subai sensed that spiritual power was fluctuating. The energy in his body was being drained, as if something was sucking it away. The 2 who had just eaten spirit fruits also felt their spiritual power dissipating. The 2 nodded to confirm that something was wrong. "My spiritual power is also decreasing." Subai pointed forward. "The source is there." No wonder the Grand Elder left so confidently. There must be something strange inside this cave. Ching Shu immediately urged them to go take a look. As soon as he stepped inside, Subai froze. These nether cats are statues, yet they are kneeling in worship without moving. Quickly check what this barrier is. Soon they discovered a gigantic skeleton. It turned out to be the remains of a cat king. Strangely, on that skeleton stood a towering statue shaped like a human. Subai looked around and concluded that this place must be an extremely important location of the cat clan. Suddenly, a cat beast guarding the place rushed forward, forcing Subai to raise a shield to block it. "Lao Han, be careful." But the beast had already run away. Han Qin was surprised. What is going on? This nether cat suddenly came back to life. Looking carefully, all the cat statues around them began to move. Ching Shu cried in shock. What should they do now? One spirit cat after another rushed forward to attack. 3 immediately resisted. Their speed is extremely fast, be careful. Han Qin held the defensive line and said let him block them. Ching Shu unleashed Moonlit Wudong and blasted away a large number of spirit cats. Qin also rushed into battle. Still not fast enough, watch this. He used the battle skill Earth-Cleaving Slash. The blade swept out, creating countless dense slashes. But the spirit cats struck by the attack still stood up, which shocked them. Even high-rank gold cannot kill them. Subai immediately made a plan. Lao Han, Lao Hu, find a way to break the encirclement. This cave is too narrow for him to fight properly. 2 nodded in agreement, without realizing that a strange phenomenon had appeared behind them. Suddenly, the weapon embedded in the Cat King skeleton flew forward before Han Qin, an ancient sword. Subai immediately urged Lao Han, this sword is not bad, it suits you very well. Han Qin did not hesitate and grabbed it. Let him test the power of this ancient sword. At that moment, a spirit cat charged again. Han Qin swung the sword downward. The sharp slash immediately split the beast in half. Subai stared wide-eyed as the sword mark even cut deep into the stone. Heavens, its power is terrifying. Lao Han, you have obtained a treasure. Han Qin laughed loudly with excitement. This trip is truly worth it. He excitedly opened a path and rushed outside. Hurry, break through. Subai and Ching Shu hurried after him, but when they reached the entrance, they suddenly stopped. Grand Elder had already led people to surround them. Bold thieves daring to impersonate mystic python envoys to deceive him, and even destroy the sacred ground of the clan. He will kill them. He ordered the entire clan to obey and kill the 3 humans. No one is allowed to escape. Cat demons roared to kill the humans, crush their bones, and stain the mountains with their blood. Han Qin said cautiously, there are too many of them, they cannot break through. Qing Shu was also flustered. Su Bai calmly said, leave it to him. He immediately summoned Xiao Bai, Xiao Ba, and Xiao Hong to fight. The three beast companions instantly transformed. Illusory feather erupted. Earth core gravity spread outward. Xiao Hong unleashed Demon Phoenix blazing fire. The Grand Elder roared, kill that summoner first. Su Bai was not afraid at all. No need to hold back, kill them. At that moment, Qing Shu jumped out and blocked an attack for him. Be careful. Su Bai cried out in panic, Lao Hu, you all right? Qing Shu coughed and said he is not dead yet. Su Bai sighed in relief and handed him a spirit fruit. Eat quickly and recover. Lao Hu, hold on, leave the rest to him. Since they escaped the mystic Python city, they can also escape this cat clan. Su Bai ordered Xiao Hong suppress the elder. Xiao Ba cover him. Xiao Bai sweep the battlefield. The three beast companions answered together, they obey the master. Su Bai stepped forward and said, let him deal with the big one first. The Grand Elder sneered, just a gold, daring to be arrogant. He wants to see what you can do to him. Su Bai rushed forward and shouted, old bastard, your day of death has come. Sacred beast armament. A beam of light burst skyward from his body. The Grand Elder covered his eyes in shock. Sacred beast armament, how is that possible? In the next moment, he was blasted away by Su Bai. Su Bai turned and shouted, Lao, and take care of Lao Hu, we withdraw. Xiao Ba, Xiao Hong cover the rear. The two beast companions immediately used earth core gravity and heaven burning fire to open a path. Two shouted excitedly earlier, they caused chaos in Mystic Python City, and now they even broke the cat clan. This journey is unforgettable. They are willing to use the blood of the three of them to illuminate the future of humanity. Su Bai shouted, shut up and run. At the same time, near the cat clan territory, the 10th elder sensed the disturbance and asked what happened over there. The subordinate replied, it is in the direction of the cat clan. Hurry, go take a look. Elsewhere, Yan Ming was reading a report when he sensed the disturbance. He muttered, that is sacred beast armament. Could it be a human plot? He ordered 2 diamond-rank powerhouses to be sent immediately to the Demon Cat Mountains to kill Su Bai. The subordinates answered in unison, they obey. On the military side, when the scouts reported, Yiqing learned that 2 diamond powerhouses were rapidly heading toward the Cat clan. Yiqing immediately ordered that 2 diamond powerhouses be dispatched to the Demon Cat Mountains to support Su Duan. After that, he also ordered gold cavalry to depart immediately for reinforcement. Back to the 3 of them, Han Qin sighed in relief, they finally escaped. These cat demons are really fast. Su Bai reminded Lao Han, do not stop, this place is not safe. But at that moment, the 9th elder appeared with a cold laugh, so you are here. Do you think you can escape? He laughed viciously and said, let him see where they can run now. 3 ants today, he will crush their bones into ashes. At that moment, another tremor appeared. 10th elder also appeared in the form of a giant snake. After taking a strike, he still did not die. It seems you can do more than just run. Su Bai looked at his 2 friends in alarm. The 9th elder ordered the 10th to release poison and seal their retreat. If these 3 humans escape, it will be a great humiliation. Su Bai helped the 2 up and asked if they could still endure. Qing Shu said, do not worry about them, just run. But Su Bai shook his head. He sneered and said, little ones, get to work. Su Bai activated sacred beast armament and pointed his sword at them. Old hag, do you think he is afraid? The 9th elder also transformed into beast form. In such a short time, you already activated sacred beast armament. But that is still useless struggle. As he spoke, he launched an attack, forcing Su Bai to brace himself to resist. Impossible. Thanther widened her eyes in shock, then frowned. A gold rank actually suppressed 2 diamond experts. Even Han Qin found it hard to believe. If you had said that before, I would certainly have thought you had gone mad. They only saw Tabak swing his sword and unleash an extremely sharp strike. He said coldly that the power of Zheng metal was unmatched, capable of piercing everything in the world. 10th elder began to grow wary. It was not strange, since that was a sacred beast armament. Its innate skill was extremely powerful. The 9th elder possessed the ability to regenerate the body. It absolutely must not be allowed to grow further. Without hesitation, no matter the cost. He frowned watching those people act, then shouted, what tricks are you people trying to pull now? Those 2 actually performed a fusion. The 9th elder absorbed the power of the 10th elder and erupted. I admit you are strong, but you are only a tiny mid-gold rank. Even you yourself have not trained to the limit. So today your fate is certain death. Bach could not help revealing a look of disgust. Has anyone ever told that woman that her appearance is truly ugly? She angrily condensed energy into a huge sphere. I will see how long you can keep boasting. Die, sighing breath wall. The energy sphere descended from the sky like a bomb. Han Qin and the other man were blown far away by the pressure. The impact force was terrifying. Tabak immediately turned his head in worry. Are you 2 all right? Damn it. He quickly used a technique, gathering a fireball in his palm. In an instant, the fire demon matron shot forward, its figure resembling a blazing phoenix. Ninth Elder contemptuously swallowed the attack hole. Even the fire demon matron cannot do anything to us. Absorb everything. After receiving more energy, she created an even larger sphere, making Tabak irritated. These two platinum old women are truly troublesome. But then he sneered. So what if they are platinum? I do not believe I cannot destroy you. That old hag, I will fight you to the death. The Ninth Elder saw him attacking continuously and shouted angrily, "This thing cannot harm me at all." Suddenly she noticed something unusual. This is bad. A diamond expert is heading this way. The Ninth Elder was unwilling. Just a little more time and she could have killed him. You destroyed the sacred tree of my clan. Even if I die today, I will drag you to the grave with me. He looked at the enormous mouth swallowing toward him in shock. She roared, wanting to devour Tabak. Damn insect. Go be buried with the sacred tree of my clan. Chin panicked. That woman wants to swallow old too. Thanther's expression changed. Not good. It seems she intends to perish together with Tabak. Hearing this, he was also startled. What? At that moment, a beam of golden light descended from the sky. The strike directly caused the body of the Ninth Elder to explode on the spot. When the dust gradually dispersed, a protective barrier was revealed beneath the explosion crater. Hanchin exclaimed in shock. It is General Lin. Behind him is also Prince Zhen Nan at the king level. They came to save Tabak. He helped him stand up and asked, "Are you all right?" Tabak replied weakly, "I am fine." "Uncle Lin, why did you come here?" Zhen Nan paid more attention to the battlefield. Two black python elders at the platinum level were forced to self-detonate. Could there still be another enemy? Pulled him up and said, "You youngsters did very well. Being able to force two platinums to self-detonate is already a miracle. Now follow me back to the base immediately, if we delay any longer." But two shadows suddenly appeared and cut him off. Too late now. We finally found you. Two newly arrived beast race members appeared. A diamond great bear and a diamond black python looked arrogantly. Zhen Nan, I did not expect you to be here too. On the battlefield of the 10,000 races, humans currently held the advantage. Kill. A sudden explosion rang out, causing the demon beasts to panic. The demon cat mountain range trembled. Female beast race general immediately issued an order. Increase speed and reinforce the demon cat mountain range. Urgent reinforcement. Meanwhile, the two new enemies displayed their power. Zhen Nan, in the past you killed the elder of my bear clan. Today you must repay that debt. The other man sneered coldly. Why waste words? Today we kill them all and present the offering to the 9 Nether King. The two charged forward simultaneously to attack. Die. He immediately raised a protective barrier covering everyone. But Tabak and the other two still clearly felt the terrifying pressure. This truly is the power of Diamond. Zhen Nan said, "Leave this place to me. You three withdraw first." He protested in shock. "Uncle Lin, are you going to face two diamonds alone?" He was extremely resolute. "Did you not hear what I said? I told you to leave first. This is an order." Hanchin urged him, "Old, to withdraw first and call for reinforcements. We cannot disobey General Lin's order." The three of them immediately ran away. "Let's go." But at that moment, a massive boulder fell down, blocking their path, leaving already. The bear clansman had appeared at some unknown moment. "Let me see where you little brats can run." Gritted his teeth and said to his companions, "Old Han, old Hu, fight him with our lives." The Python clansman fought against Zhen Nan. "You can hardly protect yourself now, yet you still want to save others." He shouted in panic. "You three cannot fight a diamond. Withdraw quickly." Tabak had no choice but to summon his beast companions. Zio Bat, Zio Bai attack from both sides. Zio Hung explode directly and strike him. We risk everything. The old bear clansman laughed contemptuously. "No one can save you three. Prepare to die." They were immediately thrown away by the force of the stomp. "It hurts." Hanchin was blasted away and trembled in fear. Diamond is truly terrifying. They can already control the power of nature. We are completely not their opponents. The bear roared, "Tremble, three insects." At that moment, a streak of sword light suddenly slashed toward him. The gold flame cavalry had arrived. The human army appeared. "By the order of Mr. Nhat Than, we came to reinforce, protect Tabak, fight for the human race." Three were overjoyed. "It is the gold flame cavalry. This time we are saved. Reinforcements have arrived. Now it is our turn to counterattack." The bear was also shocked. The human race actually dispatched the flame cavalry. He immediately summoned his beast companions again. Zio Bat, Zio Bai, counterattack. The warriors also raised their spears and charged. Blazing flame charge. The old bear hurriedly raised a rock shield. "You cannot injure me." Tabak rushed forward, taking the lead. "Do not celebrate too soon." Zio Bai dodged quickly. Immediately afterwards, Zio Bat and Zio Hung coordinated. Black tortoise water breath, vermilion bird fire rain. Combined strike instantly shattered the rock defense. The bear clansman roared, "My bear clan is invincible." On the other side, the battle was also extremely intense. Python clansman retreated cautiously. "No wonder you are a king-level expert. Zhen Nan, you indeed have some strength." He stood floating in the air, looking down as if at an ant. Today is your day of death. Nan unleashed a move. Rainbow Sword Chi. That man immediately called to his companion. Old Xung, they have too many people. What should we do? Old Bear quickly observed the surrounding situation. Then he immediately transformed into his giant bear form. I must crush these insects. Despite his enormous body, he struggled to withstand the barrage of techniques. Earth Rank Battle Skill Formation Breaker. Profound Rank Battle Skill Thunder Howl. Earth Rank Battle Skill Crimson Moon. Profound Rank Battle Skill Burning Heaven. On the other side, the Python clansman already wanted to retreat. Great Bear, I cannot fight him alone. Situation today is lost. Perhaps we should withdraw first. The old bear nodded. You withdraw first. I will stay and hold them back. Tabak gritted his teeth. You were arrogant just now. Why leave so easily now? Zio Bat, let them taste some power. It obeyed the command, preparing to release a move. The Python clansman turned pale upon seeing it. Impossible. That beast can actually control two elements. Zio Bat directly unleashed Peach Branch power. Black Tortoise Impact blasted the bear clansman away. At the same time, countless spears and swords surged forward in relentless waves. Flames roared like a rolling tide. That man looked at his companion with painful eyes. Lao hung, then he immediately turned and fled. I withdraw first. Shadow shot upward like lightning, then delivered a kick that sent the Python clansman crashing to the ground. That man trembled as he looked at the dark shadow looming over him. The feeling was like a nightmare descending. The Python clansman cried out in panic. White Tiger Mount, his eyes widened in disbelief. On the main battlefield, the human race held the upper hand. Kill them all, you beasts of the 10,000 races. Deem Min stepped out from the spatial gate that was opening. At the same time, Enhat Than also appeared. Kuyu, since you have made your move, then I will not hold back either. Admit defeat now. That man frowned in irritation and replied, do not celebrate too soon. If the Demon Phoenix and Heavenly Fox clans had not withdrawn before the battle, then your human race would certainly have lost today. Even if you are slightly stronger than me, do not think you can gain the advantage when our three great royal clans unite. He calmly refuted, our human race accumulated strength for 100 years to reach this day of counterattack. You are a king level, yet you insist on going against the tide. Sooner or later, you will face destruction. Deem Min gently shook his head in disdain and said, a man who likely cannot live another 20 years, what right do you have to discuss the heavenly Tao with me? You are merely a dying man. Saying more is useless. The entire army received the order and immediately escorted the troops toward the Lac Thien River, quickly returning to the area near the Yumiu mountain range, where Su Bok's group was retreating. Tiu Bok speed up. We must reunite at the main headquarters soon. Henchin rode Tiu Bat and turned his head to ask, Lao Ho, do you see it? It seems our speed is a bit slow. Thanther sat cross-legged and replied with a smile, stop complaining. Having a mount to ride is already fortunate enough. In the sky, Tran Nam observed the situation and spoke. Stop here, there is fighting ahead. He was startled and raised his head to ask, what happened? Guessed that ahead was probably the Lac Thien River. Su Bok could not understand why so many troops of the myriad races appeared here. Tran Nam immediately realized. The human front line had just achieved a great victory, so the myriad races retreated to the Lac Thien River. We must quickly pass this place to return to the human headquarters. After hearing this, Han Chin was extremely excited. The human race has achieved a great victory. It seems the myriad races will not hold on much longer. He also said excitedly, Lao Han, when we return this time, how much battle merit will we receive? Thanther asked in surprise, battle merit? Did we actually achieve merit? When they arrived at the human battlefield headquarters, inside the meeting room, Enhat Than exclaimed in surprise, Su Bok, is that really you? You even managed to bring back the saintess of the Demon Phoenix clan. He laughed and said, why say that I captured the little girl? She followed me voluntarily, right, Tiu Hong? The girl nodded while gnawing on food. Yes, the chicken leg master roasted smells so good that I wanted to follow master. He became even more interested and said, who would have thought that just a chicken leg could subdue the Demon Phoenix saintess? No wonder you are Lac Fam's successor. This time you all did very well. Go back and rest first. Tonight we will hold a celebration banquet. Su Bok stammered in reply. Actually, there is no need to rush the celebration banquet. It's just that Mr. Neep, please help calculate our battle merits. Neep Than immediately said, do not worry, your share will not be lacking. Only then did he stand up and thank him. Many thanks, Mr. Neep. Han Chin and Thanther smiled and said, then we will return to rest first. He nodded and told them to rest well and continue fighting the myriad races later. After the youths left, he turned to praise the man beside him. Lao Lam, this time your rescue contributed greatly. You even killed 2 diamond-level powerhouses of the myriad races. He shook his head and said, not me. Those 2 were both killed by Su Bok. Hat Than widened his eyes in shock. What, he actually managed to kill diamond-level powerhouses? Tran Nam explained that the situation was chaotic at the time, but it was indeed Su Bok's beast that defeated the 2 diamond powerhouses. Hearing this, he grew worried again and said, This kid is becoming stronger and stronger, but also more dangerous. You may target him at any time. You must protect him carefully. He nodded and replied, do not worry, I will secretly protect him at all costs. That night, Than held a celebration banquet. Today, the Marshall University students have achieved great merit. Let us celebrate the victory of the human race together. Raise your glasses. Everyone responded together, drink up. The human race will surely win. Tiu Hong only focused on the food. This chicken leg looks incredibly delicious. Henshin happily said, Lao Su, this trip was truly dangerous. I nearly lost my life. Fortunately, you and Lao Ho saved me. This cup of wine is my toast to both of you. Su Bok laughed and said, Lao Han, is your life only worth 1 cup of wine? I already wrote the list. When we return, just send the equipment and materials to Jiangsu Marshall University. Than Ther laughed loudly. Lao Han, this time you suffered a big loss. Su Bok is very generous when making a move. He was not stingy and nodded. I have experienced Lao Su's ability, but the thanks must still be said properly. I accept. Su Bok said with satisfaction, at least you still have some conscience. Besides, this time you were lucky enough to obtain a divine weapon. Hanchin placed his beer mug down and said, that is right, but I still cannot unleash the full power of this divine weapon. The two of you come look as well. Honestly, I have not examined it closely yet. It does not seem particularly special. Than observed for a while and said, if I am not mistaken, this is an ancient divine weapon. However, its energy seems to be sealed. 3 asked in surprise, sealed. He explained that to break the seal, the user must reach the king-level realm. Su Bok said in shock, king level, that is far too difficult. But Han Chin said excitedly, fine then. For the sake of unsealing this divine weapon, I will train hard to reach the king level soon. The group continued drinking wine, raising their glasses for the day they would reach the king level. Drink up. The next day at the Great Wall Defense Base, someone asked the principal, you have been here for 3 days already. He sighed and said, the battlefield is completely different from the arena, and Su Bok and Than Ther have no battlefield experience. At that moment, a soldier ran back with news. The human race has achieved a great victory. 800,000 enemy troops were slain, and the army of the myriad races was driven back to the Lac Thien River. Everyone in the academy immediately cheered. We won. The human race has achieved a great victory. We truly won. I knew they could do it. This time I can finally return home and care for my parents with peace of mind. Quickly open the city gates. Amid the cheers, he still hurriedly asked, General, do you know any news about Su Bok and Than Ther? Soldier immediately replied, old principal, do not worry. Those 2 boys are not only safe but also achieved great merit, even Han Chin as well. Their achievements astonished everyone. Before he could finish, everyone surrounded him with questions. Has the frontline battle ended? Were there really more than 8 million enemy troops? How is our division commander Kong? The soldier said nervously, everyone please do not rush. Let me explain slowly. This great battle began from the Fog Mountain Range and stretched to the Yumiu Mountain Range and the Great Wall Base. After 1 month and 8 days of fighting, the fierce beast army was defeated and pushed back to the banks of the Lac Thien River. In the Fog Mountain Range, the million-strong army now has fewer than 200,000 left. At the Yumiu Mountain Range and Lac Thien Base, Lord Than ordered the construction of the new Thien Lac Thien Guard Base on the banks of the Lac Thien River, 20,000 miles from the Great Wall. Everyone became even more excited after hearing this. This is wonderful. The human race will surely win. Once the base is completed, we can directly teleport to the front line. The soldier continued. In this battle, the human soldiers fought extremely bravely. Among them, Su Bok and Than Ther of Jiang Marshall, along with Han Chin. The 3 risked infiltrating deep into the enemy rear, eliminating more than 100,000 fierce beasts guarding the nest, and wiping out no fewer than 10 races. The 3 of them also stormed the main city of the Dizang Profound Python alone, causing a huge shock and destroying the entire city. In that battle, they accidentally killed more than 100,000 enemy troops. Especially Su Bok even fought above his level and directly defeated 2 diamond-ranked generals. The students were stunned in shock after hearing this. What, he killed diamond-level powerhouses? The principal also broke into cold sweat and said, this is truly heaven-defying. That kid actually did such a thing. The soldier continued describing their achievements. In this battle, Su Bok displayed overwhelming strength. Su Bok, Han Chin, and Than Ther retained their Marshall University enrollment and were officially appointed division commanders, joining the Lac Thien Guard Army. Su Bok alone also received the first-class individual title and the highest glory medal of the Lac Thien Guard Army. The students asked in disbelief, are you sure you did not say it wrong? When they left, they were only silver level. Accomplishing this is simply unbelievable. Even the principal felt as if dreaming. What exactly did Su Bok and the other 2 experience in that great battle? The soldier raised the report and said, completely accurate. The battle report was personally ordered to be delivered by Lord Fong. Everyone could not help sighing in amazement. Killing hundreds of thousands of troops and even defeating diamond powerhouses, Subak is truly astonishing. Beside them, Tu Heen collapsed, clutching his head. Why is it like this? When will I ever catch up to his footsteps? 3 days later, Deem Min welcomed a special guest, Lord Tat and Gon. I did not expect you to come personally this time. With you taking action, the human race will surely be destroyed. Tat and Gon said coldly, you are truly a useless waste. You have been gone so long and still have not conquered this planet. You even lost troops. He lowered his head in fear and said, the seal is weakening more and more, so our time is running out. But through this battle, I have grasped the strength of the human race. Our next attack target will be Sun High Pass. There's also another matter. The human race has captured the Saintess of the Demon Phoenix clan. I plan to visit the ancient royal city of the Demon Phoenix. Hearing this, Tat and Gon became interested. Very interesting. They dare touch the Demon Phoenix Saintess? Go ahead. This time I also brought the Blood God Pearl. I will completely annihilate the human race, Deem Min said excitedly. Then I wish my lord a victorious triumph. At the human headquarters, Enhat Than was holding a meeting. The army of the myriad races is continuously gathering, and their intention is still unclear. Than's son, what do you think? He frowned and analyzed. If I were the Nether King, I would certainly attack the Lac Thien River Fortress first. Before our defense system is complete, they will pour all their strength into attacking Sun High Pass. Everyone was startled after hearing this. Sun High Pass, he said in a deep voice. If the Sun High Pass fortress is breached, the consequences will be extremely severe. Deploy 200,000 troops to the Jiangsu military base as a precaution. General Lam will command this army. Tran Nam replied solemnly, I obey Lord Enhat Than. Even if I must fight to the death, I will not retreat. After the meeting, he called his assistant aside and asked, has Subak arrived yet? Tran Nam nodded and said, all right, you may go out now. The assistant responded and left. Subak forced a smile and said, General Lam. He looked at him and asked, it seems you have something to say. Subak replied honestly, the platinum armor you gave me last time was damaged. Could you give me another one? Tran Nam waved his hand and said, we will talk about that later. Do you like Yen En He? He was startled and stepped back asking, why are you asking this? He explained, originally Yen Enheen planned to come to the Great Wall to train, but her mother suddenly fell seriously ill, so she had to stay and care for her. I am not a good husband, and not a good father either. Subak immediately patted his chest and said, Uncle Lam, please rest assured, I will definitely take good care of Yen Enheen. Tran Nam patted his shoulder with satisfaction. Good kid. I did not misjudge you. I am about to station at Sun High Pass, and there may be a great battle. He frowned and asked, there will be a great battle at Sun High Pass. He nodded and said, yes, before the battle, Mr. Enhat Than has special arrangements for you. Go meet him yourself. Subak replied, yes. After that, he went to find Enhat Than. Sir Subak has arrived. He nodded with satisfaction and said, good. Enhat Than threw him a card and said, Lao Lam has contributed a lot to the human race, so do not take advantage of him anymore. Since your armor is broken, take this card to logistics and exchange it for a lord-level armor. Subak's eyes lit up and he said, yes, thank you, Boss Neat. He continued, it just so happens I also have something I need your help with. He placed his hands on his hips confidently and said, please tell me. Enhat Than spoke directly, I will go with you to the Bitch Thigh Lake. Subak immediately panicked. Bitch Thigh Lake? That place is extremely dangerous. The Azure Dragon there is terrifying. He frowned and asked, you do not dare. He had no choice but to say, who says I do not dare? I am just... Enhat Than immediately decided, then come with me. This teleportation gate only exists for 1 minute. Subak said despairingly, so it is actually real. Then he regained his spirit. If we go, then we go. At worst, I will risk everything. As soon as he stepped outside, he said in confusion, why is it so quiet around here? He saw the man standing before the lake calling loudly. Enhat Than brings the descendant of Lac Pham to pay respects. Azure Dragon, please appear. But the only response was a flock of birds scattering, causing Subak to say awkwardly, maybe it is not home, or perhaps. At that moment, the sky above suddenly filled with thick dark clouds gathering together. A violent bolt of lightning struck straight into the lake. The water instantly surged with raging waves. He muttered in panic, we are finished. It is all over, so it is really here, and it is furious. The gigantic dragon burst from the water and rushed straight toward them. Azure Dragon, I am Enhat Than, today I brought. Subak cried out in alarm, it is charging at us already. What should we do? Move aside quickly. He grabbed Subak by the collar and leaped upward, then said, quickly open the origin synchronization. Subak immediately obeyed, yes, origin synchronization. Immediately Azure Dragon's gaze stopped on him. He recognized the aura of origin synchronization and spoke in a somewhat stiff voice. Where is Lac Pham? Enhat Than hurriedly explained, Azure Dragon, Lac Pham has already passed away. He is the successor of Lac Pham. Subak forced a smile and said, hello, I am Subak. Azure Dragon looked at him and said, so it is you. I sensed your aura before. Asked politely, Were you the beast of Lord Lack Fam in the past? Is there anything I can help you with? Azure Dragon shook its head and said, your strength is too weak. You are not yet qualified, Subak admitted at once. That is right. I am still very weak. Compared with Lord Lack Fam, I am far inferior. It suddenly made a condition. Give me 3 drops of your blood essence. When necessary, I will help you once. Enhat Than said with slight surprise. Help him. Azure Dragon, is your condition still stable? It stared at Subak and said, his blood essence is very special. If I use it to protect my primordial spirit, there should be no problem. Perhaps one day you may open the ancient tomb beneath Bitch Thigh Lake and fulfill the final wish of the master. He nodded and said, Subak, give it the blood essence. Subak immediately replied, yes. 3 drops of fresh blood flew straight into Azure Dragon's mouth. The moment it swallowed them, it immediately sensed something unusual. Suddenly exclaimed in shock as if it had swallowed something stimulating. Why is this blood essence so strange? Azure Dragon clearly sensed it and said in astonishment, I never expected that just 3 drops of blood essence could restore my consciousness. It then asked, little one, who exactly are you? Subak answered awkwardly, who am I? My name is Subak. I am currently a Martial University student. Azure Dragon saw nothing worth asking further and flew upward. Forget it. Since I accepted your blood essence, I will repay it. You may leave. At that moment, the system issued a notification. A powerful beast has been detected near you. Do you wish to subdue it? Subak rejoiced and thought, could he subdue Azure Dragon? But the system then said, the beast is too powerful and cannot be subdued. He said speechlessly, if it cannot be subdued, then why appear? Hat then opened a spatial gate and said, let us go back. Subak nodded and replied, yes. All right, I still need to go to logistics to exchange armor. When they returned to the Great Wall Defense Base, everyone was staring at the ranking board. Subak's military merit, even counting the generals, would still be enough to enter the top 10. Truly terrifying. Because although the generals killed many high-level beasts, they rarely acted against low-level beasts. The military merit board displayed. First place, Jiang Marshal Subak 85 billion. Second place, Jiang Marshal Thanther 84 billion. Third place, Truong Marshal Hanchin 79 billion. Everyone was shocked. Subak's military merit truly changed from quantity into quality. A gold-level warrior obtaining lord-level military merit is unbelievable. Hanchin sighed, Lao Su has so much military merit, can he even spend it all? Thanther laughed and said, with his spending habits, no amount would ever be enough. Hanchin nodded. That is indeed true. In the logistics room, Subak walked in and said, hello, officer, I want to exchange for a lord-level armor set. The receptionist said in surprise, you are only gold level and want to wear lord armor. Even the 12 lowest-ranked lords of Long Kingdom are still wearing diamond armor. Subak then took out the card and said, officer, is this enough? The girl took it and said in shock, it really is Lord Enhat Than's command token. I did not expect he would allow a gold-level warrior to wear lord armor. However, even with the token, a lord armor still requires about 25 billion military merit to exchange. Subak handed over a document and said, it is fine. If my military merit is not enough, deduct it from Hanchin and Thanther. This is their debt note with their fingerprints. You can verify it. He secretly laughed smugly in his heart. Luckily, he made them write this debt note earlier. The girl nodded and said, if the debt note has fingerprint confirmation, it can be executed. All right, deduct 25 billion military merit. The lord armor will be delivered shortly, Subak said with satisfaction. Thank you. Immediately, the military merit board on the training ground changed. Subak 13 million remaining, Thanther 0, Hanchin 0. Everyone was shocked. The Martial University student ranking has changed. What exactly did Subak exchange that cost so much military merit? But why did Thanther and Hanchin's military merit drop to 0? The two protagonists turned pale. Lao Ho, look, our military merit has all disappeared. What happened? Was it stolen? A soldier shook his head and said, impossible. I have served in the army my whole life and never seen such a strange thing. Hanchin suggested, let us go to the logistics room and ask clearly. Thanther nodded and said, someone truly has guts to even touch military merit. When they arrived, the receptionist said, see for yourselves. The two looked at the paper and cried out, what is this? A debt note, she said. It is written clearly with your fingerprints. Your military merit has been used by Subak. Thanther clenched the paper and said, I knew it. When we were chased by the powerful warriors of the myriad races, how could he be so kind to give us so many healing spirit materials? It turns out he had planned it long ago. Hanchin gritted his teeth and said, Lao Su really is cunning. In the end, he sighed and said, forget it. It seems we still have much to learn from Subak. That moment, Subak walked out wearing the new armor and showing it off, dazzling everyone. My heavens, look what Subak is wearing. That is Lord Armor, a gold-level warrior wearing Lord Armor. Many generals have not even had the chance to wear one. I also want to snatch that armor. Count me in two. Seeing his friends, he ran over and said, Lao Han Lao Ho, you are here. I just exchanged for new armor, what do you think? I feel it is a bit loose and not very comfortable to wear. Two who had just lost all their military merit turned away painfully. I feel a little tired, so I will go rest first. I will also go rest, see you later, Su Bok said in surprise. Hey, why leave so suddenly? Outside Sun High Pass, Deem Min was reporting. Lord Tat and Gon, the 300,000 troops of the Demon Emperor clan are ready to join the battle. That man smiled with satisfaction and removed his helmet. Not bad. 1 million allied troops plus 300,000 of the Demon Emperor clan is indeed not a small force, but the chance to attack Sun High Pass only comes once. To prevent failure, I will dispatch another 100,000 Mang and Hiu war troops to support you, he said happily. Really? Then this time victory is certain. Tat and Gon took out a blazing red object. That man raised his hand toward the sky and said, "Answer my summons." A streak of blood light tore across the sky. A group of mermaid-like creatures crawled out. They were the Mang and Hiu clan, famous for brutality and bloodlust. Deem Min lowered his head and said, "Many thanks, Lord Tat and Gon. With the Mang and Hiu war generals and fierce beasts supporting us this time, the myriad races will surely win." That man raised his hand to boost morale. "Clansmen, follow me and attack Sun High Pass. Eat the humans and destroy their inheritance." The myriad races roared, "Obey my lord. We swear to follow Lord Tat and Gon to the death and conquer the human race." They surged forward like a pack of frenzied beasts. Deem Min also shouted loudly. The entire army attacked Sun High Pass. The army of the myriad races roared as they charged forward. At the same time, Hong Mai also appeared. Since the fall of the great king, our Demon Emperor clan has not fought the human race for 100 years. She opened her eyes in fury and said, "Yet the humans dare capture the saintess of our clan. This hatred will not end unless the human race is destroyed." The clansmen roared, "Rescue the saintess, destroy the human race." Thus the myriad races once again launched war and attacked Sun High Pass, determined to annihilate the human race. In a private room, Su Bok blushed and exclaimed, "What marriage?" Tran Nam said firmly, "Yes, you two are already of age. The 16th of this month is an auspicious day." And Enhin said shyly, "Father, I have not prepared anything yet." Su Bok also said awkwardly, "Is this not a bit sudden?" He said directly, "Su Bok, do you not want to marry Yen Enhin of my family?" He quickly replied, "It is not like that." Tran Nam then decided, "Then it is settled. On the 16th you two will marry." At that moment someone ran in to report, "Bad news, there is urgent military intelligence." Everyone asked what happened. The secretary hurriedly said, "General Lam, the army of the myriad races, is attacking Sun High Pass." Su Bok was startled while he calmly stood up and said, "As expected, it is Sun High Pass." In the main meeting hall, the secretary said, "Lord Enhat Than, please give the order." He nodded and said, "Transmit my order. The legions will immediately reinforce Sun High Pass." She immediately acknowledged the command. And Nam led the human soldiers charging out. "Come then, you myriad races. The men of the Lam family will not let you succeed." The myriad races received reinforcements and continued surging forward. He did not waver and shouted loudly, "Soldiers, you are the elite of the human race. Take up your weapons and do not let them advance another step." Martial warriors responded together and raised their weapons. Tran Nam gave the order, "Fire the origin energy cannons." In the sky, countless cannons fired simultaneously. Shells rained down violently. Elsewhere, Su Bok sat in meditation, surrounded by countless rare treasures. He clenched his teeth and thought to himself that he must quickly raise his realm. Immediately, a shocking surge of energy erupted from his body. That power even drew heavenly lightning from outside to strike the building. People exclaimed in shock, asking what happened. Could it be that some great power was breaking through? Su Bok stood up in satisfaction and said he had finally stepped into the platinum realm. Outside, Han Chin said in surprise, "It seems to be Lao Su's room." Than Thur guessed, could it be that Su Bok has already broken through to platinum? At the same time, the secretary reported. Reporting to Mr. Enhat Than, Su Bok has broken through to the platinum level. He smiled with satisfaction and said this child may even have potential surpassing Lac Pham. But the battlefield is the best place to accumulate experience. It is time to send him into battle. Convey my order, gather all Martial University students. The secretary immediately acknowledged the order. At this moment, in the forbidden land of the Endless Sea, Hong Mai turned and asked Tat and Gon why his lord had brought the main force to such a dangerous place. That man asserted that after crossing the Endless Sea, they could bypass Sun High Pass to launch a surprise attack on the human race. Hong Mai proposed that the Demon Emperor clan was willing to enter the city and hold the Great Wall to confront the human race directly. Deem Min also advised that it was rumored a death god existed in this sea. Tat and Gon took out a fragment of blood jade and said, "Do not worry, with this we can cross the sea." Hong Mai asked in shock what that was. Tat and Gon only said briefly, "Do not ask too much. I will go first, you follow behind." Absolutely do not split up. Unexpectedly, when that man stepped into the water, the sea automatically parted to both sides. Min widened his eyes in shock, thinking if he had such a treasure, he could also break through Sun High Pass. Hongmai was also stunned watching the sea part. Tat and Gon urged, "What are you still standing there for? Follow me quickly." Hongmai answered clearly. Min also ordered the entire army to assemble and advance without dispersing. In this way, the army advanced deeper into the depths of the sea. Hongmai looked around and said nothing could be sensed here, but the clan records state that one must be extremely cautious of things beneath the deep sea and absolutely must not step into the forbidden zone. Min suddenly noticed something and said Lord Tat and Gon looked toward the deep sea. Hongmai followed his gaze and asked in shock what that thing was. Those creatures emitted extremely dangerous auras. Min said cautiously, "I can sense that they are targeting us." Hongmai nodded. Could it be that the endless sea truly contains a death god? And asked Lord Tat and Gon, "What should we do next?" Tat and Gon interrupted, saying, "Do not be afraid, continue forward." Min had no choice but to follow the order and advance. At that moment, a wave of sonic force swept through, causing the entire group to halt. Tat and Gon frowned and raised his hand, signaling to stop. "We cannot continue forward." Hongmai said in shock, "Could this place be the forbidden domain of the gods?" Tat and Gon pondered, then said that power is not something I can resist. "We will go around it." Min immediately replied clearly, "The entire army detour around the maze ahead. Do not approach." One day later, they finally reached the shore. The army of the myriad races came ashore and rested in place. Min said joyfully, "Lord Tat and Gon, in just 2 more days, we will be able to capture Sun High Pass." That man laughed loudly and said, "Good. Because of the 2 forbidden lands, the 100,000 great mountains, and the endless sea, Sun High Pass has never been breached. No matter how powerful Tran Nam is, he would never expect we could bypass the inner pass and attack from behind. After winning this battle, the human race will have no strength left to resist." Min narrowed his eyes in excitement and said, "At that time, the human race will surely rush reinforcements. I and Lord Tat and Gon will deal with Enhat Than, Great Elder, lead the platinum level and above powerhouses to eliminate the human defenders." Hongmai nodded and said, "Since the 9 Nether King has a plan, I will follow it. As long as we reclaim the Saintess, it will be enough." Tat and Gon arrogantly declared that 2 days later would be the day the human race perishes. 2 days later, inside Sun High Pass, the 3 of them had already sneaked inside. Min said this moment before dawn is the best time, and also when humans are most sleepy. Hongmai nodded, agreeing this is the perfect opportunity to attack. Tat and Gon did not hesitate and ordered the attack to begin and destroy Sun High Pass. Min rushed forward as the vanguard, shouting loudly, "The entire army listen to my order, trample Sun High Pass for me." The army of the myriad races roared together, charging forward. "Kill them all, destroy Sun High Pass." The guarding soldiers said in shock, "Are those not our troops? Am I seeing things wrong?" Another person said in confusion, "We are on watch, what are you looking at?" First man trembled and said, "Those are the myriad races." His companion stammered, "Impossible." But at that moment, the myriad race army had already rushed forward. Everyone shouted in panic, "Enemy raid. Quickly report to General Lam, the myriad races have infiltrated the pass." One person shouted loudly, "Do not panic, everyone hold formation. Gunners, quickly adjust the magic energy cannons." Someone discovered the demon race and warned everyone to be careful. He raised his head to the sky and said in shock, "That is." Hongmai struck down with a furious blow, shouting loudly, "Shameless humans, return the Saintess of my clan." Immediately, an energy sphere exploded, destroying a corner of the camp. Someone shouted, "Quickly report to General Lam." Min looked at the scene with excitement. The effort of diving under the sea was finally worth it. Min asked Lord Tat and Gon, "While their reinforcements have not arrived, should we kill a few powerhouses guarding Sun High Pass?" Tran said, "Do not rush, there is still a big fish not yet hooked. My trap is not only for Sun High Pass. The big fish I want is Enhat Than." At the front line of Sun High Pass, Tran Nam was shouting at his subordinates, "All units take positions, where are the magic energy cannons?" A soldier reported in panic, "General Lam, the myriad races launched a sudden attack on the pass. All our magic energy cannons have been destroyed by fierce beasts." He looked toward the distant figures and said in shock, "Has you personally come? You rat of the myriad races, do you dare fight me in battle? You do not dare face me directly, so you resort to such despicable tricks." Min sneered and said, "In war, deceit is never too much. Without the fortress to rely on, you are nothing." That man summoned a towering giant sword and said, "Tran Nam, today humanity is destined to lose, prepare to die." As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed down with a direct strike. Tran Nam gritted his teeth and used all his strength to block that attack. Looking down at the battlefield, and seeing his forces at a disadvantage, he could not help cursing in fury. Tran Nam roared with all his strength, human race. Explode with power, we must not be defeated. His eyes burned red as he gathered power in his hand and shouted, myriad races, get back to your territories. That move was easily dodged by Deem Min, who countered with a blood storm. Deem Min laughed and said, Tran Nam, do you want to perish together with me? The warriors below also roared, General Lam will surely win, the human race will surely win. Brothers, General Lam fights like this, we cannot disgrace the name of humanity. Kill them, push back the myriad races. As long as the past stands, we stand. The human race will never perish. Tatangan sneered in disdain and said, flies will always remain flies. They do not know their own limits. Deem Min turned and asked his lord for instruction. Tatangan raised his hand preparing to attack and said, since you want to die, I will send you on your way. With a single strike, that man blasted Tran Nam away, causing everyone to panic. General Lam. The soldiers ran over shouting, General Lam is injured. He weakly asked, who are you? Deem Min hurriedly flattered, Lord Tatangan, troubling you to act personally is the fault of your subordinate. That man said indifferently, I said I wanted to catch a big fish. These small fish are yours to deal with. Deem Min immediately replied clearly. After speaking, Deem Min turned arrogantly and said, Tran Nam, today you will die here at Sun High Pass. Die? In that moment between life and death, he could only whisper weakly, Su Bak Yen En Hin, you too must avenge me. That critical instant, a violent clash suddenly rang out. Tran Nam was stunned when he saw Tiu Bat suddenly rush forward and block in front of him. This is Su Bak's beast. It turns out the group of students had arrived in time. General Lam, we have come to reinforce. Su Bak hurried over and asked Uncle Lam, can you still hold on? He forced himself to sit up and said, I am not dead yet, but if you arrived a little later, you would have to collect my corpse. Su Bak could not hide his anger. You bastards dare to ambush my son High Pass and even injure my future father-in-law. He pushed off violently and rushed straight toward the enemy. Su Bak's eyes were icy cold. You king, today I will take your life. Tiu Bat hurriedly warned Lao Su, calm down. But Tiu Bak could feel that his anger had truly erupted. Hanchin immediately said, leave this place to us. Take the Supreme General into the city. The two others immediately acknowledged the order. Tiu Hong, together with the other two beasts, simultaneously transmitted their power to Su Bak. The myriad race warriors exclaimed in shock, this human youth actually possesses such terrifying power. Su Bak said coldly, you king, you must pay the price. Thanther observed and said, the heavenly phenomenon this time is even more violent than before. Su Bak has broken through again. Hanchin nodded and said, frankly, it is power that can overturn heaven and earth. People around were horrified. Is this really still Su Bak? He has already become unbelievably strong. This power seems capable of tearing apart heaven and earth. Su Bak attacked first. He rushed forward shouting, die. Deem Min said with contempt, you do not know your own limits. Even if you have a sacred beast protecting you, a brat like you cannot defeat this king. Two streams of power collided in midair, creating a violent shockwave that stirred up rolling clouds of dust. Hanchin frowned and said, this power is truly terrifying. Thanther suggested Lao Han let us surround and kill the powerhouses below. He nodded and said, all right. Two immediately rushed down to fight the myriad race powerhouses below. In the sky, Su Bak's battle continued. Deem Min began to look at him differently. I admit I underestimated you, but the more that is the case. Launched a violent palm strike, the more you must die. Energy condensed into countless snakes that rushed forward to break Su Bak's defense, but all of them were shattered into smoke. Su Bak sneered, you king, is this all the ability you have? Deem Min instantly teleported behind him and said viciously, Ant, your arrogance will cost you your life. A heavy blow sent Su Bak crashing to the ground. Hanchin saw this and panicked. Shouted, Lao Su, are you all right? Deem Min continued pursuing and laughed arrogantly. Even if Lac Pham returned today, he could not stop the myriad races from destroying the human race. Within the thick smoke, a powerful beam of light suddenly shot upward. Seeing this, Deem Min froze. Beam like a long spear pierced straight through his chest. Enhat Than appeared standing before Su Bak and asked coldly, you bullying the young with the strong, do you feel no shame? Everyone immediately cheered with joy. Lord Enhat Than has arrived. We are saved. Deem Min clutched his chest and said angrily, Enhat Than, you dare ambush me. He mocked him, saying, did you not just say war allows deception? The myriad races crossing the sea to ambush Sun High Pass turns out someone planned it behind the scenes. Tatangan then spoke, you flatter me. Human King Enhat Than, you finally appeared. This time I only have one target. He unleashed sharp claw-like strikes and said it is to take your life. Enhat Than's power transformed into countless sword shadows. He replied coldly, then try it. As the two forces were about to collide, the space between them suddenly cracked. Looking at the massive energy before them, everyone exclaimed, is this the battle of king-level powerhouses? Tatangan laughed provocatively. enough to turn into a void battlefield now. Than, do you truly think you alone can save the human race? He replied calmly, the human race has never needed me to save it. As long as one person remains, the human race will continue to fight. As soon as the words ended, the two immediately engaged in close combat. The two powerhouses clashed violently, neither yielding, as energy erupted continuously. Tatangon's consciousness pierced into Than's consciousness, but immediately he countered with a sword that pierced through his chest. The consciousness of both began to shatter. Subak below asked in confusion why they were standing still. Tatangon sneered, indeed worthy of the human king. Your strength is truly admirable, but he took out a blazing red crystal and said, today you must still die. Behind Than, a dark red tentacle suddenly appeared. He realized in shock the spot where the demonic hand pierced through. Looking at the thing attached to his back, Than clearly felt it draining his blood and vitality. Tatangon laughed, I have planted a demon seed in your body. Even if you are the human king, you will be devoured by the blood god. Subak below asked anxiously, Lord Than, what is happening? Thanther said it seems he was ambushed. Han Chin suggested rushing forward to rescue him, but was stopped. Than gritted his teeth and said, today you brought the blood god only to kill me. Tatangon laughed loudly, yes, today you will certainly die, and the human race will perish. He replied calmly, it seems you will be disappointed. Tatangon's smile suddenly vanished when he looked down and saw a sword mark appear on his chest. Than pulled out the sword that had pierced through Tatangon from behind. He asked in shock, when did you? He clutched his wound and said, even if you injured me, what of it? As long as you die, the human race will perish. Than replied coldly, I already said the human race will not fall. Tatangon crushed the red crystal and said, whether the human race survives or not today, Than, you must die. Tentacles immediately extended and tightly wrapped around his body. Than condensed his sword and said, Subak, lead the human race to drive away the myriad races. As his entire body was wrapped, leaving only his eyes exposed, he shouted, never give up. After that, Than was wrapped like a cocoon. Subak below said in shock, Mr. Than is bound by that red power. Tatangon shouted, human king Than is dead. Jew, you break the pass. The army charge in and annihilate the human race. Team Min immediately ordered the myriad race warriors outside the city to charge in. The fierce beasts roared together, kill all humans. Han Chin said in alarm, this is bad, the myriad race army has already flooded into the pass. Subak immediately leaped into the sky. Damn it, he rushed toward Than shouting, Mr. Than will not die. I will save you. But every sword strike against the cocoon was useless. Said in shock, impossible. Tatangon laughed loudly, do not waste your effort. He has already been parasitized by the blood god. Even if immortals descended, there would still be only death. Subak said coldly, I will kill you to avenge Lord Than. He summoned his beast Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon appeared in the sky, surrounded by blazing lightning. It stood behind Subak and asked, you already called me so soon. Tatangon froze in shock. Is that Than Long? This cannot be possible. Lac Fam clearly died already. Han Chin recognized it and said Lao Tu has summoned Than Long from Bitch Thigh Pond. Thanther was also stunned, since when could he summon a divine dragon like that? Bok tightened his grip on the sword hilt and said coldly, Than Long, help me kill him. Tatangon still stubbornly said, even if Lac Fam were revived, he still could not do anything to me. He gathered power and created a gigantic energy sphere and roared, die. Than Long together with Tabok's power charged forward. Tatangon hurled the pitch-black sphere toward them and cursed, you damned flies. The dark energy shrieked as it shot straight toward the opponent. Tabok and Than Long did not retreat at all. Their power pierced straight through that black sphere. Force erupted and pierced through the clouds in the sky. When the sword energy pierced his chest, Tatangon was stunned. Impossible. Could it be that Than is still alive? Truly worthy of the human king. Even while being corroded by the blood god, he still hit a final move. He poured all his blood essence into this sword. Tatangon trembled and said, Than is truly ruthless. I have lost. Tatangon's body shattered into pieces. Than Long spoke, the matter has ended, I will return now. Team Min could not believe it. Lord Tatangon had actually fallen. Brat Today's Sun High Pass has been breached, and the myriad races have entered a situation that cannot be stopped. We will settle things later. He turned around and left, while shouting, warriors of the myriad races, enjoy your feast. This is the final gift Lord Tatangon left for you. Roars echoed across the sky, and the atmosphere turned dark and heavy. Tabok landed on the ground, carrying the cocoon in his hands. Han Chin ran over to report the myriad races have scattered everywhere and poured into the city. Tabok, what should we do? Thanther asked anxiously, how is Lord Than? He replied, it is still unclear. Lao Han lead everyone to repair Sun High Pass. Lao Ho and I will report the situation to headquarters and bring Uncle Lam and Mr. Nhat Than back. The order was issued. Those with water abilities go extinguish the fires. The rest follow me. Not long after they returned to the strategic meeting room of the Great Wall Base, Than Sun said the myriad races have infiltrated everywhere and ferocious beasts appear densely. He immediately ordered the entire nation to enter Level 1 alert. A subordinate hurriedly reported Jiang Chao has just sent an urgent message. A large number of the myriad races have invaded, and the situation is extremely critical. They request reinforcements. Than Thur and Dabak immediately stood up in shock. What Jiang Chao has been attacked. Two spoke at the same time. We request to go reinforce Jiang Chao. Than Sun ordered open all teleportation gates. The 7th Legion will be the main force, and the Jiang Vo cadet team will be the vanguard. Depart immediately to support Jiang Chao. Than Thur said I will prepare immediately. Tabak asked worriedly Mr. Hyan's son, what about Uncle Lam and Lord Nhat Than? Than's son replied Uncle Lam's injuries are gradually stabilizing, but as for Nhat Than, he said do not worry, we will find a way. Hurry and prepare to depart. Tabak clenched his fists, silently hoping his parents and younger sister were still safe. Damned myriad races, sooner or later I will wipe you all out. Jiang Chao City had now fallen into chaos. Ferocious beasts of the myriad races attacked humans. Cries for help rang everywhere. Help, the myriad races have entered the city, run quickly. In the city conference room, the mayor ordered the myriad races have entered the inner city, open all shelters immediately. The first alert team evacuate the citizens at once. Currently, the entire Quang Duong district is almost occupied by the myriad races. The mission of rescuing the citizens there is assigned to the Jiang Vo cadets and the 2nd Guard team. Principal Chu said, please rest assured, Mayor, we will definitely rescue the citizens of Quang Duong. Subordinate rushed in and shouted, bad news. We have just received information that many powerful warriors of the myriad races have entered the inner city through the great teleportation formation. The two were shocked. What, those beasts could not attack the imperial capital or the magic capital, so they want to seize Jiang Chao first. Min Duok asked when the reinforcements from headquarters would arrive. The secretary reported the 7th Legion is rushing here. He said as long as we are still breathing we will fight to the end. That is the spirit of the people of Jiang Chao. Through the teleportation gate to Bok, and his companions returned to Jiang Chao. Looking at the devastated streets, he said sadly, we came back too late. Vin Quang pointed into the distance and said, look around Jiang Chao City, it is all ferocious beasts. Than Thur narrowed his eyes and said their numbers are too many, they want to seize Jiang Chao first. Tabak said from here, we cannot enter the city, we must find another path. Ferocious beast pointed and ordered, there are still humans alive over there, move quickly. A sudden sword energy slashed straight into the back of that bear. It roared, who did that? Han Chin had already approached beside it and said, you do not need to know. Bok coordinated and slashed down with a sword. Those who dare cause chaos in Jiang Chao go die, you beasts. Than Thur said the remaining lackeys, leave them to me. He waved his fan, releasing countless wind blades, die. Tabak guessed the principal must be guarding the academy. That must be the main target of the myriad races. We must go there to support. Everyone nodded, that is right, hurry there. In another area of Jiang Chao, one of Deem Min's subordinates remarked the intelligence of humans far surpasses many other races. Continued, but I have lived in human society for more than 10 years, so I clearly understand their weakness. Deem Min laughed and said as long as there are still humans alive in the city, the humans outside will continue coming to rescue them. Those people are our bait. The subordinate praised Lord Ku Yu, truly brilliant in strategy. This battle will surely capture Jiang Chao. Sensing that human reinforcements were about to arrive, he ordered, use the Mang Enhiu clan as the vanguard. The central force will be the Diamond Bears. Concentrate the attack directly on Jiang Chao Martial University. Army immediately charged forward, roaring, kill all humans. The humans also shouted, Jiang Vo is the final defensive line. Do not let the myriad races break through, follow me, kill. The two sides clashed in a fierce battle. The sons and daughters of Jiang Chao fought fiercely to defend every inch of their homeland. A ferocious beast quickly discovered a weakness in the opponent, swung a wooden club, smashing heavily into the opponent's back. Many human warriors began to show signs of exhaustion. The ferocious beasts roared viciously, die together with the captain, daring to lose focus during battle. Mang Enhiu ordered, kill all these weak humans, do not leave a single one alive. Mang Enhiu continued charging forward, kill all humans. At that moment, a powerful force descended from the sky, and a cold voice sounded, anyone who dares invade Jiang Chao will be killed without mercy. Tabak's group appeared. Beasts of the myriad races, today I will slaughter you all. The people of Jiang Chao cried out happily, reinforcements have arrived. Tabak said to Han Chin, Lao Han, that big one is yours, the rest will be handled by Tiu Han. The two immediately entered battle. Han Qin said, leave it to me. Tiu Hong replied, understood, master. Han Qin slashed the Mang En Hiu with a sword die. The ferocious beasts burned in a sea of flames, screamed, why cannot the fire be extinguished? It is too hot. Bok shouted, brothers, counterattack. Seize the opportunity to wipe out all the myriad races. Kill all the myriad races. Thanther suddenly said to Bok, look over there, what is that? He guessed perhaps reinforcements have arrived. But Thanther shook his head and said, no, those are powerful warriors of the myriad races. The one leading them was the head of the Hong family Guangdia Diamond realm. He laughed and said Lord Ku's calculations were truly precise. To Bok, you finally appear. And Qin said in shock, Lord Ku, you, the head of the Hong family, has actually betrayed the human race. To Bok also demanded an explanation. Your son and I were once classmates. I never expected you would surrender to the myriad races. Are you worthy of the land that nurtured the Hong family for generations? He roared, only by killing you can I avenge my son. Bok said angrily, for the sake of one son you betray the entire human race. Have you thought about how many other fathers will lose their sons because of you? Guangdu replied coldly, what is the point of talking so much? Only if you die can my family survive. That man immediately summoned his blade and rushed forward to receive the attack. You think I fear an old man like you? Come here, traitor. Bok rushed forward, wanting to see with his own eyes how strong that man truly was. His sword slid along Guangdia's blade, making cold sweat break out on him. How could this be possible? The opponent's great blade was split in half on the spot by Bok's sword. Guangdia was utterly horrified. What kind of weapon was this to be so strange and domineering? He said calmly, this sword, do you truly not recognize it? That man was startled. Could it be Enhat Than's sword? I never expected he would hand it over to you. Bok swung his sword downward. That is right. Today it happens to be used to take your life. The woman behind immediately supported Guangdia and anxiously asked, Patriarch Hong, are you all right? That man immediately shouted, attack together. Absolutely do not let him activate the sacred beast armament. Everyone surrounded him at once, their power beginning to disturb the surrounding space. They deliberately locked the space to stop him from teleporting. Today let us see if you can leave here alive. Numerous waves of immense power centered onto Bok and struck toward him simultaneously. A roared, do not stop. Continue attacking until he dies. The crowd immediately increased their strength, seeing the area ahead erupt in violent explosions. My deep confidently believed this time it would certainly succeed. But Bok still stood calmly within the protection of the Spirit Lord armor and the Black Tortoise shield. Their attacks were no different from scratching an itch. Everyone cried out in shock, what is going on? How could this be possible? Is this the sacred beast armament? Bok coldly asked, have you finished attacking? Bok held a sword in each hand and said, now it is my turn to counterattack. He exploded with speed and rushed straight toward the crowd. One after another, they were knocked down by Bok. No one could stop his advance. The remaining enemies panicked. He is both fast and powerful. Crowd immediately turned and fled, each one terrified. Bok mocked them, running so fast. Were you not talking about fighting to the death just now? Guangdu blocked the way and shouted, do not panic. His sacred beast armament cannot last long. He only has strange tricks. In the end, he is still only platinum rank. That moment reinforcements appeared. You sent us to assist. That man sighed in relief. Good, you arrived just in time. Everyone listened to the order and focused fire on Bok. Everyone immediately unleashed fierce attacks aimed directly at him. Bok calmly said, in just a blink there are already so many of you. You truly have no martial virtue left. Then he began to condense a divine weapon. With only one move, he shattered all their attacking power. Crowd was shocked. Our full power attack was broken so easily. Guangdia sneered. Bok, I admit you are very strong, but you are only platinum. No matter how special your power is, it cannot last forever. Bok immediately condensed the divine tree and replied, then look carefully for yourself. The ferocious beasts stared in shock when they recognized the aura of the divine tree. Bok continued launching powerful waves of attacks. The ferocious beasts were scattered in defeat and shouted, run quickly. Guangdia roared angrily, there are so many of you yet you cannot defeat him. They replied in fear, stop fighting. We are not his opponent. His energy has recovered again, retreat quickly. Third below shouted loudly, students of Jiangchao, we cannot let Bok take all the glory alone. Let the 10,000 races see the strength of Jiangchao's students. Everyone shouted together, kill them. Drive back the 10,000 races. Deem Min felt something strange. Bok's sacred beast armament seemed even stronger than La Famme's in the past. To deal with him requires long-term planning. I underestimated him. Deem Min ordered, the entire army listen. Platinum rank experts cover the ground forces and withdraw gradually back to the Great Formation. The subordinates immediately acknowledged the order. Mayor Min Duok and Principal Chu rejoiced. The 10,000 races have retreated. Jiang Chao has been preserved. Lord Lack Fam in the heavens, please witness this. Principal Chu proudly said to Bok, your successor has not disgraced your reputation. Everyone cheered, the human race has won, the 10,000 races have retreated. At Than Sun, the secretary reported the victory. That man sighed in relief. Bok truly did not disappoint me. Everyone took the chance to tease Tran Nam. Old Lin, your son-in-law is truly impressive. This kid Bok satisfies everyone, truly a genius of the human race. The Lin family has gained great honor. At that moment a call came in. The secretary was surprised to see the callers were the military leaders of Eagle Nation and Bear Nation. Than Sun wondered why those two nations were contacting him at this moment. When the connection was established, they politely greeted him. Greetings, General Ho. I am Tom. We heard Dragon Nation was attacked by the 10,000 races, so we are preparing aid. Don also said Bear Nation is the same. Dragon Nation has always been the pillar of humanity and has helped us many times. And Sun politely replied, on behalf of Dragon Nation, I thank Eagle Nation and Bear Nation for your support. The two men laughed and said, General Ho, you are too polite. We are allies. When brothers face trouble, Bear Nation will certainly help. Resisting the 10,000 races is the shared responsibility of all humanity. Please arrange a coordinated plan. The screen displayed a strategic map. Than Sun analyzed that the forces of the 10,000 races had now split into many small groups infiltrating cities to cause chaos. Therefore, we need support to protect civilians and help evacuate them. Both sides immediately agreed. Eagle Nation would dispatch 10,000 transport aircraft. Bear Nation would also deploy armored transport forces. Than Sun expressed gratitude and hoped humanity would cooperate to drive away the 10,000 races. In Jiang Chao inside the meeting room, Principal Chu sighed in relief. Fortunately, you arrived in time. Bok asked for more information, Principal. What is the current situation in Jiang Chao? Explained according to intelligence from surrounding armies, the king of Jiu is still gathering a large force advancing toward Jiang Chao. There may soon be major action. Than Thur guessed it seems Jiang Chao is his main target. Hanchin said, Old Tu, I think Jiu Yu is targeting you directly. Bok nodded, that possibility is very high. Principal Chu concluded the situation is still extremely dangerous, so the most important task is evacuating civilians. Than Thur reported reinforcements will arrive in 5 days. Bok immediately objected. We cannot wait that long. He said there are currently tens of thousands of people trapped, and no suitable evacuation method has been found. Bok calmly smiled. I have a solution. Everyone anxiously asked what the method was. He mentioned that Jiang Vo had recruited many beast tamers. The principal confirmed, that is right. Since you became famous, we recruited more than 20 beast tamers for special training classes. Bok said then please gather them all. Han Chin did not understand, but Than Thur immediately realized his intention. He wants to use beasts to evacuate the civilians. Principal Chu immediately agreed. That is indeed a wonderful idea. Fortunately, you thought of it. I will summon all the beast tamers right away. Bok nodded. This time it will be a great beast evacuation. Gathered the beast tamers and announced, Dear students, now is the time to prove yourselves. Under Bok's command, you will receive an extremely important mission. Bok continued, our mission is to evacuate all residents of Jiang Chao. First, everyone summon your beasts. The beast tamers and their pets lined up awaiting orders. Hanchin looked around and helplessly said, Why are they all turtles? Principal Chu explained, ever since Bok's Zioba became famous, students registering as beast tamers all chose the turtle type. There are water turtles, land turtles, amphibious turtles, and all kinds of others. Bok did not mind that and continued giving orders. Next, everyone divide into 6 teams according to my instructions. Each team will go to one of the 6 shelters to evacuate civilians. The Marshall University students and the army will provide support. Do you all understand? The beast tamers replied in unison, understood. Then they rode giant turtles and rushed to reinforce the western area. Hanchin led people to clear the path, eliminating ferocious beasts, protecting the beast tamer teams as they advanced and sweeping away the 10,000 races. Beast tamers quickly approached the civilians and called out, Everyone climb onto my beast quickly. The civilians cried with excitement, This is wonderful. Finally, someone has come to save us. A subordinate of Deem Min curiously asked what the human race was doing. The scout reported they are evacuating civilians in many places. That man sneered in disdain. A foolish plan. Immediately send orders to concentrate troops and block them. At a road intersection, turtles carrying many people gathered together. Bok asked whether all squads had arrived. Thur reported everyone has assembled and can withdraw at any time. Bok praised them, very good. But at that moment the situation suddenly changed when he noticed something unusual. Ahead of them, a dense horde of ferocious beasts suddenly appeared, charging forward with thunderous momentum. The group of civilians immediately panicked. We are finished. The 10,000 races have caught up. Mother, I am so scared. Han Chin's people rushed forward to block them. Old to you all go first. Leave this place to us. He nodded in agreement, then mounted the tiger and ordered all beast tamers to immediately lead the civilians toward the east gate. Giant turtles carrying many people immediately advanced following the order. Behind them, the fierce sounds of battle from Han Chin's team erupted. Thanther reminded him, "Tabak, these turtles are too slow. If this continues, it may not end well." He said, "Zio Ba, increase everyone's speed." Immediately, Zio Ba released a wave of energy that shocked everyone. The turtles were instantly boosted with a clearly faster speed. Tabak shouted with imposing momentum. The turtle army move out. Led the group at the front. Everyone excitedly shouted, "It is faster now. Move forward." The ferocious beasts ahead stared blankly at their momentum. They growled cautiously at Tabak's group and wondered where did so many turtles come from. The turtle herd immediately rushed forward and slammed directly into the wolf pack ahead. Tabak commanded the beast tamers to speed up and charge straight toward the east gate. The beast tamers eagerly urged their mounts to accelerate. On Demon's side, he began to act. He summoned power and prepared to strike. A gigantic wall of earth suddenly rose and blocked the road, causing many people on the turtles to fall. Tabak immediately shouted, "This is bad. We have fallen into an ambush." 4 walls of earth surrounded them and everyone panicked. "What is happening? I do not want to die." Thanther pointed toward the sky in alarm. "Tabak, look there." A proud voice echoed, "Tabak, I have been waiting for you for a long time." Ongdia sneered, "Today you will surely die. To deal with your sacred beast armament, the king of Ju you has taken out the inherited secret technique of his clan." Min began condensing energy in his hands. The 7 souls, severing life formation, immediately descended upon the area where they stood. Thanther anxiously shouted, "Tabak, be careful." Tabak calmly said, "Their target is me. Hurry and lead everyone away from here." That man sneered, "You still worry about others." At the corners of the formation, faint figures appeared, energy chains wrapped tightly around Tabak's legs, and he realized they were no ordinary experts. Killing aura shot down from above, Tabak quickly dodged. The speed was truly terrifying. Min's subordinate stood within the protection circle of the experts and said 6 masters of the 10,000 races within the formation are the peak elites of the great royal clans. Do you think you can win Tabak? Thanther anxiously cried, "This is bad. Tabak is trapped inside the formation." He tried to find a way to rescue him while Kwang Dia continuously attacked the barrier and mocked. "Dying under this grand formation is an honor for you." Tabak cursed angrily. He growled, "Do you think I am so easy to bully?" After saying that, he erupted with power, activated the sacred beast armament, and broke through the encirclement to charge upward. Tabak raised his blade and ignored the sinister formation, repeatedly slashing at the X. "All of you die for me." Immediately afterward, Tabak halted when he realized things were not as expected. The experts he had just cut down quickly restored themselves, leaving him shocked. Thanther said in horror, "They have recovered again." Ongdia laughed proudly. "Tabak, you have only seen a small part of this formation's mystery. It will drain your strength and extract your soul to torment forever." He ordered the experts to continue attacking. "Let us see how long he can maintain his armament." Tabak gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it." Thanther rushed forward from outside to help. "Tabak, I am here to support you." He immediately shouted, "Do not come closer. Go call for reinforcements." From afar, a group of people rushed over quickly. Thanther cried in relief, "The reinforcements have arrived." Principal Old Hand. Principal Chu hurriedly asked what happened. He replied, "Tabak has been trapped inside Kwang Dia's 7 souls, severing life formation." Principal Chu angrily cursed, "Old Hong, you refuse to be human and instead become a dog of the 10,000 races." Kwang Dia shamelessly replied, "The one who understands the times is the true hero. Sooner or later, this world will belong to the 10,000 races." Someone below asked Old Two, "Are you still all right?" Tabak replied, "I am not dead yet, but what happens later is uncertain." Principal Chu observed and said, "The 7 souls severing life formation. But why are there 6 people inside the formation?" He immediately rushed toward Kwang Dia and said, "The 7th formation core must be you. Old Hong, accept death." Kwang Dia calmly replied, "Is that your guess? Let us take our time playing." Principal Chu charged into close combat. "You harm your own people and feel no shame before your ancestors." Kwang Dia provoked him, "If you have the ability, then kill me." Tabak angrily continued slashing the experts, but they still recovered as if never injured, making him even more furious. Chin saw such a scene for the first time and was shocked. "What kind of nonsense is this? They can revive." He swung his sword and rushed in to help Tabak. A huge explosion erupted and dust filled the formation immediately locked onto Han Chin, and his legs were bound. Thanther outside cried in panic, "This is bad. Han Chin has also been swallowed by the formation." Looking at the expert before him, he clenched his teeth. Damn it. Could this formation truly not be broken? Principal Chu condensed all his power and said, "The 100-year reputation of Jiang Vo cannot be destroyed in my hands. Even if my bones are shattered, I must break this formation." Immediately unleashed the forbidden technique Thunder Dragon. and struck straight toward the enemy. The enormous energy of Principal Chu also crashed down into the center of the formation. Panther shouted to Bok, Hanchin quickly break the formation. Inside the formation, Bok continued relentlessly cutting down the experts. Seeing them recover again, he said helplessly, "Why is this useless?" Hanchin below replied, "It still has not been broken." Hong Dia mocked them, "What a waste of effort. Do you think the 7 souls severing life formation is so easy to break?" Tabak continuously dodged attacks and muttered, "Damn it, there must be a flaw." Noticed that the king of Jiu still stood motionless and shouted, "Old Ho, look over there." Hanchin immediately understood and said, "I know now. That king of Jiu is only a fake. He is the 7th soul beast." Tabak nodded, "That is right, we must strike that weakness." He quickly assigned the task, "Old Ho, the formation core is yours to handle." Thanther immediately replied, "Understood." Hanchin rushed straight toward the 7th soul beast and shouted, "Let me break this formation." Huang De below hurriedly shouted, "Do not let him break it." Principal Chu immediately blocked him and said, "Stay where you are." Thanther rushed forward quickly and was about to close in on the 7th soul beast, but immediately he was locked in place by a powerful force. Damn it. Seeing Thanther in danger, he anxiously called Old Han. He asked him to hold them off for 3 seconds. Hanchin immediately replied, "Leave it to me." Shot forward rapidly. "Old Ho, I am coming to support you." At the same time, Hanchin below swung his blade to block the experts. "Let me see what you can do." Seeing Thanther's neck tightly bound, he immediately shouted, "Old Ho, move aside." The sword pierced through and shattered the chains. The eyes and mouth of that soul entity, terrifying streams of power burst out at once. From above, its body erupted with energy, while Hanchin still strained to hold them off. He suddenly looked down in alarm when he saw the experts rushing forward. Hanchin immediately reminded he to be careful, quickly activated a protective barrier around himself. Below, the earth wall had already been completely shattered. Deem Min in the distance spat out a mouthful of blood from backlash and angrily shouted, "Kwang, do you useless fool, you ruined my plan." 2 subordinates beside him anxiously asked Lord Jiu, "Are you all right?" Thought to himself that because the divine treasury was sealed 8,000 meters beneath the ground, he launched the attack on Jiang Chao, originally planning to break the city first and slowly research how to open the seal. After that, he ordered his subordinates to act immediately and follow the coordinates on the map to search for the divine treasury. Min analyzed that the human race experts were all tied down at the battlefield of the 10,000 races, so this was a once-in-a-thousand-years chance to reclaim the divine treasury. But the Jiang Chao base had been built directly above that location, which made him suspicious. He immediately summoned the platinum experts to the secret chamber and ordered the Mang Engyu team to continue attacking the human race. Onto Bok's side after landing, he immediately asked everyone if they were all right. The 2 replied they were fine. The formation had finally been broken. Behind them, Principal Chu collapsed from exhaustion, which made he panic and call Old Principal. He hurriedly supported him and asked how things were. The old man only reminded him not to let Kwang Dio escape. Thanther immediately chased after him. He turned and told Hanchin to lead everyone to continue the evacuation while he and Thanther would take the principal back to Marshall University for treatment. Principal Chu was brought to the medical room of Jiangvo. He asked Old Principal, "Are you all right?" The old man still cared about the battle situation and asked where Kwang Dia was. Reassured him that they had already captured him so he could not escape. Principal Chu reminded that man surely knew many secrets, and he felt this invasion of Jiang Chao by the 10,000 races had another purpose. He asked suspiciously what other purpose. The old man analyzed that Jiang Chao was not a military base nor a strategic point, yet it was attacked on such a large scale, so it was very suspicious. He smiled and said perhaps the Nether King wanted to lure him. Thanther immediately reminded him not to be arrogant. He nodded and said that was true. If so, they had to interrogate Kwang Dia to know. Thanther stepped into the prison where Kwang Dia was bound and said, "Senior Hong, I have come to visit you." That man shouted, "Release me at once or else." Thanther chuckled softly, "Senior Hong, do not be angry. In truth, I have sworn loyalty to King Jiu Yu and came here to rescue you." Kwang Dia immediately demanded, "Then quickly untie me." Thanther spoke quietly, "But I am not sure you are truly loyal." Kwang Dia frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" Thanther replied, "Because someone has revealed the real purpose of King Jiu, so he suspects you." Kwang Dia angrily shouted, "Nonsense. I have never spoken a single word. It must be those old 10,000 race bastards spreading rumors." Outside he heard this and suddenly realized there truly was another purpose. Kwang Dia then realized he had been tricked and cursed, "Brat, how dare you set me up." He smiled coldly and called Uncle Hong, "It seems old age has weakened your memory." Kwang was so furious the veins on his forehead bulged. As he roared, "Release me so I can kill you." He picked his ear and said, "Uncle Hong, now you have two choices. One, confess yourself. Two, be tortured until you speak." His voice turned cold. "Which will you choose?" Kwang still stubbornly said, "I am not afraid." He mocked him. "If you were so brave, why did you betray?" He showed a sinister smile. "Now all your energy has been sealed. Do you truly want to test my methods?" Xiao Hong light the fire. Flames ignited in its hand. Xiao Hong immediately blasted flames onto him. Kwang screamed in agony, "If you want to kill, then kill quickly." He calmly said, "The fire of the ancient phoenix cannot be extinguished. Enjoy it slowly." Turned away and said, "Uncle Hong, enjoy it. We will come back later." Unable to endure the pain, Kwang immediately surrendered. I will speak, I will speak. Put out the fire." He turned back and smiled. "See, confessing earlier would have saved you the suffering." When Principal Chu heard the news, he was not surprised, because he had already guessed the 10,000 races had another purpose. He recounted that according to Kwang Jiu was searching for a mysterious divine treasury beneath Jiang Chao, but even he did not know the exact location. Thanther believed he did not dare hide anything anymore, because he had already tortured him enough. Suddenly the ground trembled, which startled everyone. He guessed, could it be an earthquake? Han Qin rushed in to report bad news. Outside, Jiang Chao had already been surrounded by the 10,000 races. The two were shocked and asked, was it true? Thanther said, "It seems Jiu is serious this time." He hurriedly asked Han Qin, "Are you all right?" Han Qin, covered in wounds, said, "I am fine." Principal Chu anxiously asked whether the civilians had been evacuated. He also asked whether his sister and parents were safe. Han Qin reassured them that they had already been sent to a safe place. "I broke through the encirclement to return and report." He handed a box saying, "Your sister sent it and asked you to take care of her pet." Opening the box and seeing a small snake made he surprised. Since when did his sister raise a snake? System announced, Azure Dragon bloodline detected, 5% awakened. Do you want to tame it? He was stunned that this little snake carried the Azure Dragon bloodline. In the sky above Jiang Chao, many helicopters had gathered. A broadcast sounded soldiers' attention. "You have entered the Jiang Chao area. In 30 minutes you will land to reinforce Jiang Chao Martial University." Suddenly someone anxiously said, "The signal is being jammed." A soldier called back to headquarters. Suddenly the vision was obscured, and a thick fog appeared across the sky. The pilot asked in panic, "What is happening? I cannot see anything." "Headquarters, please respond." Everyone suspected this might be an enemy ambush. They discovered the signal could not be transmitted, so they immediately prepared to descend and fight. From the sky, a massive force struck downward, which shocked them. Pilot suspected it was a platinum expert. Immediately afterward, many aircraft were struck and exploded. Ryu Ling laughed and praised Lord Jiu. "Yu's plan to intercept reinforcements was perfect. I wonder how many waves we have already intercepted this time." Hong Mei said disdainfully, "The human race is truly foolish to use this pile of trash to transport troops." She took a drag and said, "These stupid humans saved me quite a bit of effort. The entire human race must be exterminated to protect Lord Jiu's plan." Thick smoke drifted from her mouth. In the communication room of Jiang Vo, a staff member reported to the Imperial Capital headquarters. Han Qin wondered the reinforcements should have arrived 10 minutes ago. He anxiously asked, "What is happening? Why did the power suddenly go out?" Thanther quickly said, "Perhaps the 10,000 races have begun to act. I will go outside to check." Outside the city, the scene was one of devastation and ruin. He shouted loudly, "Everyone prepare. The 10,000 races may attack at any moment." The ferocious beasts roared and charged forward. The defense captain ordered the martial artists to prepare to face the enemy. The regular soldiers immediately opened fire with magic crystal cannons, anti-aircraft guns, mortars, and machine guns. He commanded them to fire freely within a range of 1 kilometer ahead. The firepower crashed into the ferocious beast horde and exploded violently. Ryu Ling sneered and ordered the Second Legion to advance. Second wave of ferocious beasts surged forward like a flood. He was shocked. How many 10,000 race forces had Jiu mobilized to attack Jiang Chao? He ordered Xiao Ba explode for me. The captain said nervously, "This number is too terrifying." The ferocious beasts were blasted away in all directions, but the ones behind kept rushing forward, making many people worry that they could not stop the vanguard. The human soldiers on the front line were struggling to hold the defense under extreme pressure. Captain reported, "The city gate is about to fall. There are too many ferocious beasts." He understood he had to quickly think of a solution. A group of female students rushed forward to reinforce. Women are no weaker than anyone. They fought bravely without the slightest inferiority. And Enhin shouted, "Let us push back these ferocious beasts together." The female students responded in unison, "Protect Jiang Chao." He was surprised to see her and called out Yen Enhin. He asked, "Why are you here?" She replied, "While fighting, our female team came to support." He immediately ordered Xiao Hong to assist them. The little girl happily accepted the order. Io Hung shot up into the sky preparing to strike. Watch me. Ryu Ling was shocked. The saintess of the ancient imperial clan is actually helping humans slaughter cannon fodder. Someone suggested why not capture her alive first, then see if the imperial clan great elder still dares to use any divine artifact. Ryu Ling laughed in agreement. Behind a transformed, ferocious beast appeared. Saintess, please taste the poisoned bones of our clan. After being bitten on the wing, Zio Hong cried out, where did this venomous snake come from? She said, dizzily, master, I feel dizzy. He immediately became furious. You dare ambush my Zio Hong. He struck the snake with a palm. Zio Hung retreated while the 10,000 race expert finally made a move. He immediately left his position and flew up to support. He held the Azure Dragon White Tiger Spear and said, Zio Ching, this is your first battle. Let Tiger Brother lead you. Ryu Ling shouted to Bak, you destroyed the sacred land of my clan. Today I will kill you. Form the formation. She deployed the magnetic assault formation to attack. He sneered, below, you want to kill me? Then try it. Ryu Ling provoked him, what if you have sacred beast armament? Let me see if you can block me. Thanther below was also startled. The colliding energies erupted with a thunderous explosion. Yen Enheen was amazed. To Bak's strength is truly terrifying. Ryu Ling could not believe that in just a few short days he had become so strong. He also sensed that after gaining Zio Ching, the power of the 4 sacred beasts had become far more terrifying. He said disdainfully, with such little ability, you still want to kill me? If that is all, then face my power. His spear thrust straight forward. Break for me. The beast clan was scattered in defeat and could not resist. Ryu Ling stared in horror at her lower body being severed. Clan members panicked. The elder has been instantly killed. Fortunately, we escaped in time. Thanther exclaimed. To Bak killed the serpent clan elder in one move. Yen Enheen was also shaken. This strength is too terrifying. The captain shouted the entire army charge. He said coldly, a snake dares to contend with a dragon. Now the hunt begins. One of them realized they were not his opponent and said, I will stay to hold him back. You hurry and report to Lord Jiu Yu. But he had already slashed across his chest. Do you think Jiang Vo is a place you come and go as you please? The entire group was quickly eliminated by him. They were terrified by his speed. Henchin saw the scene and thought silently, to Bak is truly slaughtering them. Can I still catch up to him? The shouts echoed everywhere, kill all the 10,000 races. When the news reached Deem Min, he slammed the table angrily and cursed useless trash. He would not allow these fools to ruin the grand plan. He ordered the 10,000 races to temporarily stop attacking Jiang Chao and cut off the human race water, electricity, and food supplies. Deem Min swore to Bak, soon I will show you my true terror. The news spread, everyone was shocked. The supplies were cut off. Has Jiang Chao become an isolated city? Principal Chu in the meeting room said, Jiu Yu has been sealed for many years and studied human tactics. This move is simple yet extremely vicious. Thanther explained that outside help can no longer reach them. We can only save ourselves. Everyone waited for the principal's order. He analyzed the 10,000 races are surrounding Jiang Chao, so the only choice is to hold the defense. Electricity is not the biggest problem, but water and food are the real concerns. Principal asked if he had any ideas. He replied it may not work, but he wanted to try. Everyone immediately listened attentively. He called Zio Bai out and said, you normally eat so much. Now it is time to contribute. Then he commanded Zio Hong to sow the seeds, while Zio Bai immediately dug the soil. Panther laughed. Using a turtle to dig the ground is truly an idea only to Bak could think of. Han Chin also nodded. At that moment, the little snake emerged from underground, and he asked Zio Ching, did you find it? He ordered Zio Bai start working. It used its sharp claws to dig at the spot Zio Ching discovered. Han Chin stared blankly, using the white tiger as a drill. Thanther was also puzzled. Are we digging for treasure? Soon water burst up from the ground following Zio Bai's steps. A stream of fresh water surged onto the surface. Yen Enheen exclaimed in surprise. They actually dug out a water source. She hugged him and praised, you are amazing. Everyone was also delighted because he always had a solution. He ordered Zio Ba to bring the food supplies. Hanchin joked, if you were not fighting the 10,000 races, your farming talent would truly be wasted. He asked whether the electricity issue had been solved. Hanchin said it is still unresolved. The principal is trying to find a way. He said perhaps he has a method. In the power room, Principal Chu held a flashlight and said, fighting battles I do not fear, but generators are truly difficult. The person beside him sighed, because the academy has no electrical engineers. He stepped in and suggested, let me try. The principal asked in surprise, you have a way? He lifted Zio Ching and said, I may not have a way, but it does. Principal Chu asked in confusion, why bring this little green snake? He placed Zio Ching onto the device and ordered start. Immediately electricity flashed and covered the entire generator. The lights came back on. Principal Chu was delighted, so this snake is a lightning attribute beast. Outside, everyone cheered, the power is back. Vin Quang checked the system and said generating power for a few hours each time is enough for many days. Principal Chu nodded and praised the little snake is truly remarkable. Encouraged Zio Ching, keep going. When this is done, I will reward you with a few more beast cores. The principal sighed in relief. Finally, the electricity problem is solved. Bong Mui said proudly, that is right. Now let us see what tricks you can still play. Outside, everyone gathered around grilling food. Zio Hong held a skewer of meat and cheered, wonderful. We finally have electricity again. After eating our fill, we will return to the battlefield and slaughter the 10,000 races. Chin sat resting when the sword in his hand suddenly trembled. He was surprised. What is happening? He stood outside and called Old Han, what are you doing alone in the room? Han Chin quickly called everyone to look. My blade is suddenly reacting strangely. Thanther recognized it. Is this not the divine weapon taken from the Xuan Mang sacred land? Han Chin nodded. He stepped closer to inspect it and said perhaps its seal is about to be released. He reached out and touched the blade, sensing the flow of energy. System displayed a notification. Ancient divine weapon with divine nature detected. Currently sealed. Option 1, let the divine tree absorb the divine nature to recover. Option 2, forcibly break the seal using the power of the divine tree. He was surprised, so the divine tree is responding. He happily told Han Chin your battle blade can have its seal removed. Immediately chose to break the seal of the divine weapon. A pillar of energy shot straight into the sky, astonishing everyone outside the camp. The sky flashed with dazzling streams of energy. Deem Min was horrified. This power should not exist in the mortal realm. Man suspected it might be the legendary divine nature. That direction is Jiang Vo. If the divine treasury truly appears, the world may not withstand it. Jiang Chao will certainly suffer severe consequences. Deem Min immediately ordered someone to investigate what had happened at Jiang Vo. Chin stared at the blade in shock. Old to you are incredible. The seal of the divine weapon has truly been broken. He said as long as you make it acknowledge you as its master, it will be complete. But the process will be very painful. Han Chin tightened his grip on the blade and said, I am a soldier. If I want to become stronger, a little pain means nothing. He tried to merge with the blade. He asked, how does it feel? Han Chin said, my body feels like it is burning. Thanther watched him grit his teeth and spit blood, and said that pain is far more than a little. When blood dripped onto the blade, strange symbols appeared. He turned crimson. Han Chin gradually calmed and said, it seems the pain is gone. He sighed in relief. It seems the divine weapon has connected its soul with yours. Principal Chu opened the door and walked in asking, are you all right? Han Chin happily showed that the sword's seal had been removed. He was surprised the seal was truly broken. Han Chin said it was thanks to Old Tu. Yen Enhin ran over and reported something is wrong. He said the 10,000 races are gathering and preparing to attack. All four were startled. The call to assemble the troops echoed everywhere. Prepare for battle. He asked how numerous the 10,000 race army was and who the leader might be. And Enhin said ahead it is dark like an endless sea of beasts with no visible. Han Chin sneered, that is even better. Divine weapon has just been unsealed and has not tasted battle. Today we tested on them. Principal Chu said my wounds are not yet healed. In this battle he will command. Surprised, I will command. Han Chin and Yen Enhin both nodded with trust. He accepted the task and thanked everyone for their trust. He immediately assigned roles. Han Chin attacked from the front. Thanther command the archers to provide support. Yen Enhin lead the female soldiers to guard the flank. With his beasts assisting, he advanced forward without hesitation. Before him was a sea of ferocious beasts surging forward. Deem Min said to Bok hand over the clue to the divine treasury. Otherwise, Jiang Chao will turn to ashes. He replied coldly, the human race would rather die than submit. Deem Min sneered, you think you can fight me? He frowned and said the divine treasury does not concern me. But the land of Jiang Chao will not allow you to run wild. Han Chin rushed forward just in time. Take one strike from me. He slashed downward with earth-splitting slash, scattering the ferocious beasts ahead. One beast recognized it. That is the divine weapon of our clan. And Enhin led her troops to support and shouted, kill all the 10,000 races. He thrust the azure dragon spear toward the enemy. Min blocked it and laughed with disdain. This strike cannot harm me. He rushed forward, then try my blade. Min calmly used his hand to block the blade. That man was about to speak when he suddenly sensed danger. Stream of sword energy slashed across his arm. Min clutched the wound in shock. Is this the sword control of Enhat Than? He replied, that is right. Countless 10,000 race warriors have died beneath this sword. A gigantic figure suddenly descended upon the place where he stood. He was blasted into the ground, and the earth exploded. Yen Enhin anxiously called his name. Thanther ran over asking, are you all right? As he stood up, the ground suddenly trembled violently again. System announced divine treasury fluctuations, detected less than 1,000 meters from the host. At that moment, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from beneath the earth, leaving everyone shocked. Min was extremely excited. It was truly the divine treasury, a 1,000-year treasure that had finally appeared before his eyes. He immediately issued orders to the myriad races. All obey the command and charge forward together. No matter what price must be paid, anyone who disobeys will have their entire clan exterminated. The ferocious beasts immediately rushed toward the enemy. Tabak hurriedly called for help. Lao Ho quickly stopped them. On Thanther's side, the situation also became difficult. The energy cannons had overloaded and burst into flames. The enemies were too numerous, so they could not be stopped at all. Tabak immediately flew away, deciding to retreat into the academy to see what exactly was appearing inside. Principal Chu struggled to stand firm amid the chaos. The students were terrified. What is happening? He shouted loudly, "Do not come closer." Someone was horrified by this terrifying force. The ground cracked open, forming a deep pit. A blazing red light erupted from below. Deem Min stood before the pit in shock and exclaimed, "Divine treasury." He laughed proudly. It truly is the divine treasury. After waiting for 1,000 years, this moment has finally arrived. Chuang Chu worriedly cried out, "This is bad. The defensive line has been broken." A student exclaimed, "The pressure is truly terrifying." Deem Min erupted with excitement and power. "Even flies and insects dare block my path, then death is the only outcome. Today the divine treasury will definitely belong to me, so I can break the shackles and dominate the 3 realms. A brilliant beam of energy shot straight up from the depths of the earth. Tiu Bat had activated the black tortoise golden armor to create a defensive barrier. Bok flew in from behind. "If you want the divine treasury, you must step over my corpse first." He angrily cursed those useless fools for failing to even stop someone. Yen Enhin below was fighting fiercely, destroying ferocious beasts. Tabak quickly controlled Ku Yu, "Leave the rear to us." Han Qin also rushed over, saying, "Lao Tu, I am here to assist." Strike of Heaven splitting slash was unleashed and cut straight toward the opponent, but the layer of white leaves quickly blocked that attack. Deem Min merely waved his hand and easily neutralized it. He said with disdain, "Such petty tricks also dare to show off." Thanther below immediately shouted, "Everyone, give your full support to Tabak and Han Qin." When he was completely blocked, he finally realized this purple mist defense was far stronger than imagined. Bak immediately launched all his weapons toward Deem Min. "Ku, you old thief, today I will take your life." Triple sword unity posed little threat to him. Deem Min sneered, "Somewhat interesting, but still not enough." With a single palm strike, he shattered the move. Only then did Tabak realize this man's strength was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Principal Chu looked up at the sky in utter helplessness. He gritted his teeth. If he had not used the forbidden technique earlier, the person beside him suddenly reminded him to look below. A gate slowly appeared, shocking everyone. That was the entrance to the divine treasury. The runes on the gate seemed related to ancient divine beasts. Deem Min immediately rushed forward, shouting, "The divine treasury is mine. No one may stop me." Bok rushed forward to block the path. He absolutely could not let him enter. Waves of power struck continuously, but Deem Min pierced through everything and shouted, "Get lost." Everyone was shocked because he was too strong, almost impossible to shake. Tabak pleaded with the divine tree, "Can you lend me some power?" The system announced that the ancient divine tree sensed the divine treasury and allowed him to borrow part of its strength, but warned him to be careful of backlash. He felt this power was extremely vast. Deem Min continued erupting with power and shattered the ground below. From afar, a streak of blue light shot rapidly forward. It was Tabak who had broken through the opponent's defense. Deem Min clutched his injured arm in shock and asked, "What kind of power is this that can pierce my defense?" Deem Min angrily summoned his trump card. "Brat, you have completely enraged me. Today I will make both your body and soul perish." He calmly strengthened the triple sword further and said, "Killing me will not be easy." As soon as he finished speaking, the triple swords shot forward together. Deem Min sneered in counterattack, "Let me see how long you can endure." Before my power, Principal Chu below also activated the final strength within his body. Even if this old body must be risked, he would not let him achieve his goal. Thunder Dragon Shao Tian transformed into a giant dragon and charged toward Deem Min. Tabak seized the chance to immediately counterattack. An opening appeared. The finishing strike immediately slammed into his protective barrier. Die. Deem Min strained to hold the spear thrusting toward him. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "How disgusting. I did not expect to be forced to this extent by you lot. Tabak, you have ruined my grand plan again. Today I..." Deem Min's other hand unleashed a powerful palm strike into his chest. "Die here." Tabak collapsed heavily onto the ground in exhaustion. Dust and smoke billowed everywhere. Chin saw this and roared angrily, "Lao Tu, I will kill that beast of the myriad races." At that moment, a pillar of energy suddenly shot straight into the sky. Deem Min exclaimed in shock, "Is this the power of the divine treasury? Could it be that something even more terrifying exists inside?" Principal Chu wondered if it was ancient aura. Perhaps the guardian of the divine treasury had awakened. Voice rang out declaring, "The divine treasury of our race does not allow outsiders to covet it. Retreat now, and you may keep your life. Deem Min stubbornly asked, who are you to dare block this king? The guardian condensed a terrifying energy sphere and said, ignorant inferior creature will pay the price. The sphere immediately shot forward. Deem Min quickly dodged and thought the speed is too fast, but it was still avoided. To deal with the divine treasury, he began summoning the origin power of his own. Tabak wondered, could that be the divine race? He did not expect the divine treasury to be guarded by the divine race. Principal Chu was horrified, because with only one strike it had blasted away Ku Yu's origin power. Deem Min resolved to risk everything, saying, no matter who you are, not even think about stopping me from seizing the divine treasury. He revealed his true form as a giant serpent. Today this king will send all of you to hell. After transforming into a gigantic monster, Deem Min roared before the guardian of the divine treasury. The divine treasury is mine. I will slaughter all of you. Principal Chu below immediately warned, this is bad. The king of Ku Yu has revealed his true form. Everyone be careful of the black smoke. Do not let it disturb your minds. The guardian of the divine treasury merely raised his hand lightly and said calmly, an ignorant inferior race dares to act arrogantly before divine will. This filthy evil aura is not allowed to defile the divine treasury. Immediately a barrier appeared blocking the black aura. Principal Chu exclaimed in shock, this golden shield is terrifying. It can even block the killing aura of the myriad races of Ku Yu. Tabak also turned and called his companions. Yen Enhin Lao Han Lao Ho, quickly gather here. In the sky, Deem Min created a sphere of black energy, while roaring, I must obtain the divine treasury, even if you are of the divine race. Do not even think of stopping me. After saying this, he launched the attack. The massive black aura slammed straight into the guardian's shield. The guardian merely waved his hand, creating a small golden sphere, and coldly said, stubborn ignorance. No one is allowed to approach the divine treasury. Immediately, the small sphere erupted with immense light, piercing straight through Deem Min's black aura and striking him. Deem Min shouted in shock. Below, the three companions had gathered beside Tabak. Yen Enhin asked Tabak, what should we do? Han Chin also asked Lao, to that old man is about to be defeated. Should we not go up? Bak answered bluntly, Lao Han, do you want to become a shield? We hold the entrance first. We must prevent the myriad races from launching a sneak attack. In the sky, Deem Min was sweating, but still forced himself to form the black sphere. No matter what, I must seize the divine treasury. He roared, and black aura engulfed his entire body. A gigantic skull appeared in the sky. This was the secret technique of the myriad races' netherworld devouring god. When the secret technique activated, Principal Chu asked in shock, what is that gigantic skull? Tabak, standing beside him, was also stunned, saying, this king of Ku Yu has truly gone mad. Deem Min's skull, a teleportation gate opened in the sky. Principal Chu broke into a sweat, saying, Ku Yu is forcibly using the power of time to open her. From the teleportation gate, countless demons poured out. Deem Min pointed and shouted, warriors of the myriad races, help me break the divine treasury. The demon beasts immediately rushed to attack the barrier. Yen Enhin frowned worriedly, saying, does he want to summon all the ferocious beasts of the myriad races? Tabak gritted his teeth and replied, the king of Ku Yu has not hesitated to sacrifice the myriad races. We must stop him from destroying the divine treasury. Tiu Bat, Tiu Bak, Tiu Hong, Tiu Than. This time everything depends on you. Hearing Tabak say that, the four spirit beasts immediately roared in response. Tiu Than had devoured many spiritual materials, so his strength had already reached the same level as the other three spirit beasts. The four spirit beasts of Tabak erupted with astonishing power. Tiu Than roared and released a stream of green energy, sweeping away countless demons. Tiu Bak merely stomped once, and the ground trembled violently. Tiu Hong and Tiu Bat were no less formidable. The two spirit beasts rushed into the battlefield and cooperated to slaughter countless demons. Guardian of the divine treasury was truly enraged at this moment. He condensed a sword of light pointing straight at Deem Min and said coldly, those who defile the divine treasury shall suffer divine punishment. Below, Tabak saw that terrifying power and looked up in shock. Is this divine power? Han Chin behind him added, this sword energy is even more terrifying than that of Lord Enheep Than. The guardian of the divine treasury merely waved his hand toward Deem Min. Immediately, the sword of light carrying destructive power swept across. Countless demons were annihilated. Deem Min could not withstand it and screamed in agony. Tremendous explosion rang out, sending rocks and earth flying everywhere. After that strike, Deem Min was severely wounded. He staggered to his feet, but still roared, the divine treasury is mine. As soon as he finished speaking, the guardian's barrier suddenly shattered, and an even stronger power surged out. Guardian of the divine treasury said anxiously, this is bad. The battle energy has triggered the divine treasury and caused its seal to open on its own. Seeing this, Deem Min did not hesitate to burn his own origin power. He laughed madly, saying, even if I must sacrifice this body, I will still charge into the divine treasury. Principal Chu shouted, quickly stop him. If the divine treasury fully opens, the consequences will be unimaginable. Hearing this, Tabak immediately rushed forward. Kuyu, I will not let you achieve your goal. Yen Enhin below cried out in panic. Tabak, do not. But it was already too late. Tabak used his own body to crash into Deem Min and created a violent explosion. Everyone hurried over. Tabak did not even have time to activate beast armament and had risked his life to stop Kuyu. Quickly check his condition. Panther landed while calling Lao Tu. Han Chin also shouted, Tabak, how are you? When everyone arrived, Tabak was already lying unconscious, covered in blood. Principal Chu looked around and saw Deem Min lying motionless as well. He thought, could it be that the king of Kuyu has died under Tabak's hands? Yen Enhin lifted Tabak and called anxiously, you must not let anything happen. Tabak barely managed to say one word. You. Han Chin beside him said worriedly, Lao to hold on. At this moment, the gate of the divine treasury trembled again. Principal Chu asked nervously, could it be that the divine treasury has truly opened? The guardian flew into the air and said the seal has been broken earlier than expected. If divine power leaks into the mortal world, a great calamity will arrive. Tabak's system sent a notification that the ancient divine tree resonated with the divine treasury and could absorb its power to recover. Do you wish to absorb it? Lying on the ground, Tabak murmured, divine treasury, can I absorb it? Guardian's body gradually faded away. He said, the seal is broken, and my divine consciousness is about to dissipate. Chosen one, you have been acknowledged by the divine treasury. The mission of protecting the mortal world is entrusted to you. Hearing this, Tabak thought whether the opening of the divine treasury was fortune or disaster. But he soon decided to accept the call. Han Chin looked up and said, look, the divine race guardian is about to vanish. Yen Enhin did not care about that and only held Tabak anxiously. In his heart, he wondered if he was truly the one chosen by the divine. Principal Chu also looked up and said, perhaps the seal has truly opened. He turned to Yen Enhin and said, Tabak's body is recovering. I can feel energy continuously flowing into him. Yen Enhin asked, half believing, is that true? At the edge of the pit, the demons of the myriad races had already begun to gather. Demon asked, where is Lord Kuyu? The leader looked down into the pit and said, could it be that Lord has died? But first we must seize the divine treasury. The great elder of the serpent clan nodded. The divine treasury must belong to the myriad races. Below in the pit, Thanther saw the demons and immediately understood their intention. He adjusted his glasses and said, Lao Han, Tabak is recovering. Now it is our turn. Han Chin placed the sword on his shoulder and roared, come here, you beasts of the myriad races, I will fight you to the death. And Enhin asked Tabak, are you all right? He replied, I am fine. She still asked worriedly, truly? Principal Chu stepped forward and asked, you recovered this quickly? Tabak said, I absorbed the divine power of the divine treasury. Moreover, I can feel the divine treasury calling me. I must enter the divine treasury. Han Chin reassured him, do not worry, I and Lao Ho are here. Tabak instructed them, hold back the myriad races and maintain the defense until I return. And Enhin was still worried, you have just recovered, I cannot feel at ease. I want to go with you. Tabak nodded in agreement. Han Chin together with Thanther and the principal charged forward. Lauda, do not worry, the heads of the myriad races are still not enough for me to chop. That is right, leave this place to us. Tabak replied, understood, wait for my return. Stepping through the gate and looking inside, he was shocked. This is. Beast armament immediately activated. Tabak tightly held Yen Enhin's hand. On the other side, Thanther said to Han Chin, you guard here, I will go assist the principal. Han Chin nodded. Principal Chu said, this old skeleton can still be useful. The myriad races roared and rushed down. The divine treasury is below there. The myriad races are immortal. And Enhin and Tabak walked through a corridor full of runes. These symbols look very similar to the ancient sacred beast runes the principal once mentioned. Tabak continued forward and felt the power calling him. Before them appeared an altar. Tabak said quickly, look, let us go in. Seeing the stone statues inside, they were shocked. These are statues of the 4 great sacred beasts, exactly like your beast companions. 2 sacred beasts spoke, those not chosen by the divine may not touch the origin of the divine treasury. Withdraw immediately or be destroyed. Yen Enhin was shocked when she saw light surrounding Tabak. She said, Tabak, your body is glowing. Tabak felt his sacred beast armament resonating with the stone statues. The sacred beast said, the chosen one has appeared. Listen to the call of the divine treasury. Feel the divine power. When Yen Enhin was about to run over to call him, Tabak said, do not come near. Streams of energy enveloped his body, making her ask anxiously, are you all right? Tabak gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and said, this power feels like it will tear my body apart. Outside, Thanther was desperately resisting the myriad races. Seeing Han Chin in danger, Thanther shouted, Lao Han, be careful. Those giant serpents are spewing poison. Han Chin said anxiously, this is bad. The army of the myriad races is about to break through the passage. Seeing the energy inside the gate erupting, Thanther said anxiously, This is bad. The divine treasury is fluctuating. Could it be that the great calamity is approaching? The myriad races roared and charged forward. The divine treasury belongs to us. Han Chin shouted angrily, shameless myriad races. Tabak appeared again at this moment, stronger than before. Beasts of the myriad races, you still dare act arrogantly. Thanther exclaimed happily, look, it is Lao Tu. Principal Chu also shouted to Bak. Han Chin asked Lao Tu, why did you come out so quickly? Tabak stood in front and said, everyone has worked hard. Leave the rest to me. Today I will slaughter all the myriad races. One demon said angrily, has the divine treasury been taken by him? Damn it, we were only a step away. Poisonous gas surged forward. They roared, kill all humans and seize the divine treasury back. Han Chin warned Lao to be careful, this poison is not simple. Tabak immediately activated the Black Tortoise divine shield. He instructed Yen and Hin, you all stand back and take care of the wounded. Two behind him said in shock, Lao Tu has become even stronger again. He has absorbed the divine power of the divine treasury. This is truly terrifying. Tabak did not hesitate and immediately rushed forward, blade spear unity together, with 4 sacred convergence descended. The demon said in panic, how do you possess divine level power? He hurriedly summoned Steel Orchid Wall, forming a defensive shield. Tabak's strike still pierced through and shattered the shield. That demon spat blood. One demon screamed in panic. The great elder was killed by a single slash. His corpse collapsed, causing the formation of the myriad races to fall into chaos. Run quickly, this man is not human. Tabak raised his hand, carrying terrifying power, and declared, not a single one of you is allowed to escape. Divine wind fire transformed into flaming phoenixes that chased the fleeing demons of the myriad races. The flames pierced through their bodies and could not be extinguished. Principal Chu said emotionally, Lord Lac Pham has gained a successor. Yen and Hin rejoiced, the human race is saved. Tabak truly did it. In the distance, someone saw the situation and could only retreat, saying to Bak, we will meet again. Demons of the myriad races trampled over each other while fleeing. Run quickly, the elders and clan leaders have all been killed. Who stepped on me? Tabak stood high above and ordered not a single one may escape. Lao Ho Lao Han launch a full counterattack. Han Chin replied, understood. Then Tabak called Tiu Bat, Tiu Bak, Tiu Hong, Tiu Than, blow them apart for me. Tiu Bat opened his mouth and spewed fierce firepower toward the myriad races. Tiu Bak used his sharp claws to tear enemies apart. King Long summoned lightning to destroy the myriad races. Tiu Hong transformed into a fire phoenix, flapping its wings and burning the enemies to ashes. Finally, Principal Chu issued an order to transmit throughout the entire city, immediately launch a full counterattack against the myriad races. Yen and Hin led the students charging forward, launching a counterattack to reclaim the lost battlefield. Others, the time for revenge has arrived. These beasts of the myriad races chased me for half a day. Now it is your turn to run. You were so fierce earlier. Why are you fleeing for your lives now? The myriad races fell into panic as the fire shells exploded. Run quickly, the human race is counterattacking. Panicked cries echoed everywhere. Retreat quickly. This place is about to be completely surrounded by the human race. At this moment, the army had advanced to the outskirts of Jiangchao. Bak asked Lao Han, can you face these Manangu clan head-on? Han Chin laughed loudly, of course. Today I will tear them into pieces like steak. Then he shouted, brothers, listen up. These Manangu clan beasts slaughtered the people of Jiangchao. We will not spare a single one. The Manangu clan were suddenly attacked in panic. They shouted, kill him. We are finished, there is an ambush. In the blink of an eye, they raised a white shield and formed a defensive formation. Chin swung his blade downward and roared, let me see how I chop all of you to pieces. The Manangu clan shouted, reinforce from the rear. The formation must not break. Tabak patted his shoulder and said their defense is still quite tough. Tiu Bak, show them your ultimate. Tiu Bak immediately leaped straight into the middle of their defensive formation. Explode from inside. Receiving the order from Tabak, his claws struck, repeatedly sending the Ngu clan warriors flying in all directions. One of them roared angrily, damn it, why have all the high-level strategists died? Scatter and run. Whoever survives, escape on your own. Thanther led people charging down from the mountain. Brothers, do not let them escape. Attack. The conference room of the Great Wall strategic base. Than Sun watched the live screen showing the myriad races retreating layer by layer and said, everyone, the time for counterattack has arrived. Behind him, 2 officers awaiting orders reported, General Ho. Hai Than requests to launch a counterattack. The command at Than City also requests permission to counterattack, awaiting your instruction. One person took the initiative to propose, General Ho, allow me to lead the troops of Sun High Pass to counterattack from within the territory of the myriad races, forming an encirclement to annihilate all their forces. Than Sun nodded. Lao Lam, your plan is very good. Proceed with it. Transmit my order. All units at the passes immediately launch a full counterattack. The garrison at Sun High Pass seize strategic positions and encircle the myriad races. At Sun High Pass, Lam Tran Num stood up, and called on all officers and soldiers to prepare for battle. In the past, this place was trampled by the myriad races. Our comrades fell under their hands. Today, the king of Kuyu has been defeated by the human race, so they want to flee back to their old territory. But have we agreed to let them leave? Roars shook the heavens everywhere. They refused to accept it. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. They resolved to exterminate all the myriad races. He praised in a deep voice. The moment of vengeance had finally arrived. The army guarding Shanghai Pass immediately advanced into the inner pass. They would sweep away all the myriad races. Unified shout thundered across the battlefield. Exterminate all the myriad races. The surging momentum terrified Hong Mai. The human garrison had already launched their attack. Gen Nan clearly wanted to annihilate every race within the inner realm. Such an action was truly reckless. Breaking through head-on would likely be extremely difficult. The person beside him asked what exactly they should do. They quickly retreated. Let us go. The cannon fodder below is already useless. We will return for now. First, avoid the enemy's sharp edge. Another group of the myriad races discussed among themselves. Why did the lords of the Feng race retreat? Ignore those cowards. As long as we cross Shanghai Pass, we will survive. Charge forward quickly. Han Sun gave a decisive order. They arrived at the perfect moment. Magic cannons fire. A series of magic cannons immediately blasted straight toward the enemy. He loudly declared, "The time for revenge has arrived. Slaughter every enemy general and soldier. Leave no one alive. A tooth for a tooth, blood for blood. Since they are cruel, then we must be even more ruthless. Exterminate all the myriad races." Myriad races also resisted like mad. Giant bear race, follow me and open a path. They charged forward like a massive wave. Charge. Han Sun coldly clenched his fist. Those beasts of the myriad races still stubbornly refused to surrender. Powerful punch slammed directly into the chest of that giant bear. Go die. He stood on the giant bear's back and shouted, "Soldiers, follow me and strike toward Hong Mai." A subordinate anxiously asked, "Elder, where are we going?" He replied, "Ahead lies the fortress of the human race. The main human forces at Shanghai Pass have already moved. We cannot pass through, so we can only turn back and avoid their edge. Moreover, the holy maiden of our race is still in the hands of Tabak." Seeing the fierce battle ahead, they stopped. "Elder, look quickly, there is fighting ahead." "What is that?" Hong Mai cried out in joy. "It is the holy maiden of our race." But immediately he noticed something strange. Wait, why is the holy maiden fighting alongside the humans? She must have been controlled by that brat Tabak. Person behind asked, "Great Elder, should we rush up to rescue the holy maiden?" Hong Mai shook his head. "No, Tabak just displayed God-level power. If we recklessly advance, we will only seek death. First hide and observe while waiting for an opportunity." Xiao Hong also sensed something. Something is wrong. This is the aura of our race. Han Qin hurriedly urged, "Old, to quickly look over there and see what that is." Girl reported, "Master, those people are the humans who came to capture me before." Tabak asked in surprise, "Your race?" "Demon Feng race." Xiao Hong, continue fighting. I will go check them out. Hong Mai's group immediately retreated. "He has discovered us. He is coming here. Retreat quickly. First avoid his edge." Barbarian bull race had already been crushed. They roared, "Barbarian bull race, erupt together. Fight them with our lives." One angrily chopped his axe downward. "The human race is truly shameless. They dared to ambush us." A curse sounded behind Tabak. "Damn barbarian bulls." He thought silently that those demon Feng ran quite fast. One person rushed forward to assist in battle. "Old Han, let me help you." All power was gathered and shot straight toward that barbarian bull warrior. He stared in horror as the axe in his hand cracked apart. "Impossible. What kind of weapon is this with such terrifying power?" Tabak said coldly, "You are about to die, yet you still talk nonsense." The blade pierced straight through the body of the barbarian bull warrior. "Go die." Their leader collapsed on the spot. One trembled and shouted, "The leader has been killed." They all immediately knelt down begging for mercy. "We surrender." Than Thur said to Tabak, "The remaining barbarian forces have been wiped out. Perhaps we should take these prisoners back to Jiangsu City for processing." Nodded in agreement. "Clean the battlefield, then immediately return to Jiangsu. The demon Feng race may return at any moment, so we cannot remain here long." Xiao Hong appeared and reported, "Master, those people earlier were elders of my race. She will certainly inform my mother. They want to capture me and take me back." Tabak reassured her, "Do not worry, Xiao Hong. No matter how many enemies come, I will protect you. You are already my beast companion." At the command center of Jiangsu City, Principal Chu looked at the battle map and sighed in relief. The human race has finally begun to turn the tide. Subordinate ran in to report, "Principal, news from Shanghai Pass has arrived. General Zhen Nan encountered a hidden diamond-level powerhouse among the enemy while encircling the myriad races. Most soldiers were seriously injured." He asked in shock, "What? A diamond-level powerhouse?" Immediately notify Tabak to lead people to reinforce Shanghai Pass. Yen Enheen had already found Tabak's group and asked what had happened. He urgently said my father was ambushed by a gold-level powerhouse of the myriad races. The principal ordered you to go reinforce immediately. Tabak gave orders. Old Han Old, who you two return to Jiangsu City. Yen Enheen and I will head to Shanghai Pass immediately. Han Qin suggested let me go with you. One more person means more strength. Bok shook his head. No, Jiangsu needs people to guard it, stay and assist the principal. Shanghai Pass only needs Yen Enheen and me. Zio by increased speed to the limit. We must arrive before General Lin is in danger. Jen Nan's side was gradually falling into disadvantage. Jingbai cursed this is truly damned. I did not expect the myriad races to hide such a powerful team. The general of the myriad races sneered coldly. Your resistance is not bad, but before this king everything is useless. Soldiers behind shouted together. General, we will fight this monster with our lives. But he did not regard them at all, truly overestimating yourselves. The ground suddenly shook violently. Everyone felt an extremely terrifying pressure. Jen Nan was struck directly. The weapon in his hand was instantly cut apart. That man said coldly, it is time to end this, general. At that moment Tabak appeared and blocked him. Beasts of the myriad races, you dared to injure General Lin. His weapon blocked horizontally, then slammed into the ground, stopping the attack. Lion King was astonished. God-level aura, clearly just a human brat. How does he possess God-level strength? Yen Enheen hurried over and asked, are the three of you all right? Tabak said, Yen Enheen, take Uncle Lin away first. Leave this place to me. Jen Nan said, I am fine. Black-scale Lion King is a strategic powerhouse hidden among the myriad races, not an ordinary diamond. Tabak, you must be careful. Tabak showed no fear, strong strength. Then I will test it directly. Tabak summoned Zio Hong. Lion King immediately recognized it as the Flame Demon Emperor. He said coldly, no matter how strong you are only a beast. Go die. Lion King below was startled. What? Azure Dragon descended from the sky. That man hurriedly raised a shield to defend. Impossible. A massive bolt of lightning shot straight into the sky. Lion King was horrified. How can a human brat possess such terrifying power? Tabak said words are useless. Today is your death day. Suddenly a voice sounded. Lion King, we have come to assist you. Two figures rushed from afar. We have come to help you. Lion King immediately gained confidence. The myriad races have more than just me as a powerhouse. Today will be the day you are buried. Tabak sighed. These two are not weak either. I did not expect the myriad races to hide so many powerhouses. A giant elephant landed on the ground and said disdainfully, the human race is truly cowardly. Scorpion King reminded them, do not waste time. Quickly finish the battle. Do not forget we still have an important mission. Tabak sneered. Perfect timing to use the heads of you three beasts to test the divine power I just comprehended. Zio Hong, go clear the other fierce beasts. Leave this place to me. The girl replied, yes, master. The giant elephant was furious, truly arrogant, facing us yet still not using full strength. It raised its massive leg and stomped toward him. Go die. Tabak raised his spear and thrust upward. Overestimating yourself. You just kicked a steel plate. Intense pain spread across its foot. The giant elephant roared and hurriedly pulled back its leg. Tabak said calmly, dealing with creatures like you does not even require my full strength. Yen Enheen urgently shouted a warning. Tabak, be careful behind you. Scorpion King immediately swung his poisonous tail. The venomous stinger shot forward. The attack was blocked by Tabak's shield. That man said coldly, this is the Azure Beast armament. Tabak smiled faintly. Sneaking an attack from behind, and you still dare call yourself a powerhouse. Scorpion King shamelessly replied. The victor becomes king, the loser becomes a bandit. Only the one who wins is the true powerhouse. Yen Enheen immediately rushed forward. Tabak, I will help you. He quickly stopped her. It is too dangerous here. That man seemed to have discovered Tabak's weakness. HMPH, it seems you care a lot about her. When the stream of venom shot over, Tabak quickly used the Azure Beast armament to block it. Yen Enheen, be careful. He became furious. You dared to injure my woman. I will kill you. The Azure Dragon also rushed out to join the battle. The three enemies quickly exchanged words. Let us join forces and deal with this human ant. They simultaneously unleashed their power straight at the Azure Dragon. The strike caused Tabak to lose vital energy and spit out blood. A protective sphere was immediately formed around them. The enemies could not help but feel shocked. They did not expect this human brat to be so powerful. They discussed among themselves. No wonder even Lord Ju was defeated by him. The situation is unfavorable. Let us retreat first. Before leaving, they gave orders. Withdraw the troops. Soldiers charge and kill anyone still alive. Seeing Tabak stagger backward, Zio Hong quickly flew over to support him. Yen Enheen also ran over. Tabak, what is wrong with you? Are you injured? He said softly. It is not a wound. It may be the backlash of the divine treasury power. Yen Enheen immediately shouted. Battlefield doctor, come save him quickly. Deep underground, The three enemies had appeared. This must be the place. According to Lord Jiu Yu's guidance, it cannot be wrong. Inside the sphere, Deem Min spoke. The three of you arrived late. Scorpion King replied, Lord Jiu Yu. He has already comprehended the divine treasury power, but he has not fully mastered it. Lord Jiu Yu, what should we do next? That man ordered, find those 3 items. With them I can restore my immortal body. The other 2 asked curiously, but where are those 3 things? Now that the myriad races have been pushed back, relying only on the 3 of us. Deem Min angrily shouted, 3 useless fools. At that moment a voice sounded outside, I can also help you. They immediately turned their heads, who is it? They saw Hong Mai. The 3 enemies were shocked. Great elder of the demon emperor race. You dared to follow us. Hong Mai said, I can assist you, but I have one condition. You must help me take back the holy maiden of my race. Deem Min replied, very well, this king agrees. On Than Sun's side they were discussing the battle. News arrived. General Hyan Sun, Eagle Nation has sent full support. The Northeast has begun a full counterattack against the myriad races. Bear Nation has also begun exterminating the myriad races from the north. He replied, very good. Thank you all for your support. Then Than Sun gave an order. Issue the command nationwide. Everyone launch a proactive attack and completely eliminate the remaining forces of the myriad races. He asked his assistant, how is the battlefield at Shanghai Pass? She reported, most of the fleeing ferocious beasts have been eliminated, but Tabak and General Zhen Nam were both injured. Than Sun immediately became anxious. What? How serious are the injuries? The assistant replied, their lives are not in danger. It is only that Tabak suffered a backlash of divine power after entering the divine treasury. He has not awakened yet. Than Sun was shocked. Divine treasury. That is a power never clearly understood. Deploy the best medical team. Their safety must be guaranteed. Inside the recovery room, Zhen Nam lay on the bed beside and asked, Yen Enhin, how is Tabak? She replied, the doctor said there is no danger. His body simply endured too much pressure, so he has not awakened yet. Han Chin and Than Thur rushed over. Old to how is he? Has he awakened? Yen Enhin said, Tabak has not awakened yet. Han Chin turned and asked, General Lin, how are your injuries? Zhen Nam replied, I no longer have any problems. Han Thur reassured them, do not worry. Tabak absorbed divine power, so he will be fine. Han Chin nodded. That is right. Old To has survived countless dangers. Zhen Nam looked at his daughter and said, today everyone is here. Yen Enhin, father has something to say. She asked curiously, what is it? He said, when Tabak awakens, I hope to see the 2 of you officially together. After that, you 2 should hold the wedding. Han Chin laughed loudly. Excellent. We must hold a grand ceremony for Old To. Than Thur also agreed. All students of Jiang Martial Academy will attend. Yen Enhin blushed. Father. He blushed and looked at Tabak lying there. Father, I have not even asked his opinion yet. I do not know if he agrees. At that moment Tabak opened his eyes and said, he agrees. Yen Enhin happily ran over. Tabak, you are awake. How is your body? She asked, why are you staring at me like that? Tabak smiled. He is looking at his future wife. Than Thur and the others laughed and teased. Old To not bad. The moment he heard about marriage, he woke up immediately. But do not rush. When your injuries are fully healed, the wedding must be truly grand. Zhen Nam also said, Tabak, you must take good care of Yen Enhin. He replied, Uncle Lin, rest assured. He swears by the power of the divine treasury he will never let Yen Enhin be injured again. He has already informed all students of Jiang Martial Academy. Everyone will come witness the grand wedding of Jiang Martial. On Hong Mai's side, preparations were also complete. I will go arrange the clan members first. You follow later. Scorpion King said she has gone far already. Lion King asked, Lord Jiu Yu, since the war began, the demon emperor race has always had its own plans. Are we truly going to listen to her? Deem Min replied, what do you know? The vermilion bird feather is the origin on the body of the holy maiden. With it I can recreate my body. Follow the great elder of the demon Feng and capture the holy maiden to bring to me. The 3 enemies accepted the order together. At Jiangzhou Academy, fireworks burst in celebration. The atmosphere was extremely lively. This wedding will certainly be recorded in the history of Jiang Martial. Principal Chu stood on the stage and said, everyone maintain order. Welcome our honored guests. The wedding of Tabak and Lam Yen Enhin officially begins. Tran Nam led his daughter forward. Please welcome the bride into the ceremony hall. Han Chin and Than Thur applauded in celebration. Truly happy for Old To. After the ceremony ends, we will drink until we are drunk. Tran Nam smiled and said, Tabak, I entrust Yen Enhin to you. Whether fighting the myriad races or living an ordinary life, you must take good care of her. Tabak held her hand. Uncle Lin, rest assured, he will take care of Yen Enhin for life. Suddenly, the 3 beast companions rushed over. Tabak frowned and asked, what is wrong with you? Zhen Nam immediately sensed something strange, not right. There is a dangerous aura. Yen Enhin asked worriedly, what happened? Are they remnants of the myriad races? Tabak became angry. This is outrageous. They dared to cause trouble at his wedding. Xiao Hong said, Master, a familiar aura is calling me. It feels like the aura of the great elder of the demon Feng. and it is approaching. Hong Mai and the three enemies were flying over. It seems we arrived at the right moment. Today is Tabak's wedding. There are many people at the scene. Tabak must protect Lam Yen and Heen. This is the perfect opportunity to rescue the Holy Maiden. Lion King said correctly. His divine power has not fully recovered. We will take the chance to kill him and seize the treasure. Scorpion King said, first I will set up the soul-devouring poison formation to cover this place. Confuse everyone's minds, then cripple Tabak's divine power and seize the Holy Maiden. Giant Elephant said, good, I will break the outer defenses. Overturn the ceremony hall so they cannot save each other in time. Tabak closed his eyes and sensed. He realized the enemies were from the myriad races and the demon emperor race. Their main target was Xiao Hong. He immediately prepared for battle. Principal Chu ordered, seal all entrances and exits of the wedding area. Students of Jiang Marshal, prepare yourselves. Protect the guests. Do not let the myriad races cause chaos. Yen Enhin said worriedly, Father, your injuries have not healed yet. Zhen Nam replied firmly, no, even if I have not recovered, I am still a high-level combat force. I cannot hide behind students and soldiers. Qin stepped forward. I will guard the east gate. Any beast that dares to enter will be dealt with immediately. Thanther said, Yuang Duong, follow me and set up defenses. Tabak instructed Xiao Hong. Stay beside Yen Enhin. Do not let anything happen. The girl replied, yes, master. Yen Enhin said, you must also be careful. They have prepared thoroughly this time. Tabak led the beast team flying away. Zyro Bat Zyro by Zyro Ching, follow me to the gate. Scorpion King approached the academy. The atmosphere is truly joyful. I will give you a gift. This is poison refined for many years by the Scorpion King. The venom slowly fell. Enjoy it well. Thanther immediately warned, everyone be careful. There is poisonous smoke. Qin was furious. Damn it. Those shameless myriad races are using poison again. Tabak checked a person lying on the ground. There is no one here. He clearly sensed someone here just now. This guard had already been killed earlier. He realized, not good. This is a lure the tiger away from the mountain plan. The academy side fell into chaos. The students were ambushed. Damn beasts of the myriad races. Yen Enhin rushed forward to protect the guests. Stop them. Xiao Hong below shouted, be careful. Lion King rushed forward to attack her. Today the wedding will become a funeral. Yen Enhin was shocked. What? But the attack was blocked by the Azure Beast armament. Fortunately, Tabak returned in time. You dared to injure my wife. You are seeking death. Today he will take your life first, defeated dog. Xiao Hong immediately rushed forward. Master, let me assist you. Her arm was tightly grabbed by Hong Mai. That woman said coldly, Holy Maiden, you have caused enough trouble. Come back with me immediately. Stop being bewitched by Tabak. Xiao Hong struggled to resist. Great Elder I will not go back. I want to stay by Master's side. Hong Mai shouted angrily, you are the Holy Maiden of the demon Feng race. How can you become a pet of the human race? Xiao Hong said firmly, Master treats me very well. I want to stay here. That woman forcibly dragged the girl away. How insolent. You are still confused. It seems I must take you back to be punished. Xiao Hong struggled. I will not go. Tabak also realized the situation. Release her. Do not even think about taking Xiao Hong away. Behind them, Lion King seized the chance to attack. An opening. Yen Enhin immediately shouted, be careful. His fist smashed down. Die. Yen Enhin immediately raised her shield to block it. Tabak was shocked. Yen Enhin. She collapsed. Tabak hurriedly caught her in his arms. He asked, Yen Enhin, are you all right? She replied, I am fine. Quickly go help Xiao Bat. Tabak quickly looked toward the other battlefield. Giant Elephant was stomping heavily on Xiao Bat's back. When it comes to strength, I have never lost to anyone. Xiao Hong had already been dragged into the spatial gate by Hong Mai. I will take you back for the clan leader to punish you severely. Xiao Hong cried in despair. Master, save me. Lion King said, success. Withdraw. The giant elephant replied, you go first. I will stay and cover the rear. Scorpion King secretly calculated. If he cannot use divine power, then he is not frightening. Once I kill him, the credit will be mine. Bach was furious to the extreme. This is outrageous. Those beasts of the myriad races dared to break into his wedding, harm the guests, seize his beast companion, and even injure Yen Enhin. Scorpion King suddenly felt a bad omen. This is not good. Bach dashed forward like lightning straight toward him. One spear pierced through Scorpion King's body. He will make you pay 100-fold. Lion King shouted loudly. Withdraw. The greater plan is more important. You cannot save him. Scorpion King sprayed poison toward Bach. Damn it. Even if I die, I will drag you with me. Bach gripped the venomous tail tightly. You want to kill him, just you. 2 cold slashes ended his life. Bach said coldly, this is the end for anyone who dares harm those beside him. Half of Scorpion King's body fell down. I refuse to accept this. Tabak spoke quickly. Principal Old Hand, this place is yours. I will bring Xiao Hong back. Everyone instructed. All right, be careful. Withdraw quickly. Everyone returned to the indoor defense point. Yen Enhin said worriedly, Tabak, be careful. We will hold this place until you return, he said. All right. Xiao Bai increased speed and pursue. In his heart he thought, Xiao Hong, do not be afraid. He is coming to save you. Release her immediately. Xiao Hong was still struggling. I must return to Master. Great Elder, release me quickly. Hong Mai tried to persuade her. Holy Maiden, stop being deluded. Tabak only wants to use the vermilion bird origin within your body. Humans are all cunning. Lion King reported. Great Elder, Tabak has already caught up. With the strength he used to kill poison blood. We are not his opponents. The giant elephant suggested. Why not turn back and fight? We cannot let him chase us like this. Hong Mai nodded. Good. We can also test the limits of his divine power. Tabak's beast companion has extremely strong pursuit ability. Its speed is also fast. If we do not deal with him, we cannot escape. Tabak had already closed in. A surge of power shot straight toward the giant elephant. Stream of purple energy covered its entire body. It lifted a huge mountain-like boulder to block the attack. Tabak shattered the boulder into pieces with a slash. Beast, the debt for injuring Yen Enhin today must be repaid. Lion King sneered. You arrived at the right time. Let me test your divine power. Hong Mai stood below observing the battle in the sky. Tabak said disdainfully, killing you is easy. That man was horrified. Impossible. How can your divine power surge endlessly like this? Xiao Bai appeared behind Lion King. That man quickly dodged the strike. Old elephant, hurry up. I cannot hold much longer. The giant elephant roared loudly, gripping its axe tightly. Let me stomp him to death. Tabak immediately raised a shield to block the attack. Two enemies roared. Human brat, I do not believe you are that powerful. Great Elder, if we lose, you will not be able to take the Holy Maiden away. Xiao Hong saw Hong Mai's hand reaching toward the top of her head and panicked. Great Elder, what are you doing? That woman replied, Holy Maiden, do not blame me. Only your vermilion bird origin can suppress Tabak's divine power. Tabak roared in fury. Damn it, you dare touch Xiao Hong's origin. Hong Mai absorbed that origin. Tabak, your divine power is not fully controlled. Forcing its use will cause backlash. That woman transformed into a flaming phoenix. Today you will certainly fail. Lion King said, I do not believe the three of us together cannot kill you. Tabak sneered, 3 directions attacking. Then he will deal with you all at once. 4 Azure Beasts Fusion Resonance. The giant elephant was the first to be struck. The 4 Azure Beast origins resonated. Tabak could actually use the power of all 4 simultaneously. This was a realm never seen before. Lion King trembled in fear. This aura. The pressure is even more terrifying than Lord Jiu Yu. Hong Mai was shocked. Impossible. Your beast companions are not 4, yet you can control the origin of the 4 Azure Beasts. This defies the laws of heaven and earth. Tabak said, Spirit Beast contracts and divine power principles. It seems you know too little. He inherited the will of Senior Lac Fam. Exterminate the myriad races. Xiao Bai attacked. That moment, Xiao Bai's entire body was covered with frost and ice. The Azure Dragon also released a similar aura. And Enhin saw Xiao Bat ignite in flames and was surprised. Xiao Bat, what is happening? It replied, Master is summoning my origin. She watched it fly away and said, you must return safely. When Xiao Bat fused, Tabak said confidently, 3 against 1, you are certain to lose. Hong Mai replied, you are still heavily injured, so how much power can you use? I am a demon phoenix and strengthened by the Holy Maiden's origin. I will not lose. That woman seized Xiao Hong and flapped her wings upward. Tabak thought silently, he must control his strength. He cannot harm Xiao Hong. Tabak shouted loudly, use full power for me. 2 enormous forces collided violently in the sky. Giant Elephant and Lion King struggled to stand steady. This power is too terrifying. We cannot interfere. Xiao Hong cried in pain. Master. Hong Mai said, Holy Maiden, stop struggling. Endure a little longer and we will defeat Tabak. Tabak shouted. Xiao Hong, hold tightly to your origin. He is coming to save you. Hearing that, Xiao Hong began withdrawing her own origin power. Hong Mai tilted her body to dodge the attack. One of her wings was pierced through. No, Holy Maiden, you dare betray me. Xiao Hong broke free from the control. Master, I have arrived, Tabak asked. Xiao Hong, are you all right? The girl replied, I am fine. I only lost a little origin. Resting briefly will recover it. Hong Mai returned to her original form. Tabak, do not celebrate too soon. Lord Jiu Yu has already gathered the 3 great dark origins. Very soon he will descend upon the world. When that happens, all of you will turn to ashes. He showed no fear. No matter who the opponent was, anyone who dared touch those beside him would pay a heavy price. Poured all his power into the spear. Today was the day to settle the score for kidnapping Xiao Hong. Seeing this, Hong Mai let out a cold laugh. You want to kill me? It will not be as easy as you think. Immediately after, Hong Mai disappeared into the teleportation gate. He said coldly, next time we meet will be the day you die. He regretted that he could not kill her right now. She managed to escape. Below, Lion King hurriedly urged, retreat quickly. He turned to look at them. You injured my people and still want to run. Sharp beam of light pierced straight through Lion King's chest. He ordered coldly, tell me everything you know about Jiu Yu. The giant elephant fell to his knees in fear. Do not kill me, I will speak. Lion King roared, shut up. Have you forgotten Lord Jiuyu's warning? If even half a secret is revealed, you will die without burial. He warned in a deep voice. If you still refuse to speak now, I will make your deaths far more miserable. Speak immediately. Did Jiuyu not already die? Giant elephant trembled. I do not know much. Lord Jiuyu has not died. His remnant soul still exists. He ordered us to capture the holy maiden to rebuild his body. He was shocked. What? Jiuyu is still alive. He immediately asked, where is he now? Lion King answered, he is hiding in a fissure at Juchuang, traitor. The myriad races will never forgive you. The giant elephant prostrated on the ground. At Black Stone Cliff, at the abandoned altar near the human territory, I have said everything. Please do not kill me. He replied coldly, impossible. You captured Xiao Hong only to help Jiuyu resurrect. It seems the great elder of the demon Feng has already gone to find Jiuyu. I will grind him into ashes. Lion King laughed in contempt. Too late. Lord Jiuyu already arranged everything. When he resurrects, you will have only death awaiting you. He stared at them. Do you think I will give you a chance to live? The giant elephant begged in panic. Do not kill me. A terrifying force crashed down where they stood. On Dim Min's side, he saw Hong Mai returning alone and asked, why are you alone? Where is the holy maiden? Where are the others? Hong Mai replied, Tabak is too strong, we failed. Dim Min instantly became furious. What, you failed again? Roared in rage, a bunch of useless fools. My plan was ruined by a human. The holy maiden was not captured. 2 of the 3 great powerhouses are dead, and you still dare return to see me. Hong Mai explained. Tabak can already trigger the resonance of the 4 sacred beasts. His divine power far exceeded expectations. I barely escaped with my life. Dim Min said coldly, then keeping you alive is useless. Hong Mai was shocked. What are you planning to do? Dim Min immediately transformed into his origin form. He rushed straight into Hong Mai's body and gradually seized control. Hong Mai screamed in horror. Impossible. Jiuyu, you dare? My clan will never forgive you. He sneered. Your demon Feng clan already had intentions toward me. From now on, this body belongs to me. Today I officially return. I was checking Xiao Hong. How are you? The girl replied, I am fine. Master's divine power helped stabilize me. In the western forest outside the city when Han Qin arrived, he said, Old Han Xiao Hong's origin is damaged. You and Yen Enhin take her back first. I will go. To find Jiuyu? Yen Enhin said, no, I will go with you. Jiuyu cannot be allowed to die easily. Han Qin also said, that is right. Xiao Hong pleaded, Master, do not leave me behind. I may be weak, but I can still help. Yen Enhin and Han Qin advised him. Jiuyu returned this time for revenge. Going alone is too dangerous. Perhaps we should return and call reinforcements. He thought for a moment, then said, let us do this. Old Han return and call for help. Yen Enhin and I will scout ahead. We may still stop Jiuyu. Han Qin replied, all right, you two must be careful. I will bring reinforcements quickly, he said. There is no time to delay. Yen Enhin let us go. The 3 immediately mounted Xiao Bai and flew away. Yen Enhin pointed into the distance. Tabak, look over there. Black Stone Cliff, black smoke rolled across the sky. Jiuyu must be rebuilding his body. We must hurry. He reassured her, do not worry. Xiao Bai is already at maximum speed. Xiao Hong endure a little longer. We will not let him succeed. Xiao Hong said, Master, I can feel Jiuyu's power increasing constantly. Below, countless members of the myriad races were gathering together. He immediately realized they are combining their strength to reinforce Jiuyu's body. Yen Enhin said, there are too many ferocious beasts here. We probably cannot break in directly. Dim Min laughed coldly. The body of the demon Feng clan is indeed powerful. Soon I will completely control this body. When that happens, both humans and the myriad races will become my slaves. When Xiao Bai landed, he instructed, be careful, conceal your aura. The beasts of the myriad races had gathered everywhere. We must secretly infiltrate the altar. We must not be discovered. Yen Enhin looked around and said, there is a ventilation hole over there. If we go through it, we can avoid the beasts and enter the altar secretly. He ordered, Xiao Bai use invisibility to conceal our aura. The 3 quietly moved toward the entrance. All right, let us go. When they entered inside, they moved carefully without making any sound. He looked at the formation ahead and froze. This is. From afar, Dim Min said, the 4 azure beasts and the divine treasury power are nothing but trash before me. Since you have come, do not think about leaving. Whispered, we have been discovered. Yen Enhin observed the situation first. Do not act yet. Dim Min spoke. That is right. Tabak, we meet again. Xiao Hong was shocked. That is the body of the great elder. The girl angrily rushed forward. It is Jiuyu. He killed the great elder. I must take revenge. He immediately held her back. Xiao Hong calmed down. Wait for the opportunity and we will strike together. Then he said, Jiuyu, you still have not died. Yen Enhin said to Bok, there are many guards around the altar. If we act rashly, we will be surrounded immediately. He lowered his body. Everyone be careful. Hide here first. I will go over and investigate. Wings grew behind Dim Min's back. He laughed arrogantly. To balk this new body of mine is far stronger than expected. But at that moment, my soul inside began to resist. He immediately suppressed it. No one can resist me. He observed and said, it seems he is still struggling to control this body. Min ordered his subordinates, kill them. His subordinates crawled up from the ground. Enhin immediately shouted, Tabak, be careful. The guards swung their blades and attacked. He calmly said, do not worry, he is fine. Xiao Qing, prepare for battle. Azure Dragon immediately appeared behind him. One subordinate shouted, intruders. One rushed forward directly toward him. Azure Dragon bit through his body from behind. The body was torn into pieces. He stepped forward and crushed the guard's corpse under his foot. A blazing surge of energy erupted and burned him. There was still one more enemy. He quickly assessed the situation. These two guards were far from ordinary. He touched his chest. The divine power was beginning to backlash again. Suddenly, the man in front of him showed signs of exploding. He had no time to react. He was startled. Was that man going to self-detonate? Violent explosion rang out. Thick smoke spread everywhere. Min said with disdain, just a worthless ant daring to challenge me. He immediately raised a shield to block it. You do not forget. You dragged your dying breath until today because of me. He thought inwardly. Unexpected that a mere guard could force back the sacred beast armament. That man became enraged. HMPH, truly courting death. The ground beneath their feet cracked open. Countless glowing red eyes emerged from the dark fissures. Xiao Hong hurriedly warned, Master, be careful. Two-headed monster had just appeared before being cut down instantly. On Han Qin's side, he shouted loudly to everyone. Brothers, push forward. Tabak and Yen Enhin are still inside waiting for us. Break through the ferocious beasts. Reach the altar and stop Jiu from reviving. Thanther shouted loudly. Kill, charge forward, we must reinforce Tabak. Brothers, follow me. Break through the flank and enter the altar. The noise outside quickly reached Min. That man sneered, Tabak. As expected, you called reinforcements, but unfortunately it is already too late. Once I fully control this body, no matter how many of you arrive, you will only become my food. Beneath the ground, countless giant hands stretched upward. He realized he could not delay any longer. Jiu was about to fully control the body. Yen Enhin, go support Old Han. Do not allow Jiu to revive. She nodded. All right, be careful. Min roared, come out, my children. Devour everything and help me absorb power. The savage monsters immediately rushed toward them. He activated the Azure Beast armament to block them. The monsters burned the moment they approached. Min remained completely confident. No power can stop me. The myriad races under my command are endless. The swarm of monsters was blasted away in all directions. Han Qin rushed in at that moment. We have arrived. We came to support everyone. He looked around in shock. There are so many members of the myriad races here. Yen Enhin guessed. You must have opened a teleportation gate. The group behind them also rushed forward. Old to, we are here. Are you all right? He said, I am fine. Jiu has seized the body of the great elder of the demon Feng. His power has surged. Everyone be careful. Min looked at them with contempt. Ignorant insects. Do you think gathering in numbers can oppose me? That man condensed a massive sphere of lightning. Since you are so eager to die, I will send you to hell. He immediately shouted, everyone be careful, hide behind me. Lightning sphere in Min's hand grew larger and larger. Truly ignorant fools. Yen Enhin supported him and asked, how are you? Han Qin roared angrily and rushed forward. Old monster Jiu, I will fight you with my life. He quickly shouted behind him. Han Qin, do not be reckless. Min flicked the lightning sphere lightly with his finger. A terrifying surge of power instantly shot toward Han Qin. He called out anxiously, Old Han. Han Qin was blasted far away, seeing him still standing firm. Min prepared the next strike. I did not expect you could withstand the previous move. The lightning sphere in Min's hand expanded enormously. But this move, let me see how you block it. At that moment, he could not help glancing worriedly at Yen Enhin beside him, and at everyone present here. He had to find a way. What should he do? He was still far too weak. He was not some hero meant to save the human race.